start to make moves? Do you be a little bit more aggressive?
It's impossible. It's impossible to be any more aggressive than most of these drivers were yesterday.
Well, you can be, but again, you don't want to see that. You don't want to do that. You need to have a conservative mindset today. You know, almost thinking before you make moves, when to make moves, when to make it. You know, it's you have to start thinking about these things a lot. And one of the points that Xander made, I think, yesterday that was really good was you have to think about the SuperNats like a championship.
Yeah.
You don't go out there to win every single heat race. No. You need to you know, build. Be okay with a second.
Build.
As long as you're inside of the top 10 at the SuperNats on Super Sunday, you're in the conversation.
You know, we got 5 classes where we've had to split the entries. You know, the 2 junior classes, obviously, and the 3 senior classes. You know, so they're in groups A, B, C, and D. So in any of the heat races that we're watching, and there's a driver, like you said, battling for 10th and 11th, and in this race, you've got multiple national SKUSA Pro champions battling for 10th and 11th places. In terms of grid positions for the final, that's actually battling for like row 10. You know, not P10 on the grid for the final, row 10. Only 34 go through automatically. We're going to get into that, I know, a little bit.
Really quick, before we hear a quick word from our sponsors, I just wanted to ask you guys, because the thought just popped into my head. We've spoken a lot this weekend about the rookies who are here to win at the SuperNationals. Who are some of our veteran racers that have been here in the KA100 senior classes that haven't won here yet, that have had an AJ Myers-like performance where they've been here so many times, come so close, and it just hasn't happened?
Oof, okay.
Well, again, you got to look at the winners. I think to start, first of all, in the morning, right, in KA Senior, there's been a different winner every single year. The class started at SuperNats 22 in 2018, where Steve Barrows won. After him in 2019 was Paulie Massimino. 2020, there wasn't a SuperNationals. Then it was Brandon Lemke in 2021. He's had a rough going throughout the heat races. And you go to Ernesto Rivera, now Formula 3 driver, announced for the Red Bull Junior Academy with Campos Racing. Joe Turney won it last year. There's been a different winner every single year here. And when you look at the drivers that pop to mind, Oliver Calvo doesn't have a SuperNationals victory. And again, we don't see Oliver Calvo often throughout the year, but Oliver Calvo in Las Vegas, to me, is a special driver to watch. He really comes to life throughout the barriers, throughout circuits like this. Another one, Race Liberante, has been going at it, trying for this event. The only reason he's still racing the senior class at 30 years old is because he doesn't have a SuperNationals victory.
He does.
In KA Senior class.
In KA Senior. No, in KA Senior. I mean, there are 8 winners in KA Senior. And race. He won the 125 Open category back in 2019. I mean, looking at some of the drivers that haven't got a SuperNats victory, Diego Ramos hasn't got a SuperNats victory. Oliver Hodgson did have a. Oliver Hodgson was 5th in 2022. No SuperNats victory for Hodgson. And he's won nearly everything there is in karting. Looking down, the order, there are 8 winners in the KA Senior field. But I mean, there's I would say Ramos, Hodgson, 2 of the ones. Chase Hand hasn't got a SuperNats victory. Enzo Vismontien does, but in juniors. And of course, there's one name that we haven't mentioned. What about Marin Kramers?
Well, those are some drivers to watch out for in the KA100 senior field. But right now, let's take a moment to hear from those who make this weekend's coverage possible.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
He's gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson threw on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Thank you to all of our sponsors who make this weekend's coverage possible. We're out on track with the KA Seniors. We spoke on Brandon Lemke. He's got some top 5 speed. What else did we see about the seniors?
Well, I mean, Brandon Lemke, he's one of the 8 winners. Didn't qualify for last year's event. Didn't qualify for the final last year. So it just goes to show how difficult it can be. We're looking at a list of drivers. One driver that we haven't mentioned just yet, who I think we should mention, is a driver that finished in the top 10 in this year's World Championships, and that is Jensen Burnett. And I believe, speaking to our man on the ground, should we call him Landman? David Land? Hello?
Rain Man today. Like for you?
Yeah, honestly, just trying stuff with the car, trying stuff with the engine, seeing what we can do with the race. I got 4th and 6th yesterday, so that really puts me in a good spot for today's heats, and hopefully I can get a good finish, and we'll see where we are for the final.
It was absolutely insane yesterday. I mean, just everybody was all over the place, running into each other, Euro swerving. I mean, what do you think this racing is going to be like today? More of the same?
Yeah, definitely, or even worse. It's just about keeping your nose clean and making sure you don't have a bumper like I did yesterday, and yeah, just racing your hardest.
That sounds good to me. Hey, we like it when they race their hardest. Let's wait for a few more to come in, guys. I'm going to send it back up to the Perico pit box, and we'll be back in just a second.
Do you know what? I think the world of Jensen. I've known him for a long time. 6th in this year's European Championship, 9th in this year's World Championship. What he said there worries me. He said, it's going to be worse today. Now, if that's a driver's attitude, and that's not just him, that's an encapsulation. If all the drivers think that it's going to be worse today, we've got to be even more desperate. Then that is SKUSA with the amount of penalties they gave out yesterday. They're going to be working overtime. I thought that maybe that the drivers, the teams would have looked at the driving standards yesterday and thought, okay, calmer heads need to prevail. But if that is a microcosm of the driver's attitude today, saying no. Yeah, today is going to be worse than yesterday in terms of desperation, then that's a worrying thing for me.
Yeah, I think right now what comes to my mind is what do you do in that scenario, right? And we look back to the Pro Tour of what happened to Adrian Renaudin, right? I think something that wasn't as egregious, if you will, in that shifter class, but there's something that I think is going to happen later on today, and I think we're going to see maybe rolled up black flags or maybe even a black flag coming out for anybody.
Do you know what? Just send someone home.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Make a statement. First time you see somebody misbehaving in a go-kart, just send them home.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's hope that our next guest that our Landman does not have, has with him, does not get sent home, because he's quite a good driver and he's got quite a good chance of winning, I think.
David, it's down to you.
Well, let me know what was it like out there. What did you learn? Can you learn much from warm-up?
It's hard to say, but I learned that we're still as slow as yesterday, so we got to work. Nothing really in our control. We're just missing some power, and this category without power is pretty hard. So yeah, we'll keep trying to fine-tune the thing and try to find some more pace.
You're one of the most experienced drivers in the field. I mean, can you kind of evaluate some of the driving standards that we saw yesterday? I mean, is there anything that can be done?
I already said it yesterday when after the X30 Heat. I think it's just it's like a free-for-all, and there's not really any penalties being handed out. So as long as that keeps going, people are going to keep doing it since they know there's no consequence. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
That's Alessandro Dutulio. Of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that he'll be driving for AJ Foyt Racing in the Indy Next Championship next year.
Yeah, thank you, David, so much for that. I've got a couple specific drivers that I would like to touch on here on the KA class. Let's talk about Sebastian Garzone. What has he done here at the SuperNationals?
Well, how can you not talk about Sebastian Garzone, right? Last time we were here last year in 2024. What a weekend for him. What an event for him, right? Doubling up. A lot of drivers dream of having one SuperNationals victory in their career. And for him to have two in the situation that he got them in, KA Junior, out of nowhere, got himself in the conversation. X30 Junior on a flat tire got the win. Henry?
It was my moment, SuperNats 27. The second of those victories where he was with 2 laps to go, Garzon nowhere. 8 karts battling for the lead, Garzon at the back of that train catching them. And in the space of literally 2 laps, moves, being smart, taking advantage of other drivers making mistakes, and 2 wins in one afternoon. It was a fantastic performance.
Well, Henry, you brought up SuperNats 27. Caleb, I want to ask you about your moment from SuperNats 27. Who was it? And do you think maybe you have a moment so far of SuperNats 28?
That's a great question. I think, talking to a lot of drivers throughout the year, last year, in my first year on air, talking to Pedro Cueto and his family on the situation he was going through, and seeing him back this year with a smile on his face and seeing him, traveling the world, doing what he loves is to me my favorite moment of 2027. And I know a lot of drivers are going to make some plenty more moments this year, Haley.
Well, thank you for that, Caleb. Henry, did you have something real quick?
No, I just wanted to say that, for those of you that didn't tune in last year, that are watching for the first time, Pedro Cueto had his leg amputated. Cancer in his leg, had his leg amputated 3 days after SuperNats. In fact, he told his doctor to say, no, I want my leg amputated after SuperNats so I can race in Vegas.
Thank you so much for that, Henry. What a touching story, honestly. And we can get into that a little bit more later. But right now, let's send it back down to David Land.
Yeah, we're down here with Dean Peterson. Dean, just kind of walk me through the warm-up.
Yeah, the warm-up was good. We had a lot of pace. We had a lot of pace the whole entire weekend. So I'm feeling good going into this third heat, and we should have a lot of speed. Just try to make up some spots.
I mean, we have to ask you, because we've been asking everybody about it, the driving standards, especially in KA100 Senior, it's been insane. I mean, what has it been like from the cockpit?
Yeah, it's been quite crazy. The racing is really good. Also, the racing is close because this track has a lot of draft. But unfortunately, my heats haven't gone so well. I had open reads and my chain popped off in the second one. But from what I raced so far, the track is really good.
Yeah, there we go. Hey, positivity. We like that, don't we?
Thank you, David. So we'll hear from you again a little bit later, but I talked about SuperNats 27 with you guys. Let's go a little bit farther back in time to SuperNats 26 with Ernesto Rivera. What about it?
I mean, Ernesto Rivera, you got to talk about that race, right? That he was able to win. That was one of the layouts, if you will. Whenever that layout came out, controversial. Everybody was talking about how long that straightaway was. Henry, your first SuperNationals. And again, honestly, that was a weekend where we had no red flags. The SuperNationals crew was on it. They cleaned up, wrecks. And this weekend as well, they have been phenomenal. Yesterday to clear that wreck in turn number 1, and again, seeing the work that they've been doing out there on the racetrack, this crew, I would rate them the best in the world with the amount of cleanup that they've done and repairing this racetrack. Speaking of Van Walsh, he said, man, I go through the corners and I see a big wreck on the other side of the racetrack, so I'm slowing down on the gears, and by the time I get there, there's nothing going on. It's clear. So going back to that on Ernesto Rivera, a great drive for him where he was able to get that win. And again, now he's moved on in his career, but to see that, to see a driver like that in his first time of asking in the senior class, you got to think he moved up a month before that, 2 months before that, did about 2 national races in the senior ranks, and then he gets himself to the SuperNationals in KA Senior, comes out, beats everybody else after a dominant junior season for the Rawlston Performance Group. That's a great drive, and I think one of the best drives we've seen.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we were able to show you him winning in 2023. That was the year that it was the first year at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. It wasn't at this site, it was around the front, behind sort of the main NASCAR grandstands. And the circuit, it was controversial. It had the longest straight in SuperNationals history, but it raced incredibly well. And it was my first introduction to SuperNationals. I think it was yours as well, Caleb.
Correct.
And it was also a fantastic introduction into what you could expect from KA Senior racing. Spectacular, close, really, really exciting racing across the board. Yeah, Rivera won that race, and there was a couple of big surprises on the docket that year. I think that the layout of the track lent itself to surprise racing. But you know what, Caleb? You're right. Marshalling, corner workers, marshals, it's one of the things that I look for whenever I go around the world karting. And I always say, with my Welsh hand on my Welsh heart, that Trent Valley Kart Club at PF International in the UK, I always say I think they are the best team of go-kart marshals ever. the team that were at Bahrain International Circuit that they use out there, but they use the Formula One marshals to that. This group here, corner workers, they can go toe-to-toe with any other set of corner workers in the world. The job they have done to keep the drivers safe is a problem, and there have been problems. Drivers are kept safe. Then it's a case of carts moved, barriers back into place, and of course they're doing it with no runoff. And that's not just the drivers, that's the marshals. The marshals cannot then just go and stand off track on the grass. No, because there's no off track. It's over the barriers. They put themselves in harm's way time again. Watching them is incredible, and more power to them. And if anybody is out there watching this that wants to get involved in becoming one of the most important people in all of motorsport, a corner worker, go to your local kart circuit, see what is involved in becoming a corner worker, because they've been magnificent this week.
Yeah, Henry, the SKUSA crew, they do an amazing job, but let's send it back down onto pit lane with David Land once again.
Yeah, we're down here with Oliver Hodgson. We're going to let him get his helmet off real quick before we ask him a question. He was fastest in that warm-up. Oliver, fast in the dry, but I expect you're pretty hopeful that it's the skies are about to open up.
Yeah, I guess take it as it comes, right? I guess for this weekend I've been in the barrier way too much, so we're probably not in a position to win, but whoever the deserving winner is of this event, you got to be able to win in the dry and the rain.
So I guess I've got to ask you, because I've asked everybody, and you're pretty experienced. Obviously we saw some pretty crazy stuff yesterday. Obviously, you ended up in the barrier. Kind of what's your assessment of the driving standards in KA100 Senior right now? Honestly,
this it's kind of a hard question to answer, because I mean, honestly, I think it's a lot of competition between the drivers, and it is a barrier track, so I think it's unfair to go too deep into track design. I think predominantly they do a really good job here. Modern go-karts, it's a kind of flip of the coin. The kart's much safer, but it allows us to get close to each other and touch each other without it causing an immediate impact to us. So I think that the safer, more enclosed bodywork encourages closer racing, and then and then the backside of that is you can obviously visually see that watching. So, but I don't know, if you take the bodywork and go back old school, the crashes are nasty. So I don't think there's a correct solution. It's just what you're going to get in a car park track with 80 good drivers.
That's a super insightful answer. Let's go find, hey, how about Paulie Massimino? Paulie, how was warm up for you?
It was all right. Kart was a little free, but oh well.
What do you think about this circuit, and especially how the KA100s are racing right now?
I think it's pretty garbage in my opinion. I think the racing is not really racing. I think it's just more of a whoever can lay the bumper down the best and get around seems like that's the key right now.
Do you have to play by those rules? I mean, even if you don't like it, do you have to race that way?
I mean, it doesn't seem like there's rules, so I don't know. I mean, the officiating's been great. I can't really deny that, but I don't know. I just feel like I feel like it's just been a lot more aggressive than what we've dealt with in the past. So it's just a little bit different. Like I said, I feel like the officiating's been good. Obviously, there's some things that have been missed, but that happens everywhere, so I can't really blame them for that. I think it's just for heat racing, it's just a little over the edge. But what do I know?
There you go. We'll let him do the scales. It's always nice to talk up the officials right before they weigh your cart. That's for sure. Let's go find James Overbeck. I believe so, maybe. Actually, let's talk to Ruben Moya again, because I want to see if he's cooled off after yesterday. Hello, Ruben. How are things?
Good.
So I guess I'll ask you about KA100. I mean, obviously, we could talk about X30 probably until next morning, but how have you been getting on with this class this morning?
Good. I like this class. It's always some battles, so it's really nice class. So only just traffic, so only warm up we will see then.
That's a bit of an understatement, some battles. I mean, you've seen the driving standards. You've seen how aggressive it's been. That's kind of a Ruben Moya style, though. You seem to thrive in that. So I expect we'll see more of the same today?
We will see. We also need to be clever and try to start as as forward as possible for the final, and then the final for sure will be a war.
Do you want to see rain today?
Yeah, I would like to.
There you go, Ruben Moya. He wants the rain. Let's see. Let's talk to Caden McQueen. We haven't spoken to him this week yet. All right. Caden, how was warm-up?
Yeah, it was all right.
That's a one. No, don't you give me one-word answers. So obviously yesterday, kind of walk me through your KA100 experience.
It's quite hard to remember. It all just blends into one when you're doing two. But yeah, I think yesterday we had okay speed. It's just the racing here isn't really racing. It's just more bumper cars, everyone crashing into each other or defending for 15th place. You know, when you have a bad qualifying, it's quite hard to come back through, especially when everyone is defending the whole race. But we should be okay.
How difficult is it to balance running two classes? I know I've spoken to a couple of different guys about that, but for you personally, what's that like?
It's okay. You know, I don't find it difficult. It's just when you asked me a question about yesterday morning, out the window. X30 was the last bit, so I can talk to you about that.
Well, then let's talk about X30. I mean, obviously that's going to be later today and possibly weather impacted. What is your kind of thoughts as we look towards X30?
Yeah, I think it should be good. Like if it's wet as well, it'll make it very interesting. No one's really driven this year's track in the wet, so yeah, it'll be interesting and probably a lot of crashes, actually, I can imagine.
Well, I don't think anyone's driven anything in Vegas in the wet in quite a bit. That's Caden McQueen. Back up to the Perico pit boxes. We're about to get racing started, I believe.
Thank you, David, for all of that insight into the drivers' headspaces right now. I've taken us back in time, all the way back to SuperNats 26, but let's look forward into the Heat 3s today. What can we expect to see?
Well, can I just, before we get into the last heats, there was really, really insightful and interesting comments made here. Number one, in the last 20 minutes, heard from Oliver Hodgson, Paulie Massimino, from Kate McQueen, from Alessandro D'Antonio. 4 highly experienced, professional, paid go-kart drivers. They've all said the same thing. They've said, number one, the officiating is good, SKUSA are doing all they can. Number 2, they've all said the same thing about the driving standards. Now, all those 4 drivers are paid driver coaches. So they are going and explaining what they're doing to their younger drivers. You know, they're not passing on the attitude, you've got to do this, you've got to do that. That's their attitude. How, you know, to post the race, which I think is really, really insightful. You know, if the paddock, and I mean by the paddock, as in the other 480 drivers that are out, if they're not listening to names like D'Antonio, Massimino, McQueen and Hodgson on the potential for things going wrong, then you know they need their ears, seen to. I think Hodgson made a great point about the body work. You know, he knows better than most. It's part of Jade Goodwin. She's a sports car racer, but also she races Formula 100, the old school, no bodywork. So he's around that type of retro racing an awful lot. And I just think that, it's the field to listen up, because experienced names in the paddock, explaining, telling us all about what's going on out there.
Zach, Caleb, real quick, anything from you on what you've heard from them?
Yeah, I mean, I think Paulie said it best, right? I do think, and I'd like to believe the officials are doing the best job possible, right? I've seen the operation kind of take place, right? I've spent time with Neil Strickland, Matt Ackley, Bo Barfield, spoken to him as well throughout the Pro Tour. They're busy, really, really busy. You can only see so much, right? And I know they're doing their thing. Now it's, like Paulie said, right? It's on the drivers, like Oliver said as well. Very old school, I guess, way of thinking for him. But nonetheless, when we talk about Heat 3, I think there's so many positives as well to take away the weekend. I don't want to harp on too much of the negative that we have seen. So let's talk about the positives in Heat Race number 3. Look, this event is special. This event is number 1 on my list of karting events across the world, because there's nothing like this event around the world, right? There's no setup like this. There's nothing else out there.
It's the biggest
like
stage.
This is the biggest stage. The lights the lights get bright here at Las Vegas, sometimes a little bit too bright for some drivers, and you have to manage that. You have to become one with that, right? With the barriers, with everything that comes with Las Vegas. So I think in heat race number 3, going to be drivers. We're going to see heroes be made today, and our drivers that are going to be contenders come to life for tomorrow, Haley.
Yeah, let's hope for heroes, not villains. Heroes, not villains.
Well, that's it from us this morning here in the Perico Pit Box. Let's take another moment to hear from all of our incredible sponsors who make this weekend possible. We will see you later for our lunchtime panel show. Goodbye.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Well, SuperNats 28 marches on. We are through Wednesday, Thursday, and a frenetic Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Situation Saturday. Dry, as you can see, on the grid now, but it will not likely be that way later on today. We are expecting the rain to arrive sometime in the afternoon, but for the most part right now, those drivers here in the morning sessions hoping to be able to get clean and green through all their runs, and of course then LCQs to cap things off as well. Hello everybody, my name is Rob Howard. Thrilled to be again to be part of my 28th SuperNationals in the commentary box once again with my good friend Mike Smith. Drivers rolling out of the track. We have essentially 19 races for you here today. They run through the heat races as we know, and then of course LCQs, a couple in the morning, couple in the afternoon. Mike, it's going to be here. The rain is coming. It's going to make things very interesting today, but the bottom line is it's time for these drivers to get in to Situation Saturday, the final opportunity to change your fortunes here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, we've talked about it multiple times at SuperNats about that body of work and trying to get through the entire week and how you have these little pieces. This is the last piece of stage 3, if you will. You got practice and you got quali, and then you got the races. So stage 3 here, your last of 3 heat races. And hey, if you've had 2 good ones, you don't need to get crazy here. You get past for the lead or whatever. Hang out in the top group. Make sure you get a good finishing or starting position rather. If you're further back, hey, there's only one way to go. You need to try to go do work. But the tone has been set, and now it's time to do work right here.
Indeed, drivers are getting themselves set to go here right now. We don't have a grid for you to show as of yet, as SuperKarts USA has not clicked that live timing update for us to be able to give you the lineup as they set to go here in the KA100 Junior category. Again, looking at the schedule here for this morning, or as we roll through again, a shorter day, as we all know. A couple of races here for the KA100 Junior drivers. This is Group A versus Group B up front. You're going to see a good little battle here between Ashton Woon and John Antonino up front. KA100 Master will follow the KA100 Juniors. KA Senior after that. Master Shifter and Micro Swift round up the morning rotation. We'll have a break between the ends of the final heat races here before we go LCQ racing in KA Junior and Senior. 67 degrees here trackside. Good shot here from turn number 1. You see the heavy clouds in the back. We'll see how it all plays out here this afternoon. It is looking pretty good for Super Sunday. Ideally, we'll have a nice dry day there. But lining things up right now and getting ready to get underway. There's your green flag, and we are racing into turn number 1. Woon has had trouble coming through. Finally, he gets a clean one. One driver spinning from further back. Was that Noah? No, that's one of the MPG drivers going around at the back of the pack. There's Isaac Melkett there in the number 870. He gets shuffled around as the 895 of Woon again. Ashton Woon, no luck at all in the opening circuits here this weekend.
We talked about that. It was yesterday. I was saying, hey, Caleb Gaffari, you got through 1, but you didn't get through 4. It now just happened to Woon. Woon does, and more problems in the back. Looks like the 840, is that Sarfati?
Is that Cagle?
Cagle, sorry. Yeah.
Matty Cagle was an issue there. He's actually had a pretty good weekend so far. But Cagle getting shuffled around there. He'll have to be on the recovery mode to get himself back up here now.
Oh, another big shot there coming out of 12. It's all happening. Here's the 886 did that.
Wow, a number of drivers coming out of turn 12 as well. So some chaos here in the opening circuits of our KA100 Junior race here, the final race of the run. Unbelievable stuff. Let's finally jump in here. Live timing is upgraded for us here. Let me get that for you. John Antonino, the leader. Michael McGoy up into second. World champion Noah Baglin into the third spot. Braden Wagner, Mason Luchetti round out your top 5. There's the 834 we're keying on here now, a little further back in the pack. But again, opening lap finally settled in. Mike, a lot of action on the opening circuit there. Again, I think kind of illustrates how everybody coming in with a different mindset, right? A driver like Ashton Woon, always thinking about his winning here to try to see if he can move himself up closer to the front of the LCQ. He's got a couple of bad finishes, very likely an LCQ run for Ashton Woon. And with a field of this size, an LCQ is not going to be small.
Yeah, the only positive I can take away from any of that is the fact that he's got more practice than anybody at passing people. So the good news for him is that he knows how to pass, and he's done it very, very well from every single heat race. So Ashton Woon, once again, with a tough start to a heat race, he's going to be trying to look to bounce back here.
I know that obviously all the good folks in the Perico Pit Box earlier today, the pre-show of our action here today, said hi to everybody. But we'll do the same thing here, Mike, as well. Those of you tuning in on the YouTube channel for Kart Chaser, we know a lot of you guys have tuned in here and a lot of chatter on the chat. So we say hello to all you guys. Hope you guys are all well. And again, it's going to be a fantastic day of competition. It's going to be an interesting one for sure, as we know, as we expect to see a little bit of that wet stuff before it's all said and done. There's your breakaway right now. 3 drivers locked and loaded. Michael McGoy's gone to the lead. There comes Noah Baglin to the inside on John Antonino. So it's Baglin and Antonino for MPG Motorsports. And Michael McGoy out front, though, there in that number 860.
You got Kemper Jr. a little bit off the back, about 1.4 off this lead pack. And the thing about those lead 3 right here, they don't need to be fighting, right? McGoy, Baglin, Antonino, if memory serves, all 3 or both heat races so far have been pretty good. Antonino has been really, really calm. We had that conversation with him at the scales, and he's all about playing it smart and just trying to get through, knowing this is just basically a quality setup for that Sunday run. So I don't suspect the fight's going to come from Antonino. The question is, are McGoy and Baglin on the same page?
You mentioned it, Mike, earlier yesterday, where you got a guy like Noah Baglin coming in, even Michael McGoy, who's been racing overseas this year as well. For a guy like John Antonino, every one of these races that he's battling with these guys, he's got to go to school, right? He's getting a notebook on how these guys race. Where do they make moves? You know, right now Antonino there with Baglin. Okay, so where's Noah going to make a move here? What's a favorite spot of his? So I know if I'm leading him coming into the next race or the main event, where's he going to go? So there's your answer right there. Nice move to the inside of turn 6 and 7. Antonino comes right with them. McGoy goes back into the 3rd spot, still early on, just not even to the halfway point now. But Baglin's gone to the lead.
That's a great point. When you're sitting 3rd, 2 drivers in front of you, you are literally able to do that. And kind of, okay, where are you going to do it? How did you do it? Oh, you backed off a little bit right there. Maybe you do learn something as you're going, but you're going to take that with you to Sunday, right? Especially with these 3 right here who are going to be in that race. How can I utilize this for the big show?
Crossed halfway flags that time by a first little glimpse there of a gentleman who's been part of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, a pro tour for many years. Aaron Likens, the official flagman and starter for SuperKarts USA, does a lot of the big races when he can because, that's right, he's also the flagman for the NTT IndyCar Series and the Indianapolis 500. A fantastic success story in SuperKarts USA competition, not on the racetrack behind the wheel, but as part of the staff. As again, he's been able to rise up to essentially the place to be if you're a flagman in North American motorsports. That guy waves the twin checkers when somebody comes around to win the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
It's pretty cool to have have the flagger here be the same thing, that whole ladder completion, if you will. It's a pretty neat deal.
Well, and then to see people on social media, once they've seen him at the 500 and the artistry that he has when he throws those flags, it all started here in karting back in St. Louis. So awesome to have Aaron here with us. I know he was over in Portugal throughout the week, was able to get here for Situation Saturday and, of course, Super Sunday. Lots of racing throughout the field, as Mike and I kind of detailed. Everybody here with a different storyline. If you came in with a couple of issues, you've got to be a big driver here. For some of these drivers, Mike, they're just trying to stay out of the LCQ. Others are just trying to start up kind of closer to the front of the LCQ.
No, exactly, and trying to find that little extra and maybe have to rebound. Talking about rebounding, you got Ashton Woon, who's made it up to 23rd after starting on pole. And once again, it's a natural course. As you see him on screen right there, the 895, and a big move to the inside, 894. That's another one of the drivers early on that spun around, Rob.
That was Riley Harrison, I believe, in the 894, trying to come forward. Woon in 23rd, Harrison in the 25th spot. And listen, we're early in a Saturday here. Let's give a shout out, first and foremost, to all the cameramen around here that are working the cams here for Kart Chaser, and the guys inside the studio as well. Just doing a fantastic job. Carson, Jake, of course, Riley Khan, our producer as well. These guys are nailing it with number 1. The right camera angles, finding the guys we're talking about, and then those replays that we all love to see.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, we have the easy job. We get to watch the fruits of their labor, and these guys are really getting the job done, making it easier for us to really bring this thing to you at home.
7 laps down, 3 to go, and as I had said, folks, we are 19 races on the docket here for today. This morning we'll have 7 heat races, and then the 2 LCQs. There's 2 to go here at the line. Junior and Senior KA all with LCQs today. We'll come out the break. We'll be back at 2:10 this afternoon here in the commentary box. We'll have another 7 races for you in terms of the heats, and then 3 LCQs to cap off the day. X30 Junior, Pro X30, and Pro Shifter. I love having LCQs, the 2 headline classes.
Yeah, it's like we talked about earlier, how full every class is. There is no light class, and the depth of talent there. And looking at our front 3 here, we talked about this yesterday, and one of the cool things is we get to see people who've won both of their heats go against each other for the first time. And I think you got Noah Baglin as coming under pressure with the last couple laps. We're going to come to the white here, Rob. I'll let you take it over. But before that, McGoy and Baglin have those twins. The only one who could disrupt that right now is Antonino.
Yeah, it's exactly that. You always get that battle at the end, right? Because there's 4 groups. You race everybody one time, and eventually you're going to race against the guy that's maybe won a couple of races. And that's what we have here right now. McGoy, very impressive. Baglin, very impressive. Here's your final lap. Let's see what we can have out of Antonino. He'd like to get a win as well. Baglin's going to go down to the bottom. Watch this over-under coming from McGoy. Not quite enough, I think, to be able to get through on Antonino. So Baglin's still going to have the spot. He does cover a little to the inside of turn number 7. Short shoot coming down here to turn 8. I think McGoy's going to get it done on the inside. Although I think Antonino thinking about the outside. Yeah, don't risk it. On the final lap, McGoy goes back into P2. So the guys that have won the heat race is looking good up front. Noah Baglin going to step things up here. The world champion going to come out of turn 13. Notch another heat race win. Baglin, these 3 drivers are going to be in a fight for a championship here at the SuperNationals. Who's going to come away with the win? One of these 3, very likely, or will be for sure in the fight come Super Sunday. The rest of the field coming across the line. David Ybarra, big run forward, +8 for David. Started 12th. Texas on the CRG works his way up into the 4th spot. Eli Steinbrook's kind of been in there all weekend long as well. He's +6. Luca Popescu, last lap of the race, +8 for Luca, 14th up into 6th. Ashton Woon again.
Outside of turn 8, I think.
Or is that outside of turn 12?
No, 12, you're right.
Oh, you're kidding me. Did he not make it to the end?
Nope, there it is.
37th. Well, listen, it's a 10-lap LCQ. Ashton Woon is one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack, but he has had absolutely zero luck. He got roughed up at the start off the racetrack. Just nothing has gone the right way for that Speed Concepts racing driver. He ends up at the barriers on the outside of turn number 12. There are your unofficial results there, as we saw. Baglin, McGoy, Antonino, Ybarra, and Steinbrook top 5. Popescu 6th. Tyrone Kemper Jr. holding station in 7th. Jackson Porter 8th. Benjamin Bernandez in 9th. And Alexis Balageron rounding out the top 10. Next group at KA100 Junior is getting set to go, but we do have a look at what happened to Ashton Woon there. Let's unpack that as he works his way out of, I believe, the 11-12 combination. We'll have a look at the replay of what happened to Ashton coming through. Oh, he just got driven off the racetrack by a guy who's trying to go to the inside. Have a look at that, Mike. See if we can't pick the number up. Wow. Was that the 74?
Yeah.
Yeah, 874. Scroll back a little bit. He was kind of just inside the top. That was Mason Lashitty. Lashitty drove, just tried to move to the inside. Maybe he got on the curb a little bit, potentially.
Maybe trying to pass the other driver, like you said, get a little bit of curb. Now the car goes straight, and unfortunately, passenger right into Ashton Woon.
So, Lashitty, or Lashitty, I'm not sure how exactly it is pronounced, ends up finishing 20th. So, very likely we're doing a top 20 run for Ashton Woon. Instead, he finds himself in the barriers and down to 37th. You would expect some penalties coming from that. But that's not going to help Woon at all. Tough one for sure for Ashton. He will be the man on the move, but it will be a massively long LCQ. So tough one for him there. Continue to work our way through our 7 races here this morning. The drivers in KA100 Junior Heat 3 rolling onto the racetrack. Here's a look at the starting grid. Mike Dean Hugendorf going to start on the pole. Teammate to both Antonino and Baglin of MTG Motorsports. 3rd in the World Championship this year. Cole Madero starting on the outside for Racing Edge Motorsports. Row 2, Travis Pettit, who's been very impressive here this week. And he's been up front quite a bit in that Rawls and Performance Group machine. And he will start alongside Giamatteo Rosso on row number 2.
Then need to get Valentino Santillan and Jackson Gibson. Jake Kostecki, Easton Cox. And then a couple of drivers. Tristan Murphy we've seen at the sharp end as well there.
Murphy and Payne on row 5. Reagan and Orbezo, row 6. Kennedy Shad, row 7. The rest of your grid right there. Good shot of the VIP building, the tower they have here this weekend. Packed throughout the entire weekend. We're just a little bit to the right of that on your screen in the Kart Chaser studio. A cooler day here, 66 degrees trackside. We can see clouds starting to come in. We don't have any blue sky that we had throughout Wednesday and Thursday, Mike. We know what's coming. Everybody else knows what's coming. How interesting it's going to be this afternoon. It's going to amp up the excitement for me, at least. I think running in the wets is an awesome thing, and I think it'll really kind of separate the field that we're not seeing based on the way this track's laid out.
No, exactly. And for now, it's going to be full dry as we start approaching the start zone. Again, those 2 cones on the right side of the barriers is the start zone. A little bit of an early roll. We are going green, though, Rob.
Hugendorn on the inside. Medeiros on the outside. Will they get through cleanly? You're looking further back. Nicely done. With these juniors learning their lesson a bit. Cole Medeiros way to the outside. They're trying to give himself lots of room as Hugendorn low-lined it down. Cole Medeiros going to slide into P3, so not bad. The driver started on the outside of the front row. He ended up one of the heat races yesterday in pit lane. He got pushed off the track. So P3 is a lot better than pit lane.
Yeah, and immediately Medeiros pointing forward, like, just go. Do not worry about me. He wants to have the best possible run because, hey, he just saw his fellow pit lane mate, Woon, from that first heat race have another bad run. So you start looking at who you're going to be fighting. Well, he knows Woon was one of those guys. He can pick up a few spots on him at least.
Yeah, that's Travis Pettit that was able to get the jump up into P2. Opening lap is what you want up front. Just work together and try to stretch away. You can see 5 drivers already been a bit of a gap. You've got the 846 of Giamatea Rousseau there. Jackson Gibson as well, I believe, in the 824. Yeah, 5-driver breakaway, a little bit of a cushion. Back then to, I think that might be Santillan now running in the 6th spot, but they're getting aggressive already. There you go. Cole Medeiros back to the inside. Book it. He'll go through to P2. Jackson Gibson making the big run to the outside there as well. Mike coming through 7. Over to turn number 8. He'll tuck back in. In fact, he's able to go to P4. Able to get by Rousseau.
A little crossover move out of 7. Here's the inside move for Medeiros. And very briefly, we saw the 899 slowly on the track. That's Karamaselli.
Up one. Sergei Karamaselli in the 899. You see some kind of an issue there. Looks like he was running in the 14th position. We're going to snake it down to the bottom of the racetrack as we have a new leader. Cole Medeiros wanted to go up front, and he got the job done. Medeiros goes to the lead. Pettit runs in 2nd. Hugendorn in 3rd. Here comes Rousseau down to the inside as well. Gibson. All this racing is going to allow Santillan, Shad, Cox, Kostecki get back into it. Yeah, 5-driver breakaway. What do we got now? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14? Why not? I'm going to say probably 10 or 11 drivers in that lead group, but that next one's coming.
Yeah, and what happens, they start stacking it behind him. That's where we end up having a little bit of action. The inside move, there you go. I want to say it's Rousseau. To the inside, moves up to P3. So, one in the barrier, 879.
Braxton Reagan out in that Kart Republic into the barriers there on lap number 3.
Just outside the top 10 at that time.
Yeah, tough one for Braxton Reagan indeed. Running 12th position, Mike. Good call. Up front, it's still Medeiros and Pettit. Now, can these drivers pull away? Let's see if Travis Pettit can be the guy with the patience, because they're only low lining behind. This is an opportunity for those top 2 drivers to stretch away. Hugendorn is on defensive right now, Mike. Let's see if we get a 2-driver breakaway.
We're going to try to help him out, a little bit of a defense there. Again, Hugendorn, it's hard to fault the guy because he's been able to hang out front for the entire weekend. But if he can't break away from this trailing pack behind him, they're going to see those top 2 guys get away. Another move to the inside there in turn number 10. It's about what you need to do. Like, if you've already got the good results, you don't need to take any big risks.
Right, that's it. Where are you in terms of your overall situation in the points right now after your first 2 heat races? You know what, maybe a 3rd's going to be good for you. You know the guys around you have had some issues potentially, right? Don't throw it away here. You know Cole Medeiros has already got a DNF, so it's for a guy like Pettit, push him away, it's as good as a win.
Yeah, on screen right there, going into the corner. Great. I was thinking it, and the camera guys picked it up there from him. It was the 811, Tristan Murphy. Back there in 13th, trying to make moves to the inside, make some inroads, so shuffled back.
Yeah, he lost 4 spots, Mike, early. Guys with the big movers right now, Max Weiland plus 13. There's a hard wreck. That's going to be a big Ben Axel coming out of turn number 8, the 815. Into the barriers on the outside of that corner. Easton Cox from P8. Tough one, I believe, coming out of turn number 8. Crossed halfway flags this time by Cox from 8th out of the race.
Hugendorn right here on screen. You can see it's starting to close down. He's got a drafted partner. He'll play personally with it. Gibson rolling with it. Rousseau's going to try to hang out with him, but move to the inside is going to make it a little easier for Hugendorn. Move Pettit up to P1.
Well played as well by Cole Medeiros. Didn't force the issue, just looked over the shoulder to make sure that he was going to be able to tuck to the inside. Oh, Pettit's already going defense. Now here comes Hugendorn again, so that concept of a potential breakaway is long gone. Hugendorn right there, Gibson, Rousseau, Santillan there as well. It's like 7 drivers in that lead group, so you got to go back to Brady Shad as well. Shad in the 838, is he in the tail of that group? Oh, Medeiros made the move to the inside of 12. Oh, here come even more drivers into it.
Things are starting to get a little argy-bargy here. We're getting down to 4 to go. And elbows are up. Look at just going into turn 1, Pettit taking that slightly tighter line just to kind of throw a little, no, you don't want to make that move. Oh, there's a block from Pettit. Good news from Medeiros as the leader. Is going to get himself a couple of lengths. Medeiros earlier, too, I want to say a couple of heat race 2, looked over his shoulder, saw a little bit of clean air, immediately opened things up. So smart driver there. He sees he's got a little bit of love. Maybe he can carry the speed.
Yeah, he, as you said, was able to go from way on the outside there into turn number 4. That's the gap he's got now. There's Gibson to the inside of Pettit. Pettit's going to get roughed up a little bit. He gets moved back a little.
Yeah, Rousseau with a little bit of contact there, the timing a little bit off of the apex, but they are getting real hot and bothered behind him.
Trying to have a look here to figure out. So I believe that this is Group C versus D. Trying to figure out exactly where Medeiros finished that second race. Because the bottom line is he's got one DNF to think about, right?
Yeah, it was a Heat 1. He had the rough one.
Yeah. Like we said, everybody's got a different storyline coming in. A guy like Medeiros is trying to make sure he gets another good run here so that he doesn't have to be, or where he's going to potentially be in the LCQ. I don't know if these wins will be enough to put him straight in. I think he's doing everything he can. More defense further back. You saw drivers getting pushed down to the bottom. That's that magic cart there of Weiland. Look at this move for Rousseau. That's aggressive racing.
Big shots you can see further back. The helmet snapping back as people are just getting, look at the sideways for a moment. I think that was Murphy. It was almost losing it with contact.
2-driver breakaway. Medeiros and Hugendorn have got away. Rousseau now runs in third spot. Gibson, Pettit, Santillan, Urbezo, Shad, Gandor, Weiland. Murphy just went purple as well. He's back up to 11th. He's gained a bunch, but Max Weiland plus 13. Excellent run for Weiland. He's in that number 803, the magic cart. This is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th.
That was Weiland making the move to the inside there, that magic cart.
Into the inside of Ryan Gandor. He may be up now into the 9th spot. Ooh, a little issue there. The drivers are so on edge as they have the cart loaded up coming through turn number 9 over to 10. Rousseau trying to hold off Gibson and Pettit. White flag flying. Medeiros, I believe, P3 in his second heat race. So this win, even a second place here would be big for him, but the win could definitely help him go straight in to the main event. He'll hold off Hugendorn now, who goes to the inside. He does the over-under. Yeah, he ran the defensive line to the inside. Hugendorn able to get the spot. Medeiros goes back to second. There's your lead on top, folks. Look at the very top of the screen. That's your leaders. Back, we're getting that battle for third on back. Oh, man. Try to multitask here. Medeiros still trying it at Hugendorn. I love this split screen. Great job. Rousseau still holding on. Pettit gets himself back up to 4th, I think, Mike.
Here comes the line. There you go. You're going to have to hold on for Hugendorn. Hugendorn, Medeiros smartly played, to your point earlier, you see Rousseau best of the rest there. Look at the gaggle behind him. That's the defensive, just bringing the train. You're talking about, well, hey, how big's the pack? Well, how many are in the class?
Yeah, I was going to say that battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th essentially brought the entire pack, the entire lineup, all the way through into battle it. Fantastic stuff. Dean Hugendorn, Cole Medeiros first and second, 84 thousandths of a second. That is big, huge for Cole Medeiros to have a third, and I believe that a third and a second with that DNF. That may keep him out of the LCQ. A couple of good runs like that. It'll be close at the very least. If he's not, he'll be near the front of that LCQ as we head down right now to the scales. Let's listen in, see if we got any chatter.
Yeah, we're down here with the Heat winner, Dean Higgendorn. That was a pretty good little pass there on the last lap. Talk about that battle. Looked like you were just setting him up.
Yeah. Get up to him in those last few laps, but then in the end we got there and made the move for P1, and yeah, really happy. Speed was there just in the beginning, small mistakes here and there, but we recovered and everything's well now.
What do you think about this Vegas track now, having done 3 heat races on it?
Yeah, I think it's really sick. It's like something different, you know. Again, racing against the barriers, it's something different, and I really like it.
Super Sunday coming up. You must feel very confident.
Yeah, I'm feeling really excited as well. I really like it over here.
There you go. He likes it over here. Maybe we can convince him to stay. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think we need Dean Higgendorn to come and run the Pro Tour next year. I think it'd be a fantastic idea. I will say this, Mike, and we've talked about it many times before. Let's say we're talking about racing in the rain. If you like racing in the rain, you're usually fast in the rain. If you like racing on a temporary barrier line circuit, you're probably going to be pretty fast there as well.
Well, and what do you say? It's exciting. I like it. It's different because there's no street courses where he's been rolling.
There you go, folks. We've rolled through here with the drivers at KA100. KA100 Master up next. Don't go anywhere. After this break, we're back. SuperNats 28 continuing here on Kart Chaser.
Hi, I'm Yusuf Bazanski. I'm Danya. And I'm Asher. We're practicing on our sims for our next race.
Still there. Car on your left.
All in all, we just love VRS. Helps us stay in the game and the correct mindset. Get fast, faster.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Welcome back to SuperNationals 28 here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Situation Saturday. Rob Howard alongside Mike Smith. And I'll say right now, this particular broadcast is personally brought to you by the Starbucks Medicine Ball. Shout out to Jeff Deskins from Shift Sport and my old man at Shifter Card Illustrated magazine hooking me up with my second medicine ball of the day. It's tea, it's honey. It really takes care of the throat because it's going to be a rough one throughout the race the rest of the day. So, again, big shout out to Jeff. Hand delivering a medicine ball for me. KA100 Master, our class, Mike, on the grid right now. Ben Cooper starting on the pole alongside John Bonanno. Ariel Castro and Chris Wareheim on row number 2.
David Goldman, remember, bounced back from that issue in practice. Now he's been rolling P5. Scott Falcone, Clay Settles, Travis Irving the next couple of rows.
Here's the update on David Goldman. David Cole from EKN told me this morning he is withdrawn from the race. That incident that he had during practice, 2 broken ribs. He tried to fight through it yesterday, had a top 5 with 2 broken ribs. He will not start here for the remainder of the weekend. So that's your update on David Goldman. Tough.
What could have been there for him because the speed was there
right?
with that little bit, that small mistake. We talk about the margins here around the barriers, and unfortunately you found the wrong side of it just to complete your top 10. Talk about Clay Settles, Travis Irving, Martin Stone, Miguel Mir, Pierce Baldus, Renato Jardim David starting 14th, Paul Elefante, and then Charlie Fonseca, Mario Barrios.
Look at here right now. You've just mentioned it. Renato Jodder. These are guys outside the top 10. Renato Jodder, Charlie Fonseca, Mario Barrios, Kip Foster. These are guys that have won Masters and Super Masters races outside the top 10 here.
Yeah, and that's because of that product of the qualifying, right? They've been trying to dig out of that hole, and we've seen Foster move up the entire time. We've seen David do it too, so they need to do one more here to have the starting position they want for Sunday.
That's it. One last shot at it now. Keep moving forward. Again, Mike had mentioned a couple drivers like Kip Foster, like Renato Jodder David, who have really leveraged those heat races after tough qualifying, able to get themselves forward. They're doing everything they can. But one more good race in so they can get maybe close enough to be able to get in that lead group to try to battle it out with Ben Cooper. He's been the class of the field so far, but John Bonanno's been fast. A number of drivers have been there. Green flag will fly, and enough of a start for Cooper to make the big run to the right side of the track, and then all the way back to the left, full race line for Ben Cooper.
Thought maybe the third place driver, you see it on screen, the orange ride 479, was going to have a shot. It's snipping Bonanno there, but he isn't backing out of it. Still solid start for Castro, playing the needles on the start to try to a little bit better jump.
A little bit of a miss there on the turn-in for Chris Wareheim. You see a handful of wheel in the 416 there, but he does able to get it wound back into where he needs to be. A couple drivers together further back on the opening lap. Nessier in the 418, or Nessier rather in the 418 get involved there. You can get the number on the second car. There's Clay Settles working his way forward there in the top cart. Settles based at a Newcastle Motorsports Park. He's been a SKUSA Pro Tour race winner in the KA100 Master category. Settles works himself nicely up into P5. Clay Settles fifth. Behind him, look at the battle here between Scott Falcone and the 441 of former winner Martin Stone. Stone in the 441 doesn't have the outright front-running pace as he has in the past. A winner back in 2022. He's digging there. He's lost another spot. Travis Irving able to get by in the 485. Good start here for Hot Rocks.
You see Irving, all kinds of wheel going to that braking zone. And you talked about having that little bit of a sideways swerve or whatever. I think that was a sideways hold on to it, buddy, because he was going in deep to try to get things done. On screen right there, you got the 499 of Falcone. Remember, Falcone, pretty good run, came to tears. The outside turn number 13 as he was put in the barrier. He's looking for a bounce back.
Yeah, he got together with Ariel Castro, made a move on the last lap to go to the inside of turn 13. Over-under from Castro. Thought he was cleared, came across, and essentially stuffed Scott into the barriers. He's had a couple of bad runs already, so Scott looking to get maybe one more to try to see if he can't start maybe somewhere inside the top 30. I don't know that it's going to happen for him because it's been a rough one for Scott Falcone. He'll put a show on for us in the Super Sunday main event for sure.
See a little bit of a look to the inside. The 441, that was Martin Stone taking a look, not close enough to make anything happen on Irving, and actually didn't get out of that corner so hot. Just behind him, I believe, is
Pierce Baldus.
David.
I think Pierce Baldus behind.
Baldus right there.
Yeah. I think it's David now.
Just got around. Yeah, and look at who's also coming with him. You got right behind him, you got Mir and then Foster. Foster in that bright orange helmet just behind the back of this group. These are the guys who are trying to work their way up from tough quality runs. Irving we've seen up there before. Scott Falcone trying to work off of a bad heat race. But then Foster and David are the ones making inroads on the starting position.
Yeah, Kipper keeps pushing. Kip Foster in the 420. This is a good fight that we're watching there further back. Back to the leaders here now. Ben Cooper and John Bonanno been able to pull away. Wareheim runs third. There's Irving. He's got Jodder right behind him. That's a battle here right now for 7th, 8th, and 9th as Renato Jodder David is on the move. He got by a number of drivers. Oh, Larry Mardan, Laurent Mardan. The driver he got into there, I don't think very pleased with him. He gave him a little clap there. Where were they battling for?
25th for Mardan at the time.
I'm not sure exactly who was with him in that fight there, but it might have been Anthony Stifler actually, but they were not super happy with the way things happened there. Cooper out front. We are now to the halfway point. 5 laps down, 5 to go, I believe. Are we working? We're working lap 5. Pardon me, correct myself. I'll tell you this. +4 for Renato Jodder David and +6 for Kip Foster. Solid opening half of the race for both those drivers.
We watched David get the job done on Irving in turn number 7 last time by, and you're going to see the setup. Let's see if anybody else does as we were watching on screen. They'll kind of open up turn 6 a little bit and cross back underneath to get straight down to the braking zone.
We're watching Mario Barrios right now. He just made a move past the 404 of Andrea Delfanti. The Rawlson Performance Group driver Barrios on the move. skiing that out there now onto the 401. A little bit further back in the pack. A couple of drivers coming into pit lane. A number of them coming into pit lane here. I think incidents on the racetrack, they're getting caught up by the leaders. They got that black flag to head to pit lane.
Yeah, that's something that happens here at SuperNats. Instead of a blue flag at the end, you're going to get that black flag to try to keep the way clear for the leader. So that's why those drivers get the black flag instead of the blue.
Good shot of the full field coming out of the final corner, working their way across start-finish line. Cooper's lead about 3 or 4 kart lengths right now over John Bonanno, half a second at the line. And John had great pace in qualifying. When P2, motivation that John Bonanno needs right now, it's to make sure David Cole understands how wrong he was. There's Clay Settles again in the 424. Clay having a good run here, P5. It's a challenge from the back, though. Got Falcone right there with them. Falcone in the Orsalon Racing number 490.
Speaking of Orsalon, David, fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, not surprising.
I mean, these guys are so close. They're all 50.9s to 51 O's. Then you got David, who's now closing in there on the back of Stone. See him on screen.
Yeah.
He's actually about 0.2 to a tenth quicker than the majority of the cats around him.
You got to say RJD is one of the best Masters drivers in the world. You know, he'll go run the Rock Cup Super Final. Obviously, so much racing that he's done throughout the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals events, and this guy just knows how to win races, no doubt about that. And he is pushing forward to see if he can't reel in Martin Stone, another former winner. Again, you look at the field right now that you're in the top 10. Ben Cooper, former winner, he won. A little bit down there to Martin Stone, former winner, P7. John David, former winner, P8. Kip Foster, former winner, P9. Travis Irving, former winner, P10. Like, there's half the front, half the top 10's all won here before. So, indeed, all-star field essentially for Masters Racing here at the SuperNats this year.
I think what's interesting right here, we talked about this, I want to say it was a couple years ago when we were on the other side of the Speedway with that layout. While it had a little bit of technicality, so fast that you had to make sure that you made something happen, right? If you were going to try to keep someone from getting away, you had to attack early. This is showing right now, although Bonanno's starting to make some inroads, he's going to get there by the last lap, or very close to. All the drivers are so close, you can't find big gobs of time. So we come to Super Sunday, if you got someone like a Ben Cooper who's kind of been the guy to beat, you might need to make that attack happen early.
I don't disagree with you at all. They're going to watch. We've said this before. If a guy's a dominant driver, as the white flag flies, if a guy's a dominant driver, everybody around, all of you around him need to say, listen, all we need to do in the opening couple laps is put this guy to fifth. We can't let him get away. We got to make sure he's constantly fighting for position. We've always got to attack, low line, push, like whatever it is, we got to make sure we're around him. Otherwise, he's going to pull away. This is the Ben Cooper that won the X30 Senior category a number of years ago. This guy, if he's on his game, is almost unbeatable in Masters competition. He's that good. He's a full-timer. He's a coach, as you know, full-time at the Ben Cooper Racing Academy. This is what he does, is coach drivers and win big races. So, indeed, Bonanno still looking very good up front. But, again, if you're, to your point, if you want to hold off Ben Cooper, you got to make sure you get it done early.
Final corner on the last lap here for Masters. It's going to be a Cooper sweep on that deal. Cooper, the man to beat here in Masters. Everybody else behind him. Hey, good news was you got a chance to follow on the tracks and maybe take some notes. What are we going to do to find a little bit more?
Easy peasy lemon squeezy for Ben Cooper. Green to checker. In fact, coming into turn one, he was able to dive all the way to the right side of the racetrack, get the full racing line. That's how much of a good jump he had. John Bonanno coming home in second. Chris Wareheim in third. Aaron Castro in fourth. Clay Settles fifth. Scott Falcone sixth. Martin Stone, 7th. Renato Jadro David, fast lap, 50.769. About a tenth quicker than Cooper. Foster, 9th. Irving, 10th. Plus 8 for Jadro. Plus 4 for Jadro, rather. Plus 8 for Foster. Plus 9 for Lucas Urbani, keeper in the field. Plus 20 for William Azeas, 46th up into 20th. Plus 11 for Dan Jones. Plus 14 for TJ Nevels. He goes 44th up to 30th. Again, no LCQs for these drivers here, Mike. This is where they roll.
Yeah, and guess what? Foster's not going to start that far back in the final.
He's not.
He's going to be inside the top 10 most likely.
Well, Yoder and Foster are going to be inside the top 10. Man, I'll tell you, that opening battle is going to be a wild one. John Bonanno coming off. He's feeling pretty good. And, of course, you see our David Land ready there to have a quick chat with him. David, if you're ready, let's send it down. Let's have a chat with the John Bonanno.
run. I've got to ask you first, though, about one David Cole not putting you in his top 5 list. What's that all about?
You know, he's been known to use that as motivation on a few guys. I might have had a conversation with him maybe 3-4 weeks ago. Said, hey, I'm really happy with the package, really happy with the engine, and the driving's ain't half bad either. So,
And I understand you bought him dinner. What are you doing?
Dude, I tried to bribe him. It didn't work. So,
What do you have to do about this Ben Cooper fella? I mean, it seems like he's just got everybody's number right now. Are you guys going to team up and get him on Super Sunday?
I think things are going to change on Sunday. Ben, of course, is a strong competitor. He's going to have his package tuned up, but I think we're all coming for him.
There you go. Hey, I like that. That sounds good. When are you going to buy me dinner? Come on.
Dude, meet me at the track, man. We go out to dinner every night. I'm Italian. I don't skip any meals.
Ooh, that sounds good. I think you guys are invited too, maybe.
Anytime we get to hang out with John's a good one. He's one of the great guys in the paddock for sure. John Bonanno, listen, I love the confidence. He knows he's there. He was sitting right there. Ben wasn't pulling away. You look at their fast times. I think, Bonanno off by 0.02 of a second. John Bonanno's got the pace. Good stuff. Cooper, Bonanno, Wareheim, Castro settles. Top 5 in that one. We are working our way through, ladies and gentlemen, Situation Saturday. Our next group ready to roll onto the racetrack, KA100 Senior. Stay tuned. We'll have it after this break.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Well,
course.
dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Karts back on the racetrack as now we get set to go for the KA Senior drivers. You know how good this one is going to be. All these drivers ready to fight their way forward. Ben Cooper, we know, got that big victory in KA100 Master. Not big dominance in that one. We'll see whether or not somebody can do it here. Both Martinez and Turney have been strong. They've been up front, as Cooper was in his category as well. As we get set to go, Jacopo Martinez will start on the pole in the 914. This is Heat A versus Group B. Joe Turney right there in the 985 as you watch these drivers, Mike, aggressively getting the heat in the tires. For those who may be tuning in and watching, give us an update. What are they doing here right now?
Well, yeah, exactly. You're talking about scrubbing the tires back and forth, trying to get some heat into the tires. That heat is going to give you the grip. You set the pressures low for the run that you want to have because you don't want it to be the best on lap 1. You want it to be pretty good, mid or so. That being said, the further back, the more you want those tires to come in sooner. So everyone's got a bit different strategy there, but that weaving back and forth, putting load into it, weight into it, that's what builds that heat in the tire, and heat equals grip.
Exactly that. Here come the drivers getting ready to fire things up again here in this one. Martinez and Turney on row 1. Enzo Vidmontian alongside Blake Nash, row 2. Diego Ramos and Dean Peterson, row 3. Row 4, Santiago Fernandez and Oliver Hudson. Row 5, Christian Miles and Fernando Luque. Paulie Massimino just outside the top 10. Out of turn number 13. Again, working our way through our morning heat races here, round number 3. 4 heat races for you, and 2 LCQs still to come this morning. Martinez bringing them down nice and slow. Look for that green, and there it is. We're racing. How's it look this time coming through turn number 1? One driver out, one driver over. So we had a driver go over, wheels connecting. SKUSA officials quickly over there to try to get that driver out. Can't quite get a number on that Kart as of yet. That driver able to get up really quickly, which is good. In fact, he's jumping back behind the wheel, just so you guys know. More action here.
Teal Kakati.
Okay, yep, Teal Kakati, the driver involved, up and over, but able to get back in the Kart, fire it up, and continue on. Can't ask for much more than that. So chaos on the opening circuit. Anytime you see the SKUSA crew running, you know there's been stuff on the racetrack. And here we go, down into turn number 1 again. Mike, the chaos is over. We're settled into it. Driver out front, Blake Nash. He'll go P1. Turney second. Martinez, Vidmontian, and Peterson.
Wow.
Our head was on the swivel there.
Man, oh man. Multiple drivers having issues on that opening lap, and actually there was another incident outside at 7. Another driver flipped and they're getting them up and rolling. Looks like they're up and out of there. You can see just off screen right there. But Nash, as you say, Rob, best of the starts right there as he's going to see Turney go to his inside. Martinez going to come through in a little bit of a, hey, I'm definitely coming through as he does it.
He dropped back to 3rd, and again, once he got that pass done, he was kind of ready to tuck it back in. Again, you don't want to low line it. I think, Nash was hoping that maybe, hey, listen, is somebody going to work with me here? Now he knows for sure that Turney and Martinez will not work with him, as they just went straight to the inside. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to pay back the favor here momentarily. And just like we talked about trying to keep Cooper backwards, it's going to be the same thing with Joe Turney. They got to keep him back. Here comes Blake Nash to the inside. Yeah, right back at it. Listen, there's one for you as well. And for all you young racers who are watching back home on the Kart Chaser YouTube channel, that was a fantastic example of how you approach something. Yes, he got past. 2 drivers made the move on him. No need to try to chop block or make a dumb move. Excuse me, you're eventually going to get back to the front.
I think that's as Joe Turney gets the job done once again on Blake Nash P2. And again, that's going to let Martinez get a little bit of an advantage. But we talk about how good Joe Turney is, and a lot of it's going to be how fast he is or how good he can pass. One of the best things he's able to do, be passed. He actually is able to get through, lose the least amount of time when that happens, doesn't get frazzled, just gets back to work.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, you got me. I'll come back in a couple laps, don't worry. There's a ability to have that kind of relaxation, that sense of calm. As Vidmontian now goes up into second. Enzo Vidmontian on the move. A couple of Kart Republics there in second and third. Ash back through on that 944. So move Turney back to P4. Who's right behind Turney now? But Dean Peterson, running in Europe all year long. Peterson's going to make a move to the inside as well. Nash is going to lose a couple.
He's going to follow Turney right on through there, right? Turney had just put his hand up, coming out of, big moment there for Nash. Vasquez trying to go through, following somebody else through, I believe. Nash almost out of room. More issues coming off the corner.
Yeah, it was Christian Miles there on the outside. Diego Ramos is now going to cover down to the bottom of the racetrack. Ramos there in the Bureau Art for PSL Karting. Gets his way up there. Ramos started in 5th, fell back into 7th. We know the hectic nature of this racing here. Right in there as well as the 943 of Paulie Massimino. He's trying to get himself forward. We're started in 11th. Massimino looking for some open racetrack. Good racing further back. The 910 of Jensen Burnett in there as well. Right side of the screen, the 932 right with him. That's Marian Kremers. Kremers we're normally used to seeing running that shifter car, but he's doing KA100 right now. Kremers running 11th. Little touch of the barriers on the exit there of turn number 12.
I like it when they move. It's when they don't move.
Well, and listen, that's the thing. If we knew there was going to be zero wind, you'd be able to have the barriers out there with they're not pinned down at all, and then they're going to move when you touch them. The problem is, how many races have we been to here in Las Vegas where high winds, and all of a sudden, if that high wind comes, it's blowing these barriers right in the middle of the racetrack. The level of danger for that, SKUSA has to lock these things down. They're pinned down on certain areas of the run of barriers. So ideally in the middle, you got a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of room to push. But again, it doesn't take much to hit him in the wrong way. Break a wheel, we saw that earlier in the week as well.
But you also need to have consistency in the racetrack too. Yeah. So that's the other reason why it's not all free-flowing all the time.
Nash, further back, Massimino with a move to the inside on Ramos. Massimino on the move now. Pauly up on the wheel in the BJR LN kart. He's going to get a good run right now. He's going to look at the back of Jesus Vasquez Jr., GFC driver, running 6th.
4 laps to go rather. Martinez, Vidmontien, Turney, Peterson. That's a good run for Peterson, who's had a bit of an up and down weekend with different things going on. Rolling out the rest of our top 10, Nash, Vasquez Jr., Massimino. We just talked about the move he was making. Ramos, Burnett, Kremers up to 10th.
Awesome run so far for Jesus Vasquez Jr. Up 8, started 14th, eats into 6th. Other big movers, Marian Kremers and James Overbeck. Kremers started 20th, he's into 10th. Overbeck 23rd, up into 11th, so plus 12 for him. How about Eli Warren? My goodness, plus 25 for Warren. Started 38th, he's up into 13th. What a drive for Eli right now. Great stuff.
Didn't see how it happened at all, but Oliver Hodgson back in 38th, down 30 spots. So must have been collected in one of those early incidents because Oliver Hodgson a non-factor in this one, unfortunately.
Good job there from our crew to pick up that Holtz driver development machine for Eli Warren in that 995, having a really good run now. Massimino just purple lap as he's reeling in Blake Nash. Massimino on the roll. 3 laps remaining here in the first of 2 races for the drivers in this KA senior category. Once we get through KA, Master Shifter and Micro to top up the morning heat races. Just 2 LCQs left for us before the lunch break. 19 races on the docket today, a little shorter than the 28 we called yesterday.
Saw right there was actually in turn number 10, Nash trying to make the move, couldn't quite clear Peterson. Massimino says thank you very much with that lost momentum, and Peterson moves up 1 more spot. Now Peterson getting a little bit of defense there. A little wobble into the braking zone to try to cover that off. Massimino behind him is like, will you get going? Like, let's go. I don't need to be doing this right now.
Massimino up into the 5th spot. He's put Blake Nash back. Nash, of course, now in the clutches as well of Diego Ramos. So, indeed, that's the battle we're seeing here.
See a surprise move down to the inside for Nash.
Yeah.
They're coming wide, and then right at the last second, they release the brake, shoot down to the inside, then grab some more brake at the apex. Nash moving up. White flag out. It is Martinez and Vidmontien. Pretty good little gap over Turney, but we know that can evaporate real quick if you go racing.
Yeah, that move to the inside for Nash kind of thwarted the forward pace, that forward run for Pauly Massimino. I think he was getting ready to go potentially for P4. Martinez up front, Vidmontien second, about a second back to Turney, all by himself in 3rd. Peterson's got breathing room in 4th as well. Martinez is going to start the low line. Last lap here. Out of turn 7. Here comes Vidmontien. Trying to flex the muscles a bit. Vidmontien's going to roll through the corner. The low line down the bottom of turn 10. Over under coming from Martinez. Not going to be there. Turney looking to try to capitalize. I would expect the low line to the bottom indeed. Yeah, Vidmontien puts his name in the hat here. Strong run for Vidmontien.
Turney got Martinez with the outside maneuver.
Whoa, he ran the outside as Martinez was thinking about the over-under. Didn't work, and a big run around the outside for Turney. Let's have another look at that when we can, guys. I would love to see the replay on that run around the outside. That is something that everybody needs to look at when you're running P3 there. Big stuff. Vidmontien, Turney, Martinez, 1, 2, 3. 0.08 of a second at the line. Turney able to nip him. Taking that run to the outside. Mike didn't give up any of that speed, didn't scrub any off. Leveraged the outside to go to P2.
That was phenomenal, yeah.
Dean Peterson coming home in 2nd, or 4th rather. Diego Ramos in 5th. Nash, Massimino, Vasquez, Kremers, and Eli Warren into the top 10. Plus 28 for Eli Warren. What a drive. Enzo Vidmontien coming across the scales there. Big run for him. And I think, for Vidmontien, you got to do that. You got to flex the muscle. You got to show that you're one of those guys that's going to be in the middle of the fight. There's your top 10 from that run. Vidmontien, Turney, Martinez, Peterson, and Ramos. Your top 5. And no doubt David Land will be down there ready to have a quick chat with the man of the hour there. Enzo Vidmontien standing by with David.
He didn't really block much. I didn't really want to pass that early on. maybe like half a lap after, which was like exactly. He blocked a little bit too much. I just over-under a little bit, and yeah.
Kind of wrap up these heat races, how have you been feeling, and especially going into Super Sunday?
Feels good. This year hasn't been great. Now, finally, has been really good. Top 3 every heat. It's really good.
What's been so good about it? What about this track speaks to Enzo Vidmontien?
The track is fun. I just don't like that it's the same as last year, but it's okay.
Well, I mean, if he's fast on it, why change it, right? That's Enzo Vidmontien. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, solid run for Enzo there. Again, like I said, you kind of got to show what you've got. Let's have a look at that replay that we had, that fantastic drive, excuse me, for Turney, making the run around the outside. Mike picked that up as they were coming across. I was ready to call the line, but have a look at this as they come around. Turney way wide. Thinking about an over-under there for Martinez, but look at Turney. He's way around the outside, and when they come across the line, he's actually going to nip Martinez. How you like that, Mike?
He knew he wasn't going to be able to do anything with it, so hey, let's carry as much speed as possible, roll the dice, and maybe you get lucky. There it is, Bull way outside, cross through, and then just open it up like a fast line. Obviously, Martinez, no exit speed as he tried the proper over-under.
He knows it, too.
And he's like, dang it.
Martinez, look over his shoulder. Are you kidding me?
Trying to go for one, and I lost one? That's not right.
Wow. So, again, we have 2 of these KA100 races for you. That was A versus B. C versus D will be up next, and those drivers ready to fire things up here now. Hey, weather's holding off right now. If we can get through the morning without any kind of wetness, I would think that would be fantastic. Great stuff here.
I like jinxes too, Rob.
Don't say that. I was just stating facts.
Oh.
And my dreams. Again, that next group of drivers ready to go here. And again, we're seeing these drivers at the pointy end of the grid that we know are going to be part of the fight when we go main event racing on Super Sunday. It's going to be big stuff here. Jake Drew, of course, starting on the pole. Caleb Gaffaro looking for a better run here. He's had an up-and-down weekend so far in both the KA and the X30 categories. Engines fired, drivers rolling off. There's your lineup for Heat C versus D. The aforementioned Jake Drew and Caleb Gaffaro on the front row. Nico Sarfati and Ruben Moya, row 2. Chase Hand, Brandon Lemke, row 3.
Alessandro DiTullio, Sebastian Garzone, Oliver Emmerich, and Merak, and Keegan Kaminsky round out that top 10. Kaminsky haven't heard a bunch from.
No,
driver
right.
who's been just dominant in the PKC, the Pro Kart Challenge in California. Kaminsky looking to find something to make the noise here. Heat number 3.
Agreed. It's outside the top 10, Race Liberante and Oliver Calvo, Henry Wheeler, Colin Lloyd, Austin Olds, Alexander Vanchev. Vanchev be a driver to watch coming forward deep in the field. Vanchev in that number 906 for Rawlison Performance Group. Category brought to you by TKG Barrel Art USA. Drew and Gaffaro on the front row. Cycling through the rest of the grid there for you and find your favorite driver. Again, shout out to all those of you who are watching on the YouTube channel right now.
Make a note earlier, I said I call it Nico Sarfati in the junior because my brain hasn't caught up to the fact he's in seniors now. I saw that yellow helmet of Kegel and I thought it was him. Nico Sarfati with a good starting position here, P3.
Yeah, very impressive. Sarfati has been strong here this weekend on that GFC for Formula Works. 47 drivers in the field. I think we're going to see 46 very likely here. Funny thing, you look at these guys in this top group of Drew, Gaffaro, Sarfati, Moya, Hand, Lemke, DiTullio, Garzone, Merak, and Kaminsky. These guys winning on the regional level, winning on the national level, winning on the Pro Tour level. These guys, again, the depth of the field here in KA100 Senior this weekend, this year's SuperNats, is absolutely unbelievable. You just don't know who's going to be able to come away as a race winner. Nice slow start here for Jake Drew. Everybody, of course, hoping to get through cleanly in turn number 1. Slower you go, the less likely you're going to get push through the corner. Green flag flying, we're underway. Big start for the inside. Gaffera did not get a good run. He gets hit again. Gaffera gets hit again. He's in the barriers again. Caleb Gaffera has had no luck. A driver getting in the back of him, drilling him up into the air, and he's into the barriers on the outside. Gaffera will continue.
Turn 4, DeTulio got the job done to bust up a 1-2-3 GFC. He's got Chase Hand and a few others. Race Labrante right behind him. Like, let's go. Let's quit messing around.
Yeah.
Just behind him, I think it's the 9-0. Didn't quite catch the number behind Liberante. It is Drew Sarfati, DeTulio, and then you've got Race Labrante's gotten job done there.
Here they come out of turn 13 for the first time, so we'll stack them for you as they come across the line. Good launch, as we said, for Jake Drew. He'll take the lead. Young Nico Sarfati goes up into the second spot. DeTulio third. Liberante fourth. It was Henry Wheeler in that 9:08 that has placed himself right behind Liberante. Liberante's trying to see if he can't get a bit of help here. He'll go to P3. Race up on the wheel right now in the Forward Direction Motorsports. Pontano. He'll go into third. Cover down the bottom for Chase Hand a bit further back, trying to lock down that position. Early run in here. I'm not sure if we can get a chance to potentially look at the restart there, or the start rather, a replay of the start as we had that incident coming down in. Oh, another driver dropped the wheel. One of the GFCs hard into the barrier there. I think he was able to continue, Mike.
I think it might. Is that Sarfati all the way? No.
Sarfati's second.
Yeah. Who's the 9?
Was it Hand? Or Kaminsky further back potentially? Oh, sorry, it might have been Sarfati's falling down to 9th right now.
It was Sarfati.
Yeah.
I saw the yellow helmet. I just couldn't believe that it was that far back, but that's the shuffle. And look at the on-screen action. Who's going for the lead? DeTulio and Race Liberante. Liberante, I talked to him this morning, and he was like, hey, I can roll, like, hang out with DeTulio and these guys. He said he got moved out of the way, and the heat race looked back at DeTulio, and he was like, I'm coming for you. And DeTulio was like, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Look, they're working together. They're on the same page.
Well, that's what he wants right now. Obviously, you saw that coming out of the corner. Liberante covered off the exit, making sure he doesn't get hit. But right now, having a look at DeTulio, there's a couple of guys that are veteran karters. They'll understand that this is an opportunity to potentially pull away. Sarfati fell down to 9th spot, able to hold station there, locking things down a little bit. Sarfati a little further back. Here's a replay of the start. Look at the left side of the screen. Caleb Gaffera does not get a good start. It might have been Liberante that got into the back of him. No, it actually wasn't. That driver actually came through the corner. Mike, let's have a look at that again. You'll get the slow-mo here.
Oh, yeah, the contact's actually happening behind him. In fact, it was Liberante and co behind him. The 39 is the one who got into Gaffera, but he was getting launched.
Yeah, so that was Olivier Marac, Canadian for Racing Edge Motorsports. He got hit from behind, pushed him straight through, right into the back of Caleb Gaffera. Gaffera, as he got a couple of spots, he's back up into 40th. Yeah, so he's rolling right now, trying to see what he can get over the next number of laps. But we'll keep an eye up on Caleb Gaffera, way down the order at 40th from the outside of the front row. Man, it's just been a rough weekend so far for Caleb G.
Yeah, and he was coming from a dead stop, too. He was in the barriers and had to wait for a second for everybody to go by and then have some clean air. And so it's going to be a long road. You see Vanchev in the bright pink following through and getting job done there.
You see these big defensive moves being done. Drivers getting back to the bottom. That's that battle with Garzone and Austin Olds. That is fifth, sixth, and seventh. Driver up front there doing the defensive running is Brandon Lemke in the Speed Concepts racing machine. He wants some help too. Again, let's work together here. That is Lemke, Garzone, Olds, and Keegan Kaminsky. Garzone, the fastest driver on the racetrack right now, so he may be getting a little impatient. But we'll see if he works with Lemke, potentially to try to reel in Wheeler. They were about a second behind that next group.
I would imagine after doing a purple lap and feeling good about it, the move is going to happen. Lemke is looking back and having a conversation. I figured Garzone wasn't going to hang out. He's got Austin Olds coming with him. They're going to get job done. Crossover maneuver from Lemke, and here comes Kaminsky looking at 3 wide.
No doubt about that. Kaminsky decided to get in there as well. Lemke's going to go back down the bottom. Austin Olds is going to get shuffled back a little bit.
Chase Hand making it happen in there as well.
So here is your leader, Race Liberante's gone to P1. Back to that battle further back there with Garzone leading the way. Actually was, I think, Hand a little further back. There's some move to the inside there. Chase Hand going by the 934 Kaminsky, so Hand gets back into 8th.
And Hand's been fast. In fact, I said it in the show last night about how quick he's been in both categories. He's just been one of the top drivers in that scenario, but he's had to do work every single time.
Agreed. Exactly that. 981 making a move to the inside. That's Lemke. This is your lead quartet right here. Liberanti, DeTulio, Drew, and Henry Wheeler. Back to that second group. So a couple of good battles going on. Actually, no. One battle. One hectic battle. Then a bunch of vets up front kind of hanging out. Just being smart, trying to pull away, battling out over the last couple laps.
Yeah, certainly. The boys got on screen right now. The Kart Chaser camera driver, they're killing it right now by watching this one right here because you got Garzoni. You said it earlier, one of the fastest drivers on course. Chase Hands moved up to just behind him.
There's your back to your leaders again. Good call. We're into the second half of this one. 3 to go.
That's Jake Drew getting the job done, moving on to Tulio.
Holsitter back to second now, getting shuffled back a little bit. Liberanti leading the way, though, showing again, just like we saw in that last race, he's got the pace to potentially be up front, just like Vid Montien. I want to get a win in here to show you what I got.
A little bit of a split here. You got the leaders up top and our big gaggle, our big fight going on underneath. At one point I want to make is we're starting to see the moves here late. This is what you would expect. But that quartet up front kind of chilling.
Yep.
I think that's what you should see on Sunday.
Yeah, agreed.
Because they're going to hang out. It'll all kick off at some point, but with the vets and the best guys out front and the fast people out front, they should be pretty patient.
And Mike, with the longer run, that sense of urgency is going to drop down. We saw a couple of drivers talk about that, man, these are short races. We got to go. If you're back at 12th or 13th, you can't wait like you normally would. So that urgency, the lack of patience some of these drivers have, because they know they got to get forward quickly. This is more what we're going to see over the first half of the race in the main event on Super Sunday. Settling in, pulling away, figuring each other out, letting the car come in, and go from there. Going to drive right into the barriers on the outside, and then coming back onto the racetrack right in the middle. There's more contact there as well. Another driver went off. He's going to try to get back behind the wheel. Lead starting to fire up as DeTulio goes back into second in the Rocket Racing Company machine. Drew goes back to third. Henry Wheeler's been super patient there, P4, kind of waiting for something to happen. I think that's the way to go for Henry right now, because you know this is going to come to a head sooner or later. Liberanti opened it up. DeTulio didn't fill the hole.
Hey, you mentioned about Vid Montana, about kind of setting in tones like, hey, I'm going to be one of the ones to watch. I think everybody thinks that about Race Liberanti already, but he does need this kind of solid run because he was in the danger zone after having the incident in Heat 2.
Exactly that. He needs a win to keep those numbers down. Lead battle up top, or actually lead battle in the back. So we're going to look there. We'll pick up the second battle in the bottom. Perfect stuff. So top is the lead battle, and look at this guy's going at it for fifth on back. Oliver Calvo's got himself back up to P5. Hand and Garzone in there as well. This is good stuff. Race Liberanti trying to get that win. He'll come through turn number 8. He does not cover the bottom. Drew's up into second. Let's see if Wheeler can get one here at the end. The battle for the race win on top. Fifth on back. Below. Liberanti. Very, very impressive as he's going to come away with a win. Race is going to like that one. And listen, that was respectful racing for DeTulio, Drew, and Wheeler. We haven't seen Wheeler really be up in the top 5 like that yet. But, we saw guys like DeTulio talk about how the racecraft is so poor yesterday. That was DeTulio getting a chance to put his money where his mouth is. Didn't drive over aggressively, didn't do anything dumb, able to finish third, but a lot of respect out there between the top 5 drivers.
Yeah, you said it when we had the vets out front.
Hold on real quick. Garzone's rolling in here right now with a massively bent axle. Remember, he was up top. He ends up 16th as he rolled by us here. Big bent axle for Garzone.
Yeah, and that happened right at the end, maybe clipping it right before the end. And the other thing I saw as we were coming to the checker, it looked like the front bumper flopping around for Nico Sofradi as well. So maybe from an incident earlier you were talking about.
He hit that barrier pretty hard.
Right.
Yeah.
So all these scenarios coming up and down, we don't know what we got until they do the merge right before the LCQ, right? Some of these drivers, like Race Liberanti, needed to have that big, big finish. I can't wait to hopefully chat with him because he's going to be stoked.
In they come. Race Liberanti with the win. Drake Drew in second. Alessandro DeTulio third. Henry Wheeler fourth. Oliver Calvo a great run, +7. The Wheeler +9. Calvo +7. Van Chev, we didn't talk much about Alexander, +10. 16th up to 6th spot. All that crazy stuff happening at the back behind the lead quartet. Big stuff there for sure. Drivers of Master Shifter like getting set to go here. As we continue on, just 2 more heat races before we have our break. and head into our first run of LCQs.
All right, Race Liberante, you needed that one. Tell me about it.
Started off with, we really needed to pick up a win in that one. The pace has been great. We're really quick. Had a bad qualifying. We kind of got behind the 8 ball on Wednesday. Got the go-kart figured out, got me back in my zone and comfortable. The whole FDM Pantano crew's been working really hard. My switch engine's been running really good. We've had the pace, just not the luck, and well, sometimes you got to turn your own luck around, which is what we did there. So thank you, FDM, Pantano, Switch Engines, Baldozer Racing, huge supporter of mine for many years. Thank you so much, Frank and Penny, for helping me out get back here. Yeah, haven't been in a go-kart since last SuperNat, so had to knock the cobwebs off for a few days here, and we're back.
You mentioned knocking the cobwebs off. I mean, how important is it to get back to SuperNats and run here in Senior?
Man, I'm at that age where I could run Masters, but after the run I had last year, I really thought I was going to win that deal. And yeah, I'm not done yet. I made a deal with Frank, though, that from now on we will go Masters racing after this one, so I just got to get the job done this weekend. If we have pace like that, I think we'll be able to do it.
Super Sunday coming up. I mean, what's the expectation?
Yeah, that finish should put me somewhere in the top 20, I think, for the starting. And 2 years ago, I almost won the deal from 16th, so anything's possible here in Vegas. You never know what's going to happen in the races. We never know what's going to happen this weekend with the weather. So, there's no expectations other than to go out there and do the best I can.
Race Liberante, a great story and a heat winner here at SuperNats.
Yeah, as he was talking about their needing that W after a couple of up and down deals. Yeah, we weren't too sure where the pace was there for a race watching in the first practice, but then, as you said, he was able to knock cobwebs off, get things turned around. And tell you right now, if you are a young driver looking to have some sponsors, make sure you thank him. Take some notes right there, Race Liberante, making sure he runs down the entire order. As Shifters, Master Shifter, getting ready to head on course. Look at that. We're talking about that weather that we know is going to be incoming. Question is when and how much and etc. We had there in the lower right-hand corner. And there's a shot of it. Looks darker on your screen. It does here.
I think it would be important to say to Mike that it was supposed to rain all morning, and it just hasn't.
And like I said, it looks a little bit worse on the camera than it does here live, just because of the filter on there. But actually, it's really hard to see the Las Vegas buildings in the background. But a little note in my ear here is that, we actually thought we were going to be wet already at this point. David Land let me know that, hey, buddy, we were going to be underwater. And actually, we get some dry racing here on Saturday, which I don't think anybody expected.
No, I am overjoyed with the fact that we are still dry here, at least for the first half of the race. Maybe even to the LCQs. They're coming, of course, as we know. After Master Shifter and Micro Swift, we will have probably about a 30-minute break, or maybe a little more, so that our timing staff can figure out the LCQ calculations, everything that's happened here in the morning, figure out which drivers are going to the LCQ, which ones maybe just snuck in. We'll have that big sigh of relief and think about going to Super Sunday, because with the size of the grids here, there are some guys that may not even make the LCQs, I think, because the grids are so large. So, indeed, Master Shifter onto the racetrack here now. Their final run. See who comes away with this one. It's been pretty impressive up front, Mike, here in this Master Shifter category. The SoCal drivers have kind of shown the way with this driver right here, Alan Shuto, in the 632, a former SuperNationals winner back in, I want to say, 2002 or 2003 in the 80cc junior category. There's some big dogs in that year. Graham Rahal was racing that year. James Hinchcliffe, Robbie Wickens were all racing in that season. The old 80cc junior days, man. I look back on them very fondly. Alan Shuto, though, and Billy Musgrave will be on the front row. Musgrave, of course, running Pro Shifter as well. One of the things he talked about was the fact that these morning sessions are using the harder Avinco blue tire, where in the afternoon everybody's essentially on the Avinco reds. So A little different here where they roll out the first couple of laps or on that essentially blue rubber that's down. They got to get their layer laid down, and then the grip level starts coming back in a little bit.
Yeah, you talk about the differences in the track and things like that and how that's going to be effective for Sunday. You got a group like this, Master Shifter, they're all a single group. You don't have to worry about A versus B or like that, right? So there's none of that kind of stuff. Where you are at here is probably where you're going to be running. So what this really comes down to is notes. Taking some notes. How can we actually get our car a little bit better? For drivers at the front here, Shudo, Musgrave, Foray, Place, these drivers have been at the front the entire time. How can I find a little bit more? The fight has been, how do we go beat Musgrave? But it's only been by a smidge. So this is where you take a little bit of notes if you're Alan Shudo. We saw the roll speed. I've talked about how the go-kart looks. He just needs a little bit more, and this is the last chance to essentially practice session 3 if you can get things through in a good way.
Yeah, you got a guy like Jordan Musters keeps trying to move his way forward. Some of these guys have maybe qualified a little further back. We've seen good runs out of Matt Jaskell as well, driver who won the 1998 SuperKarts USA SuperNationals and 80cc Junior. Skitchy Barnes has had a horrible weekend so far. I don't know if he's got a finish as of yet in the first 2 races. So Barnes is going to be deep in the field for sure for Super Sunday. Field set. 2 more races left here in the morning before we go LCQs. To the flags. Green, green, green. And the launch for Alan Shudo. Good hole shot. To the outside, though, comes Billy Musgrave. They'll go side by side coming out of 1, 2, 3. Now down to turn number 4. Everybody twitching on the brakes. Good move to the inside there from Sam Clays. Does he come away with second? He does not. Musgrave able to stop the bleeding. Jams to the inside, gets that position. Scott Hargrove up on the wheel as well, a little further back. He may have got a couple of spots there. Nordell settling into the opening circuit. There's Matt Jaskell there in the Leading Edge Motorsports Tony Kart machine. Jaskell has had a couple of runs into the top 10 after starting back there in the 14th spot. Good job there for Chat Maskell. Letting him come through. 11, 12, and 13. Billy Musgrave says, I want to put this factory card up front. But I tell you, look at the impressive run on the brakes for Shudo. Tucks it back to the inside. Shudo covers off the inside a little bit there on Clays. Hold on to that spot. Clays is going to go to the inside now. Sam Clays has been right in the middle of it all weekend long. Mike, very good pace out of that Sony Kart driver.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering if Shudo is going to be able to hold on to it. Here comes David Foray. Foray taking the inside. Davide. Foray to third.
Yeah, elbows up there.
I didn't even get a chance to finish the thought. What I was thinking was,
go back to that then.
Shudo has been good on the longer run. Like, he's been really looking good. He's actually going to maybe lose another one here. Here comes Hargrove. This is actually going the wrong direction here for Shudo. He's been good on the long run, where we've seen the speed early from Musgrave, from Clace, Foray. Oh, big moment for Hargrove. Maybe a flat tire?
Yeah, something wrong there. Not quite sure what it is here.
Or did he lock it up?
That was a handful.
I want to be blew that thing up at the end of the straight.
Normally, it's going to lock it up, though, right? Unless he got to the clutch quick enough. Right. Exactly right. He may have gotten to the clutch and brought it in, but yeah, Hargrove, who was running P5, you watched him walk away in absolute disgust there. That's tough. He had such a great run up to P5 there. It just made the move to get by Shudo as well. He was actually into P4, I think. Yeah.
I just saw Shudo
tuck.
I just saw Shudo tuck. All right? He didn't tuck once when he was behind Musgrave. So here comes Mustard to the inside taking a look. All right, Shudo might have figured out whatever was going on. Maybe it's too low a pressure or whatever. Now it's go time for him. But moving on from Shudo and talking to the guys in the front here, Sam Clace has had some big speed, but has been in some traffic. We've seen speed from Foray. Can these two guys get up there and have a different driver go put the irons to Musgrave?
We know Billy Musgrave, 5-time winner now, scored the Master Shifter win last year. His idea is to get 2 more. He wants to go to 7 wins, try to win both Master and Pro Shifter. What a feat that would be. I mentioned before, we haven't had a domestically built chassis win the headline class of the Super Nationals since 1999. San Francisco made track magic at the hands of Mamo Gidley. Will it happen? in the future here with Factory Kart. That's, of course, a program building those shifter karts here. We don't see, there's not a lot of manufacturers, any building shifter karts in the USA.
No, exactly. I mean, a lot of times you do see the American manufacturers talk about like a 206 or something like that, right, with Invader or that kind of deal. But no, it's a big time deal. I remember when he got the first win on the Pro Tour, it was like, oh, this is phenomenal.
You see the battle further back as we got Musser getting by Shudo. Muscle goes to P4, Shudo back to 5th. So all that the pace and strength that Alan Shudo had the first 2 races, not evident here in race number 3.
On screen, you're looking at the top 3, and you're like, man, they sure did catch him in a hurry. A half a second lost in 1 lap there by Musgrave is a bit of a look there from Clace. I think he could have opened that up and a little bit better for that particular one, but a 45.8 to a pair of 3s out of Clace and Foray. Foray with the fastest lap of the race. He's been in the coattails of Clace riding up to Musgrave. Musgrave trying to hit the reset button after a bit of an issue last lap.
5 down, 5 to go. You wonder whether or not that maybe Billy put the pressures up a little bit to see if he could jump out and get that a little bit of a lead, let them fight behind. They did do that. He was able to be strong out of the get-go, but Sam Clace is right there. Davide Foray, Jordan Muscle runs 5th, Shudo 6th, Mazzoni up 4 spots to 6th. Vitolo again. We've seen John Vitolo hanging around anywhere from 4th back to 7th or 8th. He's having a good run. 7th again for him. Andres Ekjar in 8th. Jose Montalto in 9th, and Matt Jaskell back up into the top 10 again. Could be 3 straight top 10 finishes for Matt Jaskell. That would give him a solid starting spot come Super Sunday.
New leader.
Yep.
Before we even got a chance to talk about it, I was going to say, watch the 614 of Clace and how steady it looks under the brakes. Both Musgrave and the Praga of Foray, a little dancy under the braking, but that Sodi car out front, Clace, very, very steady, smooth. Watching turn number 4, Rob, as they go in here, that thing's under control.
Well, you think about it, he's over at Velocity Racing, the Sodi Racing U.S. factory team. They've got some guys there that know what's going on. Maybe, you're getting input from a set of Van Wallstein, right? From Matteo Spurgel. Like, you're literally getting the information from the guys that are running up front in the pro category. So setup-wise, I'm sure Clay's, although he's given his own input, he's getting a lot of input from Senna and the other guys in the team as well.
The braking zone seems to be advantage Clay's. Center of the corner, I think I got to hand it to the factory kart as he right there actually gets in the back of Clay's. The timing, not quite right. Remember, he hasn't had to spend a lot of time behind anybody here in Master Shifter, has Musgrave. Remember, it was the same thing happening to Foray in qualifying where he was behind Musgrave, didn't have much. Well, there's a look inside, nothing doing here in turn number 4.
He thought about forcing the issue, but thought better of it. Foray right there, ready to pick up the pieces. Again, good stuff right now here in Master Shifter. Just 1 race to go here to cap off our first run through a rotation here on the day. Heat race 3 for Micro Swift up next. That will cap things off. Then we'll head into the 11:30 start time for KA100 Junior. It looks like we're pretty much on schedule right now here as well. Sticking on it. 11:30 for LCQ for KA Junior and 11:45 for KA Senior. I'll say this. Winds picked up a little bit. Temperature's starting to drop. We know what's coming in this afternoon. Will it be around for the LCQs?
And that wind we're talking about, it's a headwind right now as they head towards turn number 4. It's a tailwind down the main straightaway. Headwind right here into 4.
Let's see if Musgrave decides to press it here, knowing that Shudo, who's been strong up front, is further back. Billy Musgrave looking to try to lock down the pole position. There's a good shot of the weather there. Yeah, we're not going to miss that. It's coming towards us, so the afternoon's going to be an interesting one for sure for all the drivers, the teams. Batten down the hatches, folks. We're going to get wet this afternoon. But looks like it may be okay tomorrow, which is great. We don't know how long the weather's actually going to come in for today. Final lap, checker flag will fly. And Sam Clace is going to come away with the race win. Yeah, he gave a big nod of the head there. He's happy with that one. Musgrave 2nd, Foray 3rd, Musser 5th, or 4th rather, +2 for Jordan Musser. Again, he's trying to move his way forward. And here's a driver who slowed on the last lap. I wonder who that is. That's not. Did he have contact there?
Yeah,
that wasn't John Crow, was it?
No, it was a different 675.
675 with an issue there. That was Owsley Cheek having an issue there on the final circuit. John Crow clean through to 15th position. One more race to come, folks, and that will be Micro Swift, capping off the run through the gentlemen. Thank you.
All right, Sam. That was a pretty good little heat win there, beating Billy Musgrave. That's always an accomplishment.
Yeah.
Let me know what you think.
I think we have the speed, so it was not easy because I'm not used to it to race between the barriers. So yeah, I don't know. It was a good race.
How important has it been to be under the velocity tent and have all your teammates to be able to look at data with, like Senna Van Walstein? That's got to be great for you.
Yeah, of course. I race for now like 8 years with SuperKarts, and I have a lot of my teammates like Senna and all the rest. So yeah.
What are the strengths of the SuperKart here? Because we've seen them being so strong in so many different classes.
It's the whole package. There's the engine, there's the chassis, the team, everything. So.
All right, Sam's heading to Super Sunday, looking pretty good. Back up to you guys.
David, thank you so much. And indeed, kind of having a look at the weather here as well. We'll come back at that, folks. We got one more race for you. Micro Swift will be up next to cap off that first run through the Heat 3 rotation LCQs. After that, don't go anywhere. Micro Swift will be on track momentarily. Hell yeah.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad.
Welcome back, folks. We're ready to rock and roll here with the final heat race of the morning. Micro Swift drivers onto the racetrack to get things underway. And I'll tell you, what you're seeing on the racetrack is good stuff. Behind the scenes, the action's happening here right now. Xander Clemens stepping into the KC commentary box with me. Xander, not only are we ready for some great racing in the LCQs, we're battening down the hatches a little bit. We may see some weather here pretty soon.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like it will be a soggy Saturday at some point. We've been lucky enough so far through the morning. From earlier in the week, it was set to really hit us already. And yet now it looks like as the skies are darkening off in the horizon by the Vegas skyline, we are overcast but currently dry for the third heat race here for the Micro Swifts. Liam Francisco, Dusty Strayer, there's a look at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The radar, Las Vegas has a wave headed our way. We're on the northeast corner, just above the L and the A. So obviously, right now, we're clear. But that wall is headed our way, and I'm not talking about the walls that have been blown out already over the first 2 days of racing action. It is pouring down in Las Vegas Strip. Of course, everyone here in the pits is keeping close eyes on it as we are up in the booth. And here's a look at the final few starters back to row number 10 and beyond for Micro Swift's final heat race on the weekend. All of them are transferring through to Sunday. They won't be racing after this until the main events. Here we go for Velocity Racing Sodi Micro Swifts. The final heat race of the weekend is green.
An early punch off. They got on the throttle super early. Let's hope they get through clean here with a couple drivers around further back. Otherwise, the majority of the front half of the grid, clean and green, coming into the corner. We're working our way down here. That's Jack Katowski, who goes to P1. Little bump in the back there. Xander, pretty good so far, coming through 4 and 5.
Yeah, a little bit of touch and go action here. 2 and 3 wide. They'll open back up again through turn 6, turn 7, on the run over to turn number 8. Half a lap in. What a great start for the 292 machine of Jack Katowski. The TKG Barrel Art rolled from 5th. He's got our lead as they roll through the back sector.
Such a contrast on the starts from what we saw from the KA100 Senior guys. They wanted a nice slow start coming up. These guys were spooling up super early. Kind of surprised the green flag actually flew as they were going well before the punch-off cones on the front straightaway. Big wide run coming out of the corner further back. That is like 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th near the tail of the field there. Zev Gottschalk from the pole went way back, Xander, all the way back into 7th position.
So with that, 1 lap down, 9 to go, and you can still see more shifting and shuffling from 4th onwards. Look at this big run down to turn number 4, move to the inside for the 201 of Brody Stoffel, and the RPM Nitro Kart goes to the front of a gaggle of them, Rob, and that's just going to continue to build on this gap for the top 3. Again, what a start for Jack Katowski. Aiden Go, who was a double Pro Tour winner at the Spring Nationals this year, along with, of course, Alvaro Medeiros and that green and black porcelain machine. They've got already a full second back to the second group.
Yeah, a little breakaway right now, right? Katowski, Go, and Medeiros. Now, the question is, will they all just work together? Brody Stoffel in dire need of a strong result here. He's got a couple of rough ones earlier from yesterday. He needs a good result to move himself a little bit further up the order for the Super Sunday main event. Right now, though, 2-driver breakaway, Katowski and Go working together. Medeiros did just turn the fast lap of the race. Xander, I would expect Medeiros will eventually close up. But I'd like to see those 3 drivers up front work together here, show that they can actually do that.
Yeah, I'm with you, Rob. If we could just see what has been already a much tamer Saturday morning, really Situation Saturday has shifted to Situation Friday with how gnarly it was yesterday. But this has been a much calmer start and probably a welcomed calm for the officials and on-track team. They were busy. There was at one point 10 different on-track related penalties in a single heat race yesterday in only 10 laps. Major penalties, mind you, not pushbacks, not anything else of a minor start infraction. 10 different incident responsibilities, driving down, swerving, the stuff you and Mike were talking about.
Yeah.
They were harsh on them on Friday, and I don't want to speak too soon, but from what we've seen so far today, it seems like that has been felt by the drivers.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. It's been a lot better today than it was yesterday. Again, there's been some rough stuff at the start, but for the most part, we've seen some really good racing here. And again, watching this battle right now, the 203. That's Zev Gottschalk. Started on the pole, did not get a good jump, fell all the way back to 7th, but he has marched his way back up to P4. Gottschalk needs a good result here. I believe a penalty in race number 2, a tech penalty in race 2. DQ'd him from that, so he needs another big result to make sure he doesn't start too far back in the main event.
At least so far here in this race, Zev Gottschalk being on the move as much as he has been, it's paid off, at least in the pack behind him there. That's a slick move. Looked to be Dutch Westbrook going high side, low side into the back section of the circuit. And now from 7th as of the last time by the loop, should be at least 6th. It looks like Samuel Chavery's in front of him. And on the flip side, fellow Texan's gone to the back of the pack there. Brody Stoffel has dropped down the board. He'll cross the line 8th that time by. 4 down, 6 to go, long way to go. And what was a 1 second gap is now a 3 second gap, and it's only continuing to build for the top 3. And here's, well, the first thing that may not build it. New leader, Aiden Go in turn 4.
Yeah, Aiden Go making a move to the inside at turn 4. The first time those 2 drivers have not been locked together. I will say this, one of the drivers has been the most impressive, I think, throughout Frenetic Friday was Dutch Westbrook. He was able to work forward, started 10th, was able to get right up near the front in both of those races. He's already +4. We're only coming to the halfway point here now as well. And Westbrook, good speed here. 3/10 quicker than Shivari on that last lap. Wouldn't be surprised to see him work his way up into 4th.
That was a big moment
Stoffel.
there. Brody
That's Stoffel.
Stoffel and the 202 involved as
Lennox Lockhart.
Wow. Lennox Lockhart. He was on the charge after going back. He started 5th, Rob.
That's first and second in the Pro Tour together. Both those drivers we expected to be in a fight for the race win here this weekend.
Man, talk about it. Situation Saturday. The situation just completely flipped on its head for 2 of the major contenders. And now, Aiden Go, Jack Katowski, Alvaro Medeiros with a big opportunity. And the next pack that we've got our eyes on is this group here. How about the Bennix? They're now both into the top 5. Zev Gottschalk as well as Dutch Westbrook. And we're getting reports down on the circuit that we are starting to finally get some of that liquid sunshine. It is raining midway through Heat 3 for the Micros.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. And remember, it's not raining on the entire circuit. If it's going to rain anywhere, it's going to be the far part of that racetrack down in turn number 9, 10, and 11. These drivers have to watch that when they get over there. The rain has arrived here. It's again not coming down hard where we are at this point here, but we're expecting it to hit here momentarily midway through the race.
Yeah, I mean, when we pan to that shot of the Vegas skyline, it's already starting to hide itself even more just 6 laps later. Now, put yourself in the shoes of these drivers. These are ages 7 to 10 years old. They're in elementary school, and they're trying to focus on how to win on one of the biggest stages and at the same time keep their eyes up for the track conditions. New leader, back and forth through turn 6 and 7. Jack Katowski back to the point. Medeiros able to follow and moves up to 2nd.
You know, Xander, one of the great things about racing a go-kart is the fact that when the rain comes, you do get a little bit of an opportunity to see it, and that's when it starts sprinkling on your visor. We'll be able to see what they're doing here. They're out there, of course, on the slick tires. So, again, if we start seeing these drivers sliding around a little bit, we'll know exactly why. We're picking up that next battle as well with Zev Gottschalk and Dutch Westbrook. Both those drivers in the Bennix having to have a good run here, 4th and 5th, to get for Westbrook, Xander. That's +5. He just continues to work his way back forward. We'll be talking about Dutch Westbrook in the lead pack on Super Sunday.
Yeah, once again, folks, top of your screen, fight for the lead and the win here in Heat 3. Bottom of the screen, fight behind them for 4th. All valuable points up for grabs. And in that pack here, as there's contact and a big flip down at turn number 1. Huge impact further down the field. That could put an end to this one, Rob, here with 3 to go.
Yeah, hard impact at the end of the back straightaway. A driver has gone off. Would not be surprised to see us go red on that one. That was a big flip at the end of the straightaway.
That puts us in sudden death for this. The battle for the lead. What do we have here? They're headed to the final 2 turns now, Rob.
Wrapping things up here, 7 laps in.
Let's see. No yellows in the back sector. They've got the cart flipped over. It was the 286 machine, one of the Rollison Performance Group Cosmics that went up and over down at the end of the main straight. There it is. Red flag. And that will call it. And that is the right call 100%, Rob. Leaders were going full bore coming to the 2-6. And so with that, it'll revert us back to the end of lap number 8, where Jack Katowski had the lead by all of 900ths of a second over Aiden Go and Alvaro Medeiros.
Yeah, I had a quick out of the side of my peripheral here, saw the incident coming down, and the driver was up in the air at that point there, coming down into the braking zone of turn number 1, into the back straightaway there. Unsure which the driver is right now. We'll do what we can to give you an update. But red flag on the racetrack. This will very likely shut this one down. We did go back in the KA100s to green to make sure that everybody had the same tire usage with a single group. Very likely that SuperKarts USA will lock this one down. Looks like it's a 286 of Joey Zhu, the driver involved in the incident, down into turn number 1. SuperKarts U officials there now. So indeed, red flag will very likely cap off this race. Update there quickly. David Cole is on the scene. Cole telling me that the driver is alert, so that's fantastic to hear. To get a little bit of an update there. And Xander was just a kind of a nasty wreck, right? Oftentimes they look a lot worse than they are. The driver's able to bounce back from it, but again, getting at least a little bit of a decent update. David Cole saying the driver already talking to officials.
Indeed. So with that, folks, that puts us back under a hold. We were getting ready to go into a break in the on-track activity in 2 additional laps. Once this Micro Swift Heat race ended, we were getting ready to send things over to the Perico Pit Box Show and then get ready for the last chance qualifiers. But we're under red for now. We're on standby. We'll take a quick commercial break. When we will return, we'll have some more status updates for you and what more to expect here from Situation Saturday.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Kart Zone is officially open. We're America's first true karting dealership, built by racers, for racers. From your first chassis to managing a full team, our experts guide you every step of the way. At Kart Zone, you'll find top-tier products from your most trusted brands. We believe in performance without compromise. Your karting journey starts here. Visit kartzonena.com. IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Motorsport is reinventing itself, and our mission is to accelerate this transformation so that it becomes even more efficient, cleaner, more spectacular, and more sustainable. Welcome to the next generation of motorsport. TotalEnergies and Peugeot co-developed the 9X8, an eco-responsible hybrid electric hypercar capable of outstanding performances.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Join the Norberg Karting Academy at all winter national karting events. Excellence, precision, legacy, the foundation of the Norberg Karting Academy. Founded by 10-time U.S. Pro Karting Champion Ryan Norberg, an innovator who transformed driver development and redefined the sport through education, technology, and mentorship. Today, his vision continues, a program designed for drivers of every level, delivering tailored plans, data-driven coaching, and opportunities for seat time at every stage of growth. Just as he experienced on his own path to the top, the Norberg Karting Academy goes beyond race day coaching to cultivate complete, confident drivers. Norberg Karting Academy, where dedication meets design and champions are built. Contact us at norbergkarting@gmail.com for more information.
Welcome back, everyone, to SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 28. Xander Clemens, myself, along with Rob Howden. We're getting ready to take a short break. Indeed, heat number 3 has been called for the micro. So if there's a look at the unofficial results as of going back to the end of lap number 8 and potentially actually back to lap number 7 is what it looks to be. So going back to lap 7, it puts Alvaro Medeiros as the Heat 3 winner over Jack Katowski, Aiden Go, Dutch Westbrook, and Zev Godchak with a big shakeup. But sadly, that red, of course, cut in the race early. It wasn't early enough to save the likes of Lennox Lockhart and Brody Stoffel. They've got some big-time woes here with a finish that's got them how far down, Rob?
Yeah, at the very back, 44th and 45th
Whew.
for Lockhart and Stoffel. Remember, that's first and second in the Pro Tour. Both those drivers we expected to be in the fight come a Super Sunday. But again, of course, that red flag with a nasty wreck for Joey Ju. We send him our best from everybody, and hopefully he'll be fine. He was talking to officials. His parents were there with him, so that was obviously a good step forward. But indeed, done for our third round of heat races. You see the unofficial results from that race rolling through. First 7 races of 19 in the books there, Xander. We got LCQs still coming as well. Lots of good stuff before we're done and dusted here with Situation Saturday.
So with that, folks, again, we're getting ready to hand it over to the Perico pit box during the break while the calculations go in for the last chance qualifiers for KA100 Junior and KA100 Senior. We'll be hearing from the likes, of course, of Mike Smith, Haley Donaldson, Henry Beaudet, Caleb Vieska, and, of course, none other than David Landau on pit lane getting plenty of intel. Joining us as well during this short break will be Leah Block, and we've got a lot more to talk about as well as guests to chat with on the other side of this break. So the coverage continues all day long. SuperNats non-stop here for SKUSA SuperNats 28 from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. We'll be back after this.
Hello and welcome back to the Perico Pit Box Show. My name is Haley Donaldson and I'm joined here today with a very special guest in Leah Block. Leah, it's your first day at the event here. How are you feeling about it so far?
It's great. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I've never been able to make it out to SuperNats before, even when I was racing karting, so it's great to see all the, chaos and good racing out there.
That's a very good way to put it, right? Chaos for sure is one of the things that we've seen today, but also in your karting career, we saw you over at Trackhouse Motorplex on our platform about 2 years ago. Tell me about your progression as well through the ranks in karting, and then again seeing the next generation of young ladies as well as young drivers, right, getting themselves through the ranks.
Yeah, obviously it's great. I'd only raced a couple nationals, so mostly on a regional level, and it's just amazing to see, the progression of females within karting and going back to Utah Motorsports Campus, my home track, seeing how it's evolved and how now there was not only just me in the entire series, but now there's 1 or 2 girls in each class. It's great to see that progression and see everybody out there.
Later on today, we're going to see the likes of Hannah Greenemeyer, who's, again, a national race winner. She has had a stellar weekend up to this point, and we're going to see more of her as well. You are coming off a stellar race win as well, race number 1 at Singapore in the F1 Academy.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
No, it was great. You know, just a full circle moment. I've been working really hard these past 2 years, learning the open wheel racing and all the ins and outs and traveling all over the world. It's been really fun, but to get that win, especially in Singapore, it's a great track and great atmosphere. So yeah, I'm excited, and to finish it out here in Vegas, hopefully get another one, come home with another big trophy, since it is sort of a home race.
And again, home race for you, like you said, right? I guess for whatever you're racing, that's the closest for us to the SuperNationals, Las Vegas, a street race. Tell me about some tips for the drivers here this weekend of getting around. You obviously did a great job at Singapore, getting around a street circuit. What are you looking forward in Vegas, and what are your tips to young drivers here this weekend of getting around a street circuit?
Yeah, I mean, obviously street circuit is very different in the way you drive, but you're also very close to walls, so the line of, you know, pushing the limits gets very, very close. So no, it's really exciting, and to be able to race under the lights here in Vegas, it's a very, very fast track. We have a long straightaway, and for us in the F1 Academy cars, it takes a while. I mean, I've experienced it on the sim already, but yeah, just keeping your wits about you, and it may not be pushing 100% the entire time, but when you do, you know, get those close to the walls, hopefully that adrenaline, you know, helps a little bit going into the next lap.
Yeah, for sure. So again, the reason you're out here, Stilo has brought you out to promote their new helmets, and we were talking about it. Very, very light. So tell me about the new helmets that you're obviously using over at the F1 Academy.
Yeah, no, these are the new karting helmets, so super light. I was telling them they're almost dangerously light, like that should not be possible, but incredible. It's great to see, you know, the progression. It's just in karting as well as, you know, the auto helmets, and obviously this keeps us very, very safe, and has, you know, saved my noggin a couple times doing some flips in the karts unintentionally.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, amazing, and yeah, I can't wait to start, you know, running this on the kart track.
Yeah, and again, cool new design as well, right? A little bit of change, more aggressive chin. What are your thoughts on new design?
No, it looks very tough, you know?
Yeah.
It looks like you mean business.
Yes, I agree. Haley?
So, Leah, my only question for you is, you're a race winner and a driver in the F1 Academy Series. I want to know, what does that opportunity mean to you? What does that series mean to you? It's such a pillar in opportunity for women in motorsports, because obviously, as you know, there's not a lot. And when that series came to be about and you got the opportunity to join, what did that mean to you then, and what does it progress to mean to you now?
I mean, it's an amazing series, and Susie and everybody, the team behind it, has been so thoughtful of making this happen, and what it means for us as females in motorsports to have a platform and showcase our talent to eventually move forward into other series is really important, and just to, you know, get that image out there with the Netflix series and everything, and just making other young girls, not even just young girls, everybody more aware of the path that is possible through the open wheel categories. And just for me, it's been so great, and I've learned so much, had so much more experience, and learning a different discipline has been super difficult, but very rewarding when you get on that top step.
So thank you so much, Leah. It's been great to hear from you. We're going to send it to a quick commercial break.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula 1 to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Thank you so much to our sponsors here at the SuperNationals. You join me again in the Perico Pit Box with Caleb Vieska and a new guest in Henry Baudet, our permanent fixture, and he's back now. Henry, we've got lots of information on us on the upcoming LCQs. Tell us all about what you have.
Well, I mean, thinking of previous years, KA100 Senior. Cash Perkins last year, 12th, didn't make it through. Cooper O'Clair, 10th last year. He lost the dice roll last year. But there are some big hitters that have been in trouble in KA100 Senior in years gone past. Who can forget Oliver Hodgson? Hodgson, last year, he won the dice roll to make it into the final after a horrific weekend in KA100 Senior. He came through to finish 12th at the final. In 2023, he won LCQ, and I think if we look at the results this year, he's going to be starting deep in the field in LCQ, if he's starting it at all, because not everybody is going to even make LCQ this year.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? With the amount of entries that we've had here this year in 2025, these classes are jam-packed, and for Oliver Hodgson to see the weekend that he's had, not even only for him, right? You talk about Caleb Gaffera, who had nightmare weekend. Ashton Woon as well is going to find himself probably in the LCQs after, 3 heat races to forget in KA100 Junior. I mean, it's just really sad. I think for Ashton Woon, a driver who, again, when you look at the end of the Pro Tour, coming here to end the year off on a high, it's definitely not gone his way in KA Junior.
So we've established a couple drivers that will most likely be starting towards the back of their LCQs, if they start them at all. What would you guys say is the best place to start in an LCQ?
First.
P1?
P1. P1, get out of the way. Just 6 go through. Start at the front. Last year, of all the LCQs, everybody who started on pole for an LCQ made it into the main event. So just, get there. And if not, start third. That was the other grid position last year, where every third place starter in last year's LCQs made it through to the main.
Yeah, I think definitely starting on the inside is going to be one of the biggest benefits here, Haley, as well. Starting inside of the top 5 would be good. I think maybe 5th, around there. That's going to be really tough because you kind of start getting into dangerous waters, right, where you're not comfortably into the show, but you're also still far back where you can end up in the dice roll. And again, not everybody from the dice roll does indeed make it in. So it'll be interesting. The dice roll will be interesting. Henry will be down there for that later. But yeah, it's I would really say top 3. Top 3. That's where you want to be.
One of the little stats from last year from the LCQs. The lowest starting position in an LCQ to make it through in one of the automatic 6 transfer spots was P13. That was the lowest started in an LCQ last year, who then made it up into the top 6. So I'm not saying it can't happen, but the weather will obviously be an X factor. But yeah, you want to be on those top 6 rows. Anything below the top 6 rows, and it is time for the Hail Mary pass. And just close your eyes and hope you get through the first couple of corners, and that someone is smiling on you. Because if you're starting outside the top 6 rows of LCQ, it means that you have had a pretty awful SuperNats to this point.
So Henry, you'd say that pretty much starting P1, P2 is your get out of jail or get out of the LCQ free card.
Well, I mean, if you're Ashton Woon, no, you don't want to start P1 or P2. I mean, P2 is not necessarily. I mean, let's have a look back at. Here's some of the action from previous SuperNats. This is 2023. And this is Henry. Now, Henry Wheeler, he has had a couple of good finishes. He had a good finish this morning. Didn't have a great finish yesterday. I think he was 26th in his first heat race yesterday. But then he's had 2 top 20 finishes since then. So you think to yourself, okay, he probably has squeezed it into the top 34. We don't have a grid in front of us. Now let's have a little look. This was last year.
Aiden Rudolph is in that. Luke Welcome is right behind him. So again, a lot of drivers were kind of misplaced. If you remember, Rudolph was on the pole position in 2023. And then you look back to 24, his last race in the national scene in KA Senior finds himself in the LCQ. Oliver Hodgson right there as well. Again, you talked about him. Truly Adams, who's also in the shifter class now, finds himself right there in the mix. So this is, again, that wasn't enough for Hodgson to get himself into the main event. We saw him at the dice roll at the end of the day.
He had to roll the dice. Last year's LCQ winner in this class was Chase Hand. How different the fortunes are going to be. And you look at 2 years ago, we'd be talking about somebody that isn't going to feature in the LCQ in KA100 Senior or in Pro X30, Alex Vanchev. Alex Vanchev in KA Junior 2 years ago took the 6th and final transfer spot. So, it just goes to show. Dalton Haynes, 3 years ago, he took the 6th and final transfer spot in KA Senior. And 4 years ago, first year back after COVID, one driver that didn't even make it out of LCQ, a certain Sam Mayer, who is now doing great things in the NASCAR Xfinity series.
So a hypothetical for you two. Let's say you're starting P3 on the inside row. Should you take that race a little bit more strategically, a little bit riskier, or just fly by the seat of your seat?
Wow. I mean, at some point, strategy has to go out the window, and you just have to go heck for leather, I think.
It's just make or break in LCQ situations, right? And it's a culmination of a lot of things, right? Whenever you get to LCQ racing action, you got to think of all the money that was spent to get here, all the travel for a lot of drivers, all the build-up throughout the year. You wait for one event out of the year, and it's this one every year. So that's going to be in your mind. You'll do anything to be a part of those opening ceremonies, to hear the Super Sunday words tomorrow morning. You'll do anything to hear that tomorrow, to be a part of the event, to be a part of the action. So I think for a lot of drivers, you're gonna see LCQ racing. So you're gonna see racing from first to second to third, all the way back to the transfer spots. People are gonna want to get themselves out of the dice roll because again, it's not a for sure thing to get into the show. So there's a variety of things that I think we're gonna see, and it's gonna be hectic. I think that's what LCQs are, right? They're gonna be hectic throughout all the series that we've been to. The LCQ here this weekend is going to be no different.
Well, every pass in this LCQ, it's going to be a risk because everyone's going to be a little bit on edge, trying to fight for that spot in the main. Would you guys say that you'd be in trouble a little bit more so if you actually didn't just try to start up front and then...
I think what it's now is the time for instinct to take over.
That's what I mean.
That sort of
kind of have
Zan.
to feel it.
Yeah, Xander talked about it's a championship. Build up, build up, build up. LCQ, not a championship. If you see a gap, you have to go for it. Now, I have to say, the racing this morning was much, much better. Well done to the drivers, by and large, this morning. Yeah, there were incidents. That's going to be the same in any kart race. The driving standards were much better. Looking at the list of names that have had one finish outside the top 20, okay. Oliver Barak, he's had 2 finishes outside the top 20. Nate Dupuy, he hasn't finished outside the top 20 once. He'll be starting down towards the back. Donovan Bonilla, 2 sub-20 top 20 finishes. Caleb Gaffara, we're going to see Bonilla. We're going to see Gaffara. We're going to see Connor Ferris. We're going to see Morgan Porter. Oliver Hodgson. Finnegan Bailiff has not finished higher than 33rd in any of his heat races. Also, Brandon Lemke's had a DNF. Who else have we seen? Austin Olds, 2 DNFs. So we're going to see a lot of experienced names. Now, if that plays out and those experienced names can get to the front, the race, those instinct moments you talked about, Haley, where you see a gap or you think you see a gap, you have to go for it because for now, this is not a thinking man's race or thinking woman's race or thinking driver's race. This is instinct. The racing driver inside you, drive it by the seat of your pants, and you have to go for it.
So just to word my question a little bit better to you, Caleb, because Henry, you gave your opinion on it, but we have a lot of notable names in this LCQ, or we will. Would you be in trouble if you went out into that race with a strategy and you only stuck to that strategy, if you didn't listen to your instincts as a driver, which we know they have well established?
Well, that's exactly it, right? I think you always have a plan whenever you go into a race, whenever you kind of get started, right? And as quickly as that, it all changes. I look back to the last race that I did, it was about a month ago, and I had a plan at the start, right? Myself and the driver starting on pole, perfect plan to start the race. The drivers behind that changed that for me quickly, and then you're digging yourself out of a hole, then you're making moves. So that's exactly what happens in these races, right? You could plan or not, there's somebody next to you, there's somebody behind you that isn't going to be on that, and that's the biggest thing of an event like this. You always have to adapt. You have to be adaptable to the situation that you're in and understand the situation that you're in.
Is that famous phrase in boxing? You can have every strategy in the world until you get punched in the face, and then it's got to change. Yeah. And it's the same in LCQ. Like you said, you can think about it, you can think this is how I want to get around turn 1, and this is where I'm looking at the drivers around me. Okay, if we can hook up together and if we can work together, then that's great. The problem is, though, there's going to be 40 other drivers, and this is going to be a capacity 40-strong field in KA100 Senior that have got other plans, so you have to adapt on the fly.
Since the field is so large, we kind of established that if you're not in the top 6 rows, you're in trouble. But how in trouble would you guys say that they are? Like, how difficult would it be to dig themselves out of being so far back?
Well, we've seen a lot of drivers kind of do that, right? I look back to, and I'm sure we're going to talk about this later on in the day, but Will Power was stuck in the LCQ in Pro X30 about, I believe it was 2021, 2022, around then. I think it was 21. 21 was the year he was stuck in the LCQ, and he drove himself from the back of the field after having to swap chassis, one spot away from...
from qualifying.
From qualifying into the main event. So I really think for the drivers that on merit have great pace, I think Caleb Gaffaro is going to be displaced with a couple of bad results. Oliver Hodgson is going to be displaced, so he's going to have to work his way through the field almost for the second year in a row here at the SuperNationals. So for drivers that have been struggling for pace all weekend, it's going to be hard for them. But for drivers who have shown their pace, their main goal is to make moves. It's not going to be, they can get there, and they will get there, but it's just a matter of how fast.
And with the weather closing in, I'll put my Welsh, my British hat on. There's multiple British kart champion, Morgan Porter. He'll be starting in this next race in LCQ. And, of course, Oliver Hodgson. Yesterday morning, when we were leaving the hotel, I said to Oliver, Oliver, it might rain today. And you couldn't wipe the grin off his face because he knows. He knows that those are his conditions. He's such an experienced driver. With the rain, you may want to pass Oliver Hodgson a chef's hat because we might be in for a cookery lesson in this next race.
The weather really leads me into my next question for you guys, which is, who do you think will be able to conquer this wet racetrack? Who's going to get it done? Aside from Oliver Hodgson. Anyone else?
Oliver, the driver.
Are you guys
the driver that sits behind Oliver Hodgson and follows the rear bumper of that comp kart for however many laps the race is.
And I'll add a little bit to why that is, right? I think earlier this year, and even at Rotax, at the Rotax race, whenever Haley, you were there as well for the Rotax race, watching from the other side of the country over at the Texman Racing Series.
3-star Michelin cookery lesson that was.
Yeah, that, and then at the end of the Pro Tour, you talk about, rain racing on slicks, and I remember asking him, what about this makes you so comfortable? And he talks about it, just the good old English day. And as funny as it is, and as ironic and as corny, if you will, as it is, he's that good in the rain. The only thing that I haven't seen, though, and I will say my only quote-unquote concern, if you will, is how wide can you go at this racetrack? We know a normal racing line is to go wide around the outside. You don't hit the apex. There's too much rubber down there. It's slick. It's icy. So you want to run the outside. That's close to the barriers, though, on the other side. How much do you want to push the limit? That's the only thing that I haven't seen, and the only question that I do have for anybody, and that is if, the rain does come. It's already colder. That's the biggest adjustment to make here, Henry.
And that's also if he makes it. Because we don't have a grid yet. 39th this morning for Hodgson, 26th in Heat 2, and 35th in Heat 1. We don't even know if that's enough to make LCQ, and then we're talking about this. This is not an Oliver Hodgson, glaze or anything like that. But how far back? Will he be too far back on the starting grid, for even somebody who, let's not forget, is a multiple champion globally in karting to make an impact in what is one race surrounded by very, very hungry, nay, desperate KA100 senior drivers?
Caleb, you mentioned the rain line on this racetrack. How do you establish that when you're out there with those barriers? Like,
the first
split second, it all goes wrong. And it all goes wrong for everyone behind you.
Yeah, that's going to be the case, right? And you establish it in those first couple laps, and even you continue to establish it throughout the race. It's not going to be set in stone. You have to continue to push that limit, find the grip, even when there's none out there. So there's multiple ways to go about a racetrack. We have seen drivers take the normal approach, the orthodox approach, quote unquote, if you will. You just go around the outside, try to run the high side that is closer to the barriers. What I have seen a lot of, though, and you'll see it with the heavier set drivers, if you will, with bigger upper bodies, they'll go to the bottom and try and run over the curbs to use the curbs in a way to get that kart turned and into the corners and out of the corners as well. That might be faster. And the curbs here, they're larger than they are everywhere else. FIA, if you will, curbs with the height, it's about an inch or so.
It's something European.
So yeah,
probably centimeters, because
you get the idea.
I mean, we get the idea. Yeah.
I do think the optimal line here would be go down and to use the curbs to your advantage.
And as well, as a driver as an ex-driver who, let's be fair, I was never at risk of coming in underweight when I raced. It is an advantage. You'll see drivers moving around in the kart. When they go into the corners, you'll see them. If you're turning left, you'll be moving over just to the right to get as much weight over the outside rear tire as possible. You might even see some drivers crouching down the straight and then in the braking zone, literally sitting up, in a straight line to get as much weight over the rear axle. For the taller drivers, for the heavier set drivers, that's going to be easier than for if you're 3.5 stone soaking wet.
Well, We don't have an established grid order yet. I was going to ask you guys for that, but we don't have it yet. SKUSA is still working on it very hard. Lastly, do you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, things that you would like to pose before we go? And I will get back to you guys on that in just a second. We have David Land on grid with some intel for us.
Yeah, so we're still awaiting the beginning of the LCQs here. It's just sprinkling. It's not enough to really, quote-unquote, lose the track or really right now utilize the wet tires. But you can see them here on some of these karts. Every team has them out here waiting to kind of make a decision. Most of the karts still have slicks on. You can see the difference. Some teams have what we call scuff tires, rain tires that have been out on the racetrack already. And then there's, of course, the contrast, which most of the teams have right now on the grid are brand new tires. Some of them haven't even taken them out of the wrapping paper yet. So decisions to be made here with the weather closing in, but right now it hasn't rained enough to utilize those rain tires, but every team down here is ready to go and make a we don't talk about pit stops a lot in karting, but there's going to be some hot pit stops down there if suddenly we get a cloud burst.
About what we just got from David Land on those rain tires, the situation down on the grid right now.
I mean, the fact that no one's got rain tires on is significant because at some point the start time is going to arrive and people are going to have to make a decision. The mechanics, this is where they earn their money because, you know, do you gamble? Are we going to see drivers at the moment, like David Land has just said, the track is not 100% dry, but it's not wet. Everyone is there. We saw karts on slick tires, karts with no tires. Is somebody going to say, do you know what, we're starting 25th, track's dry, it's going to rain, let's bolt some wets on and go for and see what happens. That is going to see. Are we going to see a gambler? And the other thing is that the track surface, this isn't a racetrack, it's a car park. You know, the tarmac is different. You know, a normal kart circuit, the tarmac, the bitumen that goes down, you know, that has certain, you know, qualities to dissipate water. This doesn't. This is going to be even more treacherous. It's going to be like ice. The drivers would rather it be absolutely monsoon, you know where you stand. Not greasy. At the moment, it's greasy. That's going to be very treacherous.
I really think, if anything, right, if you are to go out there on the racetrack and it does start to rain for maybe one of the other classes, for let's say it rains in between junior and senior, and the transition is to then go onto a set of rain tires, I think the best strategy would be to put on a set of used rain tires.
Absolutely.
I think the new ones are just that little bit too greasy still, a little bit too rough, and I just don't know if they're going to react the same way as it would be a used rain tire, which would be that little bit softer to react to the intermediate conditions, half dry, half wet. So that's the biggest thing for me. And again, we're going to see that this is a lot of ifs, and the teams are getting ready for it. We're getting ready for it. So that's kind of what I think. As far as tires go, the best strategy to go right now with the conditions of the track, right now it's slicks. But if it continues to worsen, I would say is that the intermediate tire, the scrubbed in wet.
Well, we don't know what exactly is the best tire option right now, but we will be back here later on with more information on these LCQs and for our lunchtime panel show. We will see you later on after a quick word from our sponsors.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free? kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Grid is starting to fill up down on pit lane. We're going to send it down to David Land because he's got some information on us.
Yep, go-karts finally rolling to grid. We're about 10 minutes behind as SKUSA got the order absolutely correct for this LCQ. But as you can see, still slick tires on. In fact, no moisture whatsoever that I can feel in the air right now. So those rain tires that you see underneath the kart stand may go underutilized early on. If you take a look at the radar, things are beginning to look a little bit treacherous. So while it might not be in this LCQ, before the end of the LCQs, we might be seeing Mother Nature play a factor.
Thank you, David, for all of that information on the juniors. Henry, we just got word that we have the junior lineup. Run us through it.
Okay, well, starting from pole position is going to be Diesel Bizonsky. He's going to be starting 35th in points. I think it's worth saying that the driver's breathing the biggest sigh of relief. Rayan Gandor, 34th in points, last driver to make the main event. How about this, though? Little sizzle, Isaac Malkut starting on the front row of the LCQ. Sander Maltesta, he'll be starting on row 2. How about Jack Katowski starting on row 3? Row 5, Sebastian Rist. A little bit further back, Easton Cox. We saw Easton have a big crash there while running in 8th position in his last heat. So he was half a lap away from making the main event. One accident. But check this out, starting 19th Ashton Woon. Talk to him about, can Ashton Woon do it? Last year, nobody from lower than 13th on an LCQ grid made it into the main. Ashton Woon has got to do it from P19 coming right up.
That's a big task for Ashton Woon. Is it doable? Yes. Whenever they're rolling out, if you saw there, Henry, again, these tires are allotted 2 sets of tires on the weekend, and you can use those. Again, the right way to use them really is to qualify on them, use that same set of tires through, again, the rest of the heat races. In the main event, you put on the new set. But if you find yourself in the LCQ, you have the option of putting on that new set of tires, your second set, and if you do qualify, you use that same set in the main. Now, do you use the scrub set? Do you use the new set? I've already seen a lot of drivers, it looks like some of the ones starting further back in the field are putting on that slick set of tires, looking to race their way into the main event here.
I was getting confused. I do apologise, Ashton Woon fans. The news is even worse. You're not 19th, you're 29th. My bad. Wow. 64th in points.
Wow.
So yeah, hey, I was trying to give Ashton Woon just a tiny bit of good news because he's had nothing but bad news all week, and unfortunately, yeah, it gets worse. But he's in. Very much last driver on the grid: Salvador Ruiz, Oscar Gus Wunderley, and Thomas Du. They'll be starting right at the back of the field. Derek Wargo is down there, just outside the top 25. It's going to be, we said earlier, we're going to be talking about some drivers that, for those of you that follow SKUSA Pro Tour, USPKS, Stars, TSRS, those drivers that we're used to here on Kart Chaser talking about being winners, contenders, and we're talking about them now finishing 50th, 60th, 70th in points. Crazy.
What is it to you guys about the SuperNats that just kind of raises the caliber of driving that it takes to be so successful whenever you get here to Vegas? We have a lot of notable names that are just not hitting their marks this weekend. Why do you guys think that is?
I mean, I wouldn't say not hitting their marks, but speaking of Austin Garrison at the start of the weekend, right? This event, you can be as good as you want. You can be the fastest out there on the racetrack. What you need more than anything is a little bit of luck, and that's the biggest thing. Yeah. Talk about Vegas, talk about being lucky. That's that. Outside of the speed, forget the speed. The biggest factor here is having luck, and part of that is, again, putting yourself at the right place at the right time. But luck to me is the biggest factor, and you can't find luck in a setup. You can't find luck anywhere else rather than. I really don't know. The universe would have to give it to you. But also, yeah, go ahead, Henry.
Sorry, no, but also, you do have to be absolutely on your marks with setup.
Correct.
It's even worse if you miss the setup mark as well. So
you just can't afford mistakes, right? That's another one of the points that I was making. This event, more than anything, you don't drop a tire here. You end your race if you make a mistake. You bend your front end if you make a mistake here.
Yeah.
Again, the margin of error here is a lot worse than anywhere else. And again, we talked about the parking lot, we talked about the barriers, but again, aside from that, if you hit your marks, the last thing you need is luck.
I'm going to just sort of the magic 8 ball to predict the Mystic Megs, the bald spot on the top. There we go. I'm envisioning Ashton Woon coming from 29th to finish 10th and then winning the dice roll. Finally, he's got to have some luck. I want, maybe to quote Rob Howden, we'll book that into my prediction. Woon will somehow, it's no point saying he's too good to miss out because Vegas doesn't care about that. And we've had drivers that are too good to miss out that have missed out. It's not about that. I think it's that instinct that takes over. Ashton Woon is going to be going into this race, this KA Junior race. We've only got the grid for that at the moment. More fired up than anybody else on that grid. And sometimes, drivers drive a lot better when the red mist comes down. And I think that maybe after a horrible week so far, this is the race. This last chance in KA Junior for Woon is where it comes good. 29th to the top 6, that's a big ask. 29th to 10th, it's still a big ask.
He can do it, though. He can do it, for sure.
But hey, wouldn't it be poetic if he scrapes into the dice roll and then when it comes to one bit of luck, he rolls a 12 and makes it into the main event? Who knows? It could happen. It's Vegas. Anything could happen.
To keep it on the Vegas theme, I'll phrase this next question like we're in a casino. Ashton was dealt a good hand at the start of the weekend. He qualified on pole, but his luck just didn't align the farther on that he went. Who else in this LCQ field has kind of had this same stars align?
Oh, I mean, looking down, I mean, you think Isaac Malkut, you know,
Yeah.
he's been really quick, you know. The stars haven't aligned for him. Asen Dramaliev there on the Techno Kart. Another driver we're used to seeing, you know, in and around the, you know, the sharp end. He's had a terrible week. The whole Techno USA team have had a terrible week. Now we're looking at some of the...
Eric Doan won in Vegas just a couple of weeks ago. And again, he finds himself in the LCQ. Rodolfo Lavin's right in front of him. But again, this driver won in 125cc racing action just at the Rio a couple of weeks ago. And he finds himself here. But again, to the point, this place is cruel. This place is cruel. Only 12 drivers leave here with a smile on their face at the end of the weekend. So nonetheless, and I'm kind of looking outside of our booth here and on the ground, the sprinkling is starting to kind of increase that a little bit more. And
But the driver, I mean, I'm looking... I haven't seen a single set of wet tires on a go-kart yet. This is why we do it, ladies and gentlemen. This is why we do it.
Well, we've gotten the 1 minute on grid signal, so we're going to send it down to the pit lane camera to watch these drivers roll off, and then it is time to go LCQ racing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back right to Caleb, Mike, Henry, and Haley, and many more on the Perico Pit Box after this, but it's time to go. We've got the last chance qualifiers getting ready to roll here, folks. Karts just went onto the racetrack now as the KA100 Juniors are rolling. There's a look at your starting lineup, beginning with Diesel Blazonski and Isaac Malkut on row number 1, and on row number 2, Benjamin Highland and Xander Malatesta.
Nico Katowski starting in that inside the third row, rather, alongside Kason Hodge, Ignacio Diaz, and Davis Henry on row number 4. Sergei Karamseli and Sebastian Rist on row number 5.
Moving back, row number 6 as the group continues on. In total, KA Junior had plenty of drivers trying to make their way into the show. Row 6 starts off with Danya Blazonski and Gage Bailey. Lucas Dreibel and Mason Berry start back on row 7. Ciro Flamini and Cole Anderson back on row number 8.
Yeah, you scroll through some of the dogs to look for to come up through the field. You got to go all the way back deep in the field to find Ashton Woon starting in the 30th spot. There he is outside of row number 15. Tough one for him for sure. There are a bunch of drivers. Eric Doan as well. Xander, we would expect him to be up front battling for a race win. All the issues in the heat races. If you can't get it done there, you got to come from the back, and there he is.
He's got a long way to go. And again, the LCQs are not much more, basically, than the heat races. It's not like the 20-lap main event that stands in the way for the KA100 Juniors tomorrow. This is a mad dash to the top 6 spots. Who makes it to Super Sunday for KA Junior? It's a fast start, but it will get the green.
One driver, I think, with a tram line violation midway through the field. You watch them jump to the inside. This is the opening laps here where you've got to get super aggressive. If you're a guy like Woon, you got to go way around. Isaac Malkut's going to in a better spot. He's going to go to P2 right out of the gate. So driver around right in the middle of the track. Everybody able to get around so far. That's the 871 to Lucas Dreibel going around in turn number 4.
Big time contact to start. Surprisingly though, Rob, we've seen a lot of LCQs way worse than that. This one's underway and the majority of the field still have a chance and a stone's throw at getting to P6.
Yeah, we didn't see anybody do that big send down the inside of turn number 1, which normally clogs things up. You normally get some kind of an incident early on. Otherwise, the driver's fighting away here. It's a couple slow coming out of turn number 10. Otherwise, here's your first time you cross the line. We'll have a look. Oh, there's a couple drivers together coming out of the corner. 3 involved coming across the line. Malkut will go to the lead. He's right there with Diesel Blazonski. Benjamin Highland, Nico Katowski, Xander Malatesta, and Sebastian Rist. More contact in turn 1 as Flamini is out.
That's another one. Cyril Flamini goes out. So now as we keep an eye on the race here for the Simcraft KA100 Junior, the rain continues. In fact, it's picking up even more so. A number of drivers caught out by it. Maybe that's what was the cause down at turn number 1. All the while as they rocket through the infield at full song now into the back section on lap 2. Diesel, Bazanski, Isaac Malka, another one around there. That's the 866 that spun. He was outside the transfer zone. It's Bazanski, Malkut, Benjamin Highland, Nico Katowski, Xander Malatesta, and Sebastian Rist as of last time by, but look at this up and on the curbing there. One of the GFCs, Sergei Karamseli, maybe, down the inside in that final turn. And look at Katowski. The beer alert right there, Rob. Yep. That front bumper is destroyed.
Yeah, he's a big hit there for Katowski. Issues there. Could you ask for tougher conditions for these young drivers right now? The simple fact that we've got some light sprinkles on the racetrack. It's going to get more moist. They're going to lose that grip level. 6-driver breakaway here. Bazanski, Highland, Malkut, Katowski, Malatesta, and Rist. Although big damage to the front nose there, the nose cone of Katowski. Very likely is going to be a penalty for him there after contact in the opening circuit. Drivers coming through the field. Where is Ashton Woon? He's up to 19th spot after 2 laps. Remember, there's that roll-off still to come. Yeah, you want the top 6, but you want to be right in there as well.
How about that, folks, as they rocket around that final turn. Here we go again. This will be another one in the books. Benjamin Highland, your leader. There's the cut line right there. Your top 6 spots are above the red. They're in the go zone to the main. They have got a big breakaway back to Diaz and crew, but we've seen so many penalties. And look at this. Ashton Woon outside the top 30, up and on the gas right now as he continues to drive forward.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Ashton Woon as he's worked his way up there. He's trying to get himself up front to get into the fight. 19th last time across the line. But he has been up on it right there. There's Woon in that 895 Speed Concepts Racing machine. Right behind him, the 875 of Matias Gonzalez. An opportunity to leverage a driver who qualified on the pole in this category in the time trials, just wasn't able to leverage it.
So Nico Katowski with that front bumper, obviously both dislodged and more than likely pushed in. That puts this kid currently 7th right now. Ignacio Diaz provisionally in that 6th spot. He's 7th again across the line, but Katowski, if it's at minimum pushed in 3, at a full it'd be 6. It's going to put him way down and outside the transfer zone here in KA Junior. So that kid right there, red and white TKT Bureau Art, 6th on track, currently out. Diaz first provisionally in that we can see, and behind him, a lot more that would like to get in.
Yeah, Karamseli there in the 899. Mason Berry, you saw Kason Hodge there as well. Eric Doan up to 11th. Doan is plus 11 already. Started 22nd. Doan on the move right now to get himself where he needs to be. Up front, Isaac Malkin leveraging things so far. He's in the lead. Got a couple of tenths on Benjamin Highland. The leaders out front are looking good, but never really looking at the leaders in these battles. There's Eric Doan there. It's more trying to find the drivers who are pushing their way up to that final transfer. Top 6 drivers in a row. They've got him in open room. We know Katowski back to 6th, but expecting him not to be part of it once penalties come by with that front-running bumper.
Last time by, the 899 Sergei Karamseli was 4/10 better than Ignacio Diaz. He is tracking down that RPG Cosmic in 7th. He's got company riding along with him. Doan right there, as you mentioned, up a number of spots, and he went purple. So that red and white barrel art machine there in 9th on the circuit. Count him right now, potentially 8th. He needs 2 spots in the next 5 laps, and anything could happen because at the same point, Rob, how many times have we seen the lead group be well safe and race like this? But this is for that transfer zone. Karamseli 3 wide to the last 2 turns.
Yeah, coming across the bow. You know, Doan had to go hard for it. There's a driver off already, way off the outside.
Davis Henry in the LEM Tony Kart, the red, white, and blue machine, snags the walls and takes them with him. The exit of the second to last corner. Rain continuing to pour down. Look at this at turn 1. This will be tricky. Diaz way wide. He'll hang on to it as he goes to the marbles. Malquit still leads that main group into the fray. And right here, another big break zone. How wet is it? Oh, lots of out-of-shape go-karts dancing.
Listen, every new corner is a new opportunity to get that extra slick corner, so you've got to be key on it. Everybody up on the wheel. Woon's trying to get himself through here again. A couple more spots there for Ashton Woon. Doan, I think, maybe into that 7th spot, which we believe is potentially the unofficial transfer position with the issue in the front bumper there for Nico Katowski. Katowski very likely getting a penalty for that damaged bumper. These guys are scrapping hard coming through, and that bumper's gone.
He's gone.
That's Katowski's bumper very likely gone.
Yep.
And that is, hit's gone, so that means that's going to be Doan up into the 6th spot, I believe, or is that? Let's have a look as they come across the line. No, it still says Katowski.
Well, because he's still there.
Yeah, he's still there. I'm going to say he didn't pull off. I thought he may have pulled off the track. There he is right there. No bumper for Katowski.
So Nico's inevitably going to get the meatball this time. Look at Ashton Woon, and behind him, Ignacio Diaz trying to fight to stay alive. Ashton Woon is up more than 20 spots already. This is an incredible charge through the field. Along with him, the driver that was almost there and then just got shuffled back last time was Matias Gonzalez. He and Ashton Woon at the time. Again, Ignacio Diaz is still alive, but that contact with Ashton Woon is about as front and center of again. Ignacio Diaz is still alive, but that contact with Ashton Woon is about as front and center of a punt, and it didn't look like he meant to, Rob. He just locked the brakes up, didn't have traction with the dampening conditions, and it bit Ashton Woon. It will ultimately probably bite Ignacio Diaz.
This is the guy that's put on a show right now. Plus 16 for Eric Doan as he puts himself up potentially into the transfer spot. White flag flying this time by. You mentioned the guys not wanting to settle down here, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That is Highland, Bazonsky, and Rist. Malkin out to the lead, but Xander, they're going to keep fighting for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
And it's not done yet as well, Rob, now with the white flag in the air.
Oh my
9
goodness.
laps complete here in this one. 1 lap to go as things currently stand. What an incredible drive, not just for Eric Doan. Mason Berry is up 33 positions, if this is correct, from dead last in the 820. He's just on the outside looking in as they roll through the infield now, and we go to the final couple of turns.
There's a pass to the inside there as Risk goes by Bazonsky. See if it brings anybody else back in. Really, the top 6 are kind of fine. They gap back at 2.5 from Doan back to Riley Harrison. There's your checkered flag. Malkit will live to race another day. Super Sunday bound for Isaac Malkit. Watching the final couple of corners here. Highland, Bazonsky, Rist, Malatesta. Eric Doan goes purple on the last lap. Doan transfers into the main event.
And the 891 dropping down the board. That is Luis Quiroz. Last lap into the wall with a corner to go. Outside the cut zone, to be fair, but he wasn't far from it. Kudos to Riley Harrison also on the MPG Kart Republic, up a number of spots for driving forward. Eric Doan, though, when he crossed the line, Rob, as we were confirming the timing and scoring was correct, he knew it. He counted to 5 in front of him, and he had a prayer and a look to the heavens saying, thank goodness I made it above the drop zone, and there it is. Unofficial results.
Wow, just the conditions out there for these drivers with the light mist, it just kept getting more greasy and greasy, less grip. Malkit with a big victory. Highland 2nd. Rist, Bazonsky, Malatesta, all there. Those 4 drivers were battling at the end. Highland, Rist, and Bazonsky. But Eric Doan, like you said, what a fantastic drive for him. Plus 16. And you mentioned Mason Berry. Plus 33. Tail of the field up into the 8th position. A tough one for Ashton Woon. He looked like he was tracking to make his way there. He ends up in the 14th spot.
And one thing to remember, for the top 6 right now, we don't know if there'll be any penalties for them, but for Riley Harrison, Mason Berry, Gabriel Balog, and Ignacio Diaz, if the positions hold, we believe Diaz, we at least saw a lot of contact there with the move with Woon, so he might get a penalty. But 7, 8, 9, 10, their chances are not done yet. This is Vegas, baby. They are going to the dice roll. The first 4 drivers outside the top 6 get one final shot for position number 41 on the Super Sunday grid. It'll come during the Perico Pit Box Show here during the break in the action for the afternoon classes. For KA Junior and KA Senior, Henry Bodette and Caleb Viesk are going to have a heck of a time hosting the dice roll right in front of the Viva Las Vegas sign. They might get a little wet out there, but they're going to have some fun, so there'll be one more chance to roll the dice. But for Eric Doan, from everything it looked on screen, that was a clean, methodical, and phenomenal drive to go up 16 spots. As he gets to the scales, this will be the last mark that his job is official.
Yeah, you can see the smile on his face being coming through here, gets through the scales as well. And you know what? You come here for one reason. It's try to get yourself into the races in Super Sunday. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it does not. It does for Eric Doan. He's standing by right now with David Lamb.
Welcome to Super Sunday, Eric.
I don't know what just happened. That was so chaotic. I don't know. It was just so much.
You just said that you don't care how you got there just as long as you are there. So just kind of describe those emotions.
I don't know. I started 22nd. We had a horrible qualifying. I made a bunch of mistakes all week long. But this thing was on rails all week. I don't know. I really don't care where I start as long as I'm in the main. I can do the exact same thing I just did in the however long the main is.
Coming from 22nd, I mean, what did you find today that you couldn't find the rest of the week?
Guts. I just sent it, dude. I don't know. It was nuts. I just got through the start, picked them off one by one, and here we are.
Well, I think he's going to be bringing Guts into Super Sunday. He already says he's going to be coming up through the field. That'll be an exciting kart to watch, I think.
Well, how about that? Eric Doan transfers through, and hopefully that speed continues. You can see what the emotions are. Your weekend is not done yet.
Well, Xander, it's the body of work throughout the weekend, right? He talked about the fact that he didn't have a great qualifying. He made some mistakes in those heat races. But you can turn things around just like you can in Vegas. You roll the dice correctly, you come up big, and he's able to come over and to race on Super Sunday. The same goes for the 5 drivers ahead of him: Malkit, Highland, Risp, Bazanski, and Malatesta. Congratulations to all 6 of those drivers for doing what they needed to do in that LCQ to get a chance to make sure they're part of the action tomorrow. Again, Super Sunday, the biggest day in North American karting. You want to be part of it. You don't want to be on the sidelines.
However, sidelines are a pretty hot commodity already, Rob. Even with the conditions, those grandstands are filling up. They are going to be packed top to bottom once we start tomorrow. We hope you guys in the crowd are enjoying the view, enjoying the coverage. And don't worry, our DJ with Ben Garcia will be getting ready to start spinning here in the afternoon and all day tomorrow. It's a ton of action still to go on the other side of this break. The KA100 seniors for the last chance qualifier will be getting ready to go green.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarczak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarczak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarczakRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart. Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Attention SuperKarts USA drivers. Be sure to order your complete photo package from On Track Promotions. All drivers receive a minimum of 40 photos from throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with instant access from our automated delivery system. Visit otp.ca right now to get instant access to your photos.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Welcome back, everyone. As you can see, unfortunately, right now, the grid is empty. There you can see David Land and Luis Diaz with our mobile camera. They are going to be continuing to give us updates. Right now, you can see Dave saying, well, there's the heavens above that continue to go down on us. Caleb Viesca down there as well. We'll get all kinds of information. They're going to update us with a little bit more, but from what is going on right now here, folks, to give you an update of what we know and what we can at least see is no different than anyone else in the paddock, and that is tuned into the SKUSA official WhatsApp channel, Rob, and that's where they've posted every bit of the official results once they get finalized, as well as the merges for it. However, unfortunately, the most recent message was only the KA Junior Heat points. That means they are still obviously proofing and double-checking a handful of the KA Senior drivers before that one is set and good to go. So with all that said, the coverage continues right now, and we are going to kind of be in a bit of a holding pattern until it is time to go green with KA Senior. And I have to imagine that with the rain coming down that they are also going to add on, once those points do finally get set, the option for the drivers to go to the wet MG tires for the first time all weekend.
Yeah, I think we're kind of on a hold right now. The rain has arrived here trackside, so indeed we had a decent run there for the drivers in the junior category, but we are going to have a full wet session for the KA100 seniors to see what they do and see who's able to transfer to the main event. This will be an interesting approach, Zan. You think about that. You're rolling out for the LCQ, your Super Sunday dreams on the line on a track you have not yet driven in a condition you have not yet sampled as of yet.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the SuperNationals, and as you can see, it's wet and it's continuing to get more and more damp here on the racetrack. I'm here with Caleb Vieska down in turn number 1, and I think, Caleb, for this LCQ, it's about to get really wild down here.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, already the KA Junior LCQ was a wild one to watch. So already down here, look, if there was any question before this that of what tire to put on, whether it's a slick, whether it's a wet, we're wet racing from here on out. If you look, the entire track behind us is completely damp from barrier to barrier. So that's your biggest tell of what we're going to have, what we're going to see throughout this race. Another thing, right? We've already seen these curbs being used. If you look down here, Luis, real quick, you see where drivers are kind of going over the apex. This is where the paint's kind of been ripped off of the curb here. So that's where drivers are starting to apex. And if you're driving in the rain here, David, that's exactly where you want to be. And I talked about it earlier on in the show, right? We have seen some drivers go around the high side, try to rip the outside. So there's a lot of different ways to approach this rain racing, but even then the K seniors are just about getting gridded up. Drivers are starting to work their way through. Everybody had slicks on. Oliver Hodgson had a pair of used slicks on. Everybody else had brand new slicks on from what I saw, but now that's all going to change, right? And the question is, intermediate or that new? I think it's about damp enough down here to put on a set of wets.
So that was the question I was going to have. Do you go with the scuffed set of tires versus a new set of wet tires? Because I think that's the choice that the teams have right now. You mentioned the slick's completely out of the question right now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it's even starting to pick up a little bit more. I know my parents are probably watching on from home. They're probably not too happy that I'm standing out here in the rain and the cold in Las Vegas after coming off of a cold last week. But that being said, for the drivers, if you think about a question, I would honestly just slap on the new set of reins, right? At this point, I'm curious to hear as well from Xander, Mike, and Rob what they think would be better here. But there's a lot of wind down here picked up. So just there's going to be adjustments to the chassis, et cetera, that they're going to be making.
Another question that I would have is traditionally you hear it like, go-kart circuit racing, right? You use the outside, you rip that top. On a temporary circuit, can you do that?
What's a parking lot? And I think Henry said the same thing. The only thing meeting you now is going to be those barriers on the outside, right? We've seen all the water barriers, all the plastic barriers. We've seen drivers just avoid them. So it's gonna be tricky. If you look, right, the racing line is what we're standing on right now, and it's rubbered in. You could see the rubber that's been laid down, which is it's a lot darker here on the inside in our feet. If you move to the outside to where it is, it's a lot lighter compared to that inside line. So that's going to be like ice right now, right? All that rubber that's been laid down on the asphalt, it's super, super slick. And if you look over here, there's not rubber laid down. It's almost, if you will, it's just wet asphalt.
Yeah.
This is the optimal racing line. There's marbles out here as well. You're seeing, marbles all around our feet. So that's, to me, you either want to be here or you want to be all the way down there abusing the curbs.
I'll tell you where you don't want to be. We see all these skid marks leading to the Tech Pro barrier out here. And that's the thing, is if you've got the grip out here, well, you're taking an awful lot of risk, and I think that's what we're going to have to see. And, of course, a lot of risk, well, that's the name of the game in an LCQ. You want to race on Super Sunday, you've got to take risk, and it might be running close to those barriers where the grippy part of the track is.
Yeah, well, this is Las Vegas, right? We talked about it. This place is cruel. Again, we're going to have the dice for later on. This place is cruel. Only 11 to 12 drivers leave happy with a smile on their face here after winning the pinnacle of North American karting. And the LCQ, there's going to be drivers that aren't happy to be here. There's going to be drivers that are going to be looking to get themselves into the main event. But this is going to continue throughout. You can hear it on our microphones. The wind is picking up. My hair is already getting messed up. I'm going to have to go back and...
My hair's always messed up, Caleb. Don't worry about it.
Something. But, yeah, it's hectic down here, boys. And for those of you in the booth, I'm curious to hear, wet tires, scrubbed or new?
Man, that's a great question, Rob. And, again, unfortunately, this was the last session that Mike isn't on before he gets back on. So I'm sure he's got a lot of thoughts as well about what he would do in this situation. I can tell you right now, I mean, when you look at a racetrack like this, unlike a proper circuit, right, that would have a lot of built-in grip to it, you would be probably looking to maybe see those scuff wets come out. But I don't know. The grip level's so different. It's such a hard call. It's a much easier call if you know the surface. Year to year, even racing here on this lot, this is our third year racing on this specific pavement at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and it is the second consecutive year on it here. We first came here in 2021 on this area. In 2023, we were on the opposite side. There's a lot of nuances to it. Every year, things are different. I mean, even the best drivers are like, look, the first part of our season, January through March, kind of figuring out what's different in the year and then learning. But we don't, for the internationals watching, we don't normally race on parking lots. This is new territory for everyone.
Well, I think one of the key things is obviously the opening couple of corners, that opening lap is going to be crucial for those trying to move their way forward. If you go to a used wet tire to start, it's very likely going to have a little bit more grip from the very get-go. So maybe that'll help out a little bit. Again, I think a lot of the more decisions where you're actually going to run. Caleb and David talking about the normal traditional race line where you're on the outside of the racetrack, not down on the groove. I don't know how good that's going to work on this particular track. If you run the outside groove on a regular permanent road course, you make a mistake, you drop a wheel in the grass, that's not too bad. Here, if you're running way around the outside, you go too deep, you're into the barrier real quickly, that's going to end your day. So I think you're going to lean maybe towards closer to the racing line than you normally would. Make sure, Xander, you have a little more breathing room on the outside should you make a mistake or lose some grip mid-corner.
Yeah, even talking with Brandon Jarsicrack a little bit, team owner for BJR, he's got a lot. They have had a phenomenal year in KA Senior. They've been arguably the dominant team, Rob, across the Pro Tour and the various other national events we have in the States. Last night and the night before, you and I both caught up with him a little bit, and even he was thinking as well that the line may not change all that much. The rubber, on a regular circuit is going to make a big difference, and it's going to become like ice when it gets wet. But there's only so much rubber that has gotten laid down. When you look at the track before it got soaked, it wasn't like there was a crazy dark groove. There was a cleaner line for sure. So you will see the rain line to a certain degree, but here's a great look. I mean, you can see it's darkened, but it's not layers and bunched up. What's interesting, though, is the first session to go out in the rain, all of the debris, all the clag, all the marbles on the outside and the rubber bits on the outside of the corners, that eventually will get cleared by the drivers running around the high side. But the first couple laps, they're going to be picking all that up.
Indeed. Again, that first opening couple laps are going to be the telltale sign of where drivers want to run. And listen, remember this. You're out there for the first time. If you didn't go out in the damper warm-up sessions from yesterday, you're going to be rolling out there and saying, okay, listen, every corner, I might try a different line. You're going to search for grip, especially as you get rolling. If you're up front, the top 6, top 10, maybe be a little smarter, hold your spots, keep that inside line, not to open up the bottom. But the drivers will 100% be searching for grip around this racetrack to find out what is the fast line in these trickier conditions. The rain continues to fall, as you saw when Caleb and David were out there. They didn't have umbrellas. They weren't getting poured on, but it's this light kind of regular sprinkle, kind of a mist thing that's happening right now. The longer we wait before we get the drivers onto the racetrack, the damper the track's going to get. It's not a full-on pouring rain. It's just that steady stream of that light rain and mist that we're seeing here trackside right now.
And again, this is both the reason for the delay due to both the changing track conditions to allow teams to prep those wet tires, because everyone knew that there was a chance of this happening here on Situation Saturday. We just didn't quite know when. And even still, this is far from what was originally projected as late as last night. It was still looking like we were going to be in heavy rain conditions all day long. And it was raining and dousing the Las Vegas Strip just less than 30 minutes ago. We've got the remnants of that, but it's for the most part broken up. I mean, when you look across the range, the opposite direction of that angle, but this one down here from turn number 1, you can see the Vegas skyline off to the left side. And over there, it was a very dark and purple-looking wall. Now it's a much lighter gray. So the rain itself, it's still hitting. It's still dampening the racetrack, but it's nothing like the downpour of what we expected. So while it continues and we go to the grid, the reports that we're hearing so far, the call appears to be mainly new MG wets.
There's the call from the crews themselves. They know better than anybody else the way they want to approach this racetrack. So many guys who have been here over the last multiple years running on the park and lot circuits here in Las Vegas would have that experience. We have not over the years seen a lot of rain. As one of our European drivers said, I came over here to race.
Victor Gustafsson.
Yeah, in the desert. I didn't bring any rain gear with me because I figured that we weren't going to see that. But indeed, you think back to 2013, the torrential rains we had at the Rio that year. It was cold. And listen, that's one thing. Let's throw that out here as well. It's only about 65 degrees here right now. It's chilly, but but it's not the 55s and low high 40s potentially it could be in a cold November rainy day in Las Vegas.
Well, as we keep our eyes on the racetrack conditions changing, the first of the 2 KA Heat 3s have finally been posted with all protests in. That's groups A and B. That means that groups C and D is still under review. And folks, again, touched on it a little bit, Rob, when I joined you just in the earlier bits with the third heat for Micro Swift. One thing in chatting with Neil Strickland and the entire SuperKarts USA officiating crew, as nasty as it looked yesterday, as rough as it was to watch on the racetrack top to bottom, from the micros to the pro shifters and masters shifters and even KA100 masters, they were vigilant in the race control box. And no doubt the rain is going to slow things down. There's going to be still plenty of thrills and spills, but you're not going to see nearly as many aggressive moves like the 4 and 5 wide action when you have the grip in the drive. But even when we had the grip this morning, the racing was, well, a little better than Friday. Friday's rough. And you and I, we've been around for so many major race weekends, even in the most recent iteration of karting, right? I feel like there's always, at one point in any given weekend, things kind of boil over. It's like when the NASCAR drivers talk about the big one, the Talladega or Daytona. Yeah. They're surprised when there isn't that one big wreck. But it normally only happens one time in that race. It's normally, it could happen in the beginning, and then it calms down after. It could be building, and it happens and sends them into overtime with a green-white checker restart. And I think it's very similar with how many race sessions we have in a given race weekend. You see either temperatures start to boil up and continue to build, and then the payoff is a terrible crash-filled main event. Sometimes in the middle of the weekend, you get some gnarly sessions, and then it course corrects. And sometimes at the beginning of the weekend, in this case, heats 1 and 2, very nasty. Lots of rough driving. The officials hard on it out of the gate. There were driving down penalties. There's 2 tiers of them as well, talking with Neil. There's both the slow, gradual close the door, but you're too late. Someone's already there trying to defend your position. And the quicker flick of the wrist. That is a much more egregious and unsportsmanlike conduct DQ. So they were on it, and I feel like we're starting to see that today.
Yeah, a number of penalties handled yesterday, as we know. We talked about the fact how aggressive it was. Everybody kind of feeling that SuperNationals tension. The level of anxiety, I think, so many drivers wanted to go forward so quickly because of the shorter races as well. So there was a sense of urgency for a lot of drivers that they had to go out there, drop the hammer, and just force their way to the front. It's been much better this morning. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, you're going to get some contact still. It's still that temporary circuit action. But I believe, Mike and I were talking about it earlier, it just felt like the morning sessions were tamed down a little from yesterday. Well, hopefully we'll see the same thing this afternoon, but it could be a lot different. It's not going to be the same full-on, throttle down racing when we get back at it if this rain continues for the remainder of the day. It's going to be a lot more about finesse, kart placement, and making sure that you're good with your right foot, all about throttle modulation and keeping that kart going in the right direction. I think a lot more focus on the individual drivers and how they're able to navigate the tough conditions as opposed to everybody kind of being out there full drive and just sending it to every corner. That's what we saw a lot of yesterday.
Yeah, you saw a lot of aggressive sends here, and no doubt it's going to be aggressive because you still have to race your way into the show. Not to mention in KA Senior, right, and KA Junior, an oversold capacity class, nearly 100 drivers total. Unfortunately, for a good chunk of them, they're not only waiting to see the LCQ and heat points tally to see where they, start. They're just waiting to see if they made it in. The bottom 20 or so don't even get the chance to go to the last chance qualifier. The bottom part get cut. You got to be above 74th just to get a chance to race your way in, like Eric Doan just did in KA Junior, and he was in the middle of it, right? We talked about Ashton Woon starting outside the top 30. He was probably at one point looking at the way the points were shaken up from before Heat 3 today, hoping, I got to perform in this just to get a chance to race our way in the show. And sadly, of course, the contact with Ignacio Diaz, provisionally he's outside even that dice roll zone of 7th to 10th, but we'll have to wait and see when the official results get posted for KA Junior when that gets underway. Nonetheless, we continue to remain here in a holding pattern for the results. The second of the 2 KA Senior Heats just got posted, which means the heat points tally is getting tallied right now. Once that's posted, then they allow the drivers and teams to be able to still have a few minutes once they know whether or not they're going in to get up to the grid and get prepped to go. Granted, if you think you're going to the LCQ or you think you got a shot at going into it, whether you have a shot that you have to because you're right around that 34th bubble, or whether you are hoping that you even get in it, now is the time to prep. Now is the time to go ahead and reserve yourself the rain set in the tent. Because who knows how many every team brought, right? That was the other story about 2013. Yes. Rob, you can attest to it. rain tires were going far beyond retail pricing as that week went on.
Yeah, you know what? The rain was coming in, and a lot of the teams didn't bring rain tires with them. They kind of expected there would be rain tires trackside, and indeed, that it became a bit of an industry bubble, if you will. People were sending in tires from all over the country, all over the world, shipping them in for people to have rubber rain tires to run that weekend. When, of course, it was almost a full weekend of rain. Here's a good look. Work being done. David and Caleb talked about what you could do to the carts yourself. There are a lot of things you can do, Xander, obviously, to get a cart ready for the rain. You're going to narrow the rear. You're going to widen the front. You're normally going to change the actual ride height of the machine itself. You'll loosen up the tabs. You'll loosen up the seat stretch. You want that cart to flex as much as you possibly can. There's a kind of a status quo of how you approach setting a cart up for rain racing. And you can see all these guys going to work right now, changing the Ackerman on it as well. A lot of stuff you can do to the front end to really get that cart to jack that weight, to get that inside rear to turn, and to get that grip you need into the go-kart. Lots can be done, but again, nothing is good as experience in the wet. It takes time to learn how to drive with your right foot. No doubt about that.
So as the work continues here with a great shot, not only over in the pre-grid area, how about this, getting inside some of the tents in the action. There's, like you said, a lot of changes that go in, gear changes and setup changes. How about a look at, that's Robbie Boyd's show, so over at the Magic Kart USA tent, just outside here of us at row number 1, hard at work trying to get the motor tightened up. First, you have to loosen the motor mount so you can bring the chain back to be able to unbolt then the sprocket, or again, if you want to pull the sprocket off, and that way get the chain off. Then put it back on and set the tension right. That's what he's doing, tightening the motor mount, make sure that's all done properly. And they know they have enough time, and they did a great job of going to grid prepared with every tool that they could need for their drivers, and the same for the rest in the staging area. All this has to be done long before the grid. Then they go into grid B, or Parc Ferme, where all the fuel is housed, and then they finally drop the carts down and go to grid number A. So, that said, that means we're still quite a bit away from the action, but we want to take you in close right now and let you hear all the chatter going on and see it all up close as those final bits of prep are done and the drivers get ready to go for a wet last chance qualifier here in KA100 Senior.
Nico, mira detrás de esta red. Sí, ya movió. ¿Ya se movió ya? No, movió. Ahora. Luego, ¿cuánto hay? ¿Uno y uno? No, un cuadro y medio. Un cuadro y medio, listo. Como dejé yo a aquel lado. Ahí, este lado. Ahí. Ahora, esperen, alineación. Esperen. Tenga la dirección alguno. Téngame la dirección. We'll do it fast.
LCQs. All my seniors, you will line up in an orderly line and I will get you through. If you made the LCQs, it is posted in the WhatsApp. Please double check. All right, seniors, if you made the LCQs, let's get in the line and let's go.
Yep. It's good to go. Go and do your job.
Nico, ¿necesita la pistola?
as you guys can see, grid is starting to get full, and we are ready for our first wet tire race on the weekend. After this quick commercial break, the track goes back hot again for the last session of the morning rotation. KA100 Senior, last chance qualifier action right after this.
Hi, I'm Yusuf Bazanski. I'm Danya. And I'm Asher. We're practicing on our sims for our next race.
10.55, still there. Car on your left.
All in all, we just love the RS. Helps us stay in the game in the correct mindset. Get fast, faster.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way.
Okay, you're good. I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopKA100.com. At ShopKA100.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want. Like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need. All at ShopKA100.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Drivers are down getting into their karts now. David Land and Caleb Vieska have been getting us all the information. Dave, what do you have for us for a final couple of thoughts before we go green with KA100 Senior action?
Well, and really wet right now. To kind of go back to our previous tire choice, all but 2 of this field have chosen to go with new tires. The only 2 I saw, Caleb Gaffera and Azer Torres Jr. But the other thing I want to point out, the fact that some of the drivers, so it's kind of tough. I mean, that's going to be really kind of nasty out there as the rain continues to pick up and the go-karts have fun. So we'll send it back up to the booth. Call this LCQ.
And again, apologies a little about the range. Obviously, the rain, for the most part, as much as the team's got to adjust, we do too. But there you could tell as well. And a great bit of intel from David. Not only were the teams maybe not prepared with tires, maybe not prepared with wetsuits, or about mechanics with ponchos or rain shoes. Chase Gassi at Lee's ready, though. What a weekend he has had. He had a scary moment right in front of us at Heat 3 this morning, Rob. That's why he finds himself on the pole for the last chance qualifier in KA100 Senior presented by TKG Bureau Art because a massive wreck in turn 1 and then a crazy re-entry for him to try and salvage the weekend. It's been tough for young CGL out of Miami, Florida. He'll lead the field off the grid, though, now, and we'll get set to bring you the full lineup for the last chance qualifier in KA100 Senior action. Gassiet Lee and Jeremy Fletcher. Talk about a tale of 2 weekends that couldn't be further apart. Here, the Magic Kart USA driver, the 945 from Hero at the Rock Vegas win on a last-second opportunity to having to go to the LCQ. We spoke with JB, his grandfather, earlier. They said, man, we struggled in the quali. We had a problem there that hit us through Heat 1. Heat 2, they got going. Now he's a second man out, having to race in.
A lot of big names having to come through here. Top 6 transfer, Ibrahim Dean sitting in the 3rd spot. Cash Perkins in 4th. Steven Iser 15. Peter's been strong all weekend long. He is 6th spot. You got Mateo Pappas and Jackson Suzlin back on row 4. Kobe Romero and Dono Bonilla on row number 5. He'll start 10th here. Another driver, if you look at that group here, Caleb Gaffera. Remember how good he was on the front row. No, that did not go well for him. He's going to start 12th here, trying to race his way in. Rest of the field, look at those drivers who are all looking to try to see if they can't make it through to Super Sunday.
Yeah, the field is deep, right? And again, not to mention how many drivers, Rob, sadly, aren't even going to get a chance to race in this one. An update, of course, for those that were listening in. We wanted to clarify while we were on delay, and our graphic on screen said weather delay. Well, that's not truly what we were on delay for. What we were on delay for were protests and appeals onto a number of penalties. We're trying to get penalties added on. Race Control wanted to let everybody know that is watching along. A testament to all of you and how many of you have made what we show seem so important that they said, hey, Kurt Chaser, get it right. We're not waiting because we want to be babying these guys and let them take plenty of time to change tires. No, it was under protest review is why we were waiting a little bit longer before the TKG Bureau Art or KA100 Senior total field was set to release and go out for their last chance qualifier. All the way back to Jack Grote there in the GFC, the 917, and a look through the field. A number of drivers that probably will be struggling for eyesight with dark visors, not bringing a clear visor for the rain. Archer Ever's been the last driver that has a shot to race his way into the show. Here we go, folks. KA100 Senior, last chance qualifier action, 10 laps. Put it on the board. Chase Gassiet on the right, Jeremy Fletcher on the left, and as they roll down the tram lines at turn number 1, it's
side rear. Good start so far as a number of drivers having to push hard. Remember, if you're deep in the field, you're going to take a couple more bigger swings at it. You're going to go down the inside. You're going to do whatever you can to get extra positions early. You cannot wait on the opening circuit. 6 minutes plus 2 laps.
Dean Peterson, Caleb Gaffera 3 wide going by Ibrahim Dean as Fletcher leads at the end of the first lap across the line. Jeremy Fletcher trying to race his way in and looking back to the drop zone. Caleb G looks to hold that spot on the Holtz Gillard and already big contact down at turn 1. Who did we lose right there? One of the LN carts. That's the 915 machine that has gone for a wild ride.
Shane Reddy around in turn number 1, backing into the barriers there. Full speed down into turn number 1 for the first time. Remember, at the start, they're not at full speed. This time was the first time that they rolled hardcore down into 1 and got that cart to take a set. Fletcher, Gassiet Lee, Isert, Pappas, Gaffera, and Peterson. That was the top 6 drivers. There you go, the white and blue, number 40 of Dean Peterson. That is the bubble car right now. Dean, the Bonilla, Romero, Suslin, there into the rest of the top 10. Dean Peterson on the bubble as he is P6 here in the LCQ.
So here we go, 1 lap in the books as the timer continues to tick on in the last chance qualifier. Can you believe it? Jeremy Fletcher, a Rock Vegas winner. And now Caleb Gaffera, already multiple podiums. The X30 Shootout win at the Miami Grand National Championship. A number of accolades. And yet he's in the LCQ, still under fire from Peterson, who's going to send it down the inside in turn 4.
Yeah, so that means Gaffera now the driver on the bubble. P6 for Caleb G. Peterson gets through. There goes the Shark back down to the inside, leveraging the wet conditions. Caleb Gaffera and Dean Peterson. Now, these guys better not race here. That's one of the issues. Ibrahim Dean back there and Jackson Suslin. I believe Suslin may be up into the spot now. You don't want to be fighting for P6. Work together and try to get away. They've got some gap behind them. They continue to fight. Gaffera trying to use the outside there. Again, all these drivers leaning over, trying to see if they can't get as much weight as they can. They'll go back to the inside. Gaffera back to 3rd.
Across the line, another lap in the books as the timer continues downward here in this one. 6 minutes plus 2 laps. There's a look at it. Fletcher to Gassiet Lee. Steven Isert's in the show. Mateo Pappas currently in. Cash Perkins currently in. Gaffera in that final spot. But again, Peterson and him going back and forth. And now with Peterson holding the spot, he goes back in the zone. Gaffera outside looking in. And behind him there is going to be Souslin and then Dean. Dono Bonilla still on the outside. They, again, will have a shot if they're 7th through 10th to go to the dice roll. You'd like to take the luck into your own hands and make your own luck and race your way through.
Indeed, I thought that Gaffera and Peterson were both straight in, though. Indeed, that is 6th and 7th. And right now, Perkins runs P5. Fletcher out front, went purple last time by, 58.096. He was 8/10 faster than Chase Gassiet Lee on that last lap. Fletcher's laying it down, 58 flats. Nobody close to him at all right now. He's over a second faster than the majority of the guys in the field.
So we're getting reports as we watch the battle outside the top 6. Caleb G on scuff wet tires. The rest of the field went on news. Look at the rooster tails coming off the back. This is a full wet one. And the scuff tires essentially trying to mimic an intermediate, Rob, an alternate that's a half dry, half wet hybrid. Not quite working.
Well, if you've used it, you've run it essentially through a heat cycle, right? So it's going to harden up the compound a little bit and ideally will last a little bit longer. Although we've got so much rain down now, it does not look like that's been the best call here at this point here. Gaffera going back a little bit into the, I believe, maybe 8th position right now for Caleb G. Not done, though. He just doesn't seem to have the pace. 59.5 last time by. He was 4/10 quicker than Dean, a couple tenths quicker than Romero. I think he's still fast enough to hold that spot, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for him to potentially work his way back forward.
Here's the fight for 3rd through 6th on your screen. It's not necessarily locked in stone as well for everyone outside the red line because Steven Isert's got pressure. Mateo Pappas is there. So is the SCR machine of Cash Perkins and Peterson. All involved. Last time by, Peterson was ahead of Perkins. Now he's back behind him in 6th and looking on still as well. Of course, Jackson Souslin in the 7th spot. Loving this. Here's Peterson back to the inside for 5th. And a slide job will get done.
Yeah, look back there to Souslin. He's got to keep digging in that Jay Howard Driver Development Kart Republic. Got to keep fighting through the laps. You remember 6 minutes plus 2 laps for being told. Total time right now, Xander, 5:36. We're coming around to that 6-minute mark. We're not going to get a lot of laps left in this one here.
Oh, look at that. One of the MPG machines. Is that Mackay Winfrey maybe in the 950 it looked like?
Indeed.
Travis Barney. So he was 19th, middle of the field, and that broke the line of the barriers. We're at 3 laps to go because the leader made it back before the race was over. So we're only going to go to, I believe, lap number 8.
Pappas made a move to the inside there, Steven Eisert. Now they're going to work each other on the outside. Eisert working the outside of the racetrack. This is the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. You see 6th place driver right back there. It's Cash Perkins in the 913.
And they're all saying, hey, we're already in. What are we doing? But everybody wants to lead. And to be fair, you never know what the rest of the drivers around you are going to do in these damp conditions. So you run the risk of getting put in the wall like that. Eisert back now to the fit spot, and pressure still from Perkins. And here comes Souslin in the 912. It's 5 deep. Only 4 tickets to the big dance, and a set by Peterson to the inside of Mateo Pappas. White flag waving, 1 to go.
And indeed, you wonder whether Caleb Gaffera was going to be able to stay in it. No, he has dropped well down. Gaffera down to 14th. Not a call there on those scuff tires. Whatever the setup was, it was not there. These guys are still fighting hard. That is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Xander, one of the drivers in this group here, is not going to transfer directly in.
So Perkins on the black and white SCR machine. Mateo Pappas there with a bright yellow helmet. Then right behind him, Steven Eisert, who rode 3rd for most of this race, has now fallen to the 6th spot. He's got Souslin looking inside for the transfer. Right behind these two, that white and blue JHCD machine's now inside the transfer window. And Eisert from 3rd on the Speed Sense orange machine back to 7th. Couple of turns left, Rob. Here we go.
He's got to send it to the inside. That was the move to get yourself in the show. Eisert up on top of the curb, sends it to the inside of turn number 10. You had to make that move. Final corners here for the LCQ for KA Senior, and it'll be a win for Fletcher. Gassi at least 2nd. Peterson, I believe, coming home in the 3rd spot. What a race at the end for the final transfer. Dean Peterson grabbing 3rd. 4th, Cash Perkins 5th, Mateo Pappas, and a turn 10 last lap pass.
Oh, sorry, Rob, just watching the back of the field. The RPG machine in the middle, battling for what looked to be about 21st. That would look to be maybe Quentin McPherson side by side to the line with Nick Eggleston, and just kind of walled him well back beyond the transfer. There's a look at Shane Reddy. We caught his moment early in the race with a spin down at turn 1.
So yeah, let's cap it off. There it is, folks. Steven Eisert, turn 10, last lap pass. He makes the move to the inside of Jackson Souslin in turn number 10, gets it up on the curb, hooks it, gets it around the corner, and is able to come out of the corner with that position. What a great run for Steven Eisert. He almost didn't make it in, but last lap heroics put him in the main event.
He's standing by, down with Caleb.
Steven, what a LCQ for you. Just that last lap, had to make the move down on the curb. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I was carrying a lot of speed going in the corner, and, you know, I saw my opportunity and I took it.
And again, you started 3rd in that LCQ and you fell back. What was going through your head in those last couple of laps, especially when you got past?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure how many people were behind me and how much I could battle with the other guys. And I saw there was only 7 of us and 6 of us have to make it. So, you know, I had to make my move and beat at least one of them. And that's all. That's really it.
And again, this rain has definitely kept all you on your toes. How was it out there for you?
It was good. We went on the used tires. I think it was good at the beginning. It kind of fell off towards the end. But, yeah, hopefully it doesn't rain tomorrow because, you know, I think I'm a little better in the dry.
Well, thank you, Steven. You're in the show.
Yeah, thank you, Caleb.
Again, that's it. Caleb said it. He's in the show. You want to make it to Super Sunday, and Steven Eisert did that. A great run on the final lap. Of course, all that action was happening in front of Jackson Souslin, who worked his way forward. So shout out to him. Remember, he's not done still. We got the roll-off for him as well. But, yeah, we saw some action happening 3rd on back, and a great job there for Steven Eisert, who was at 3rd spot at one point, as Xander had mentioned. Kind of got himself worked back. He talked about the fact that move, like Caleb Gaffera, starting with the scuff tires, may have been good out of the gate, but didn't play at the very end. Even though the grip level was going away for Steven a little bit there, he still was able to put that Speed Sense machine into the show. A great pass to the inside of turn number 10. Xander, that wraps things up for the morning, my friend. We've got, we went through 7 heat races, a couple LCQs. Still lots more to come this afternoon.
That's right. The KA100 Junior Dice Roll is next up. You saw Eric Doan race his way in. There's spot for one more. The 7th through 10th official finishers from KA Junior standing by in the Relson Performance Group VIP suites. And they're going to be rolling the dice for a chance to still get to go to Super Sunday. We'll be right back.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to Acceleration Kart.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Kart Zone is officially open. We're America's first true karting dealership, built by racers, for racers. From your first chassis to managing a full team, our experts guide you every step of the way. At Kart Zone, you'll find top-tier products from your most trusted brands. We believe in performance without compromise. Your karting journey starts here. Visit kartzonena.com. IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR. with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Do apologize for that brief interruption at the end of the LCQ for KA100 Senior. Let's play you a little bit of our Coastal Link custom printing recap of the session that just wrapped up for you on screen. Obviously, right off the rip, Jeremy Fletcher was able to get away, and the focus quickly shifted back to the group battling for third onwards. This was Dean Peterson's incredible march up the top 10 in that white JHCD machine. Then behind him, they were side by side for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Only the top 6 transferred. Steven Eisert, we spoke to him right after the race, and of course, he was on, indeed, the scuffed tires, much like Caleb Gaffera. And unfortunately for Steven, well, the last lap, he fades back to 7th, right in the middle of it. But then here, as the top 3 of that group, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, were able to skate away in the last-ditch effort that he had, even with defending, some great clean defending by Jackson Salzlin. Eisert was able to find a gap. Salzlin had the motor kind of get bogged down at the end of the corner, didn't expect it going, and that little bit of room just to cart with, all that Steven Eisert needed to work with to race his way into the show and just skirt along to that 40th and final standard starting position. But now we're getting set to go down to the dice roll in the VIP area for the KA100 Juniors that ran about 20 minutes ago. Their results have been official enough for 7th through 10th that we've got our 4 drivers that are going to be trying their luck to see if they can roll their way into spot number 41. Henry Baudet and Caleb Viesco will be down there giving all the action and hosting the coverage of the official dice roll. And then not long after the KA Juniors as we get the official confirmation of who will be our 4 for KA Senior. Provisionally, that would be Jackson Salzlin, Morgan Porter, Colby Romero, and Olivier Marac, who had to drive up 12 positions just to get to that 10th and final spot to go to the dice roll. The 4 of them, they would be out. And every other year up until 2023, they were. But for the last 2 years, we've continued the tradition of the craps tables in Las Vegas, brought it to the SuperNationals, and now you have a chance to try your luck one more time to join us again tomorrow. All right, Caleb, Henry, down to y'all over in the VIP.
Thank you very much, Xander. Thank you, Rob. Here we are for the 3rd year running. We have the LCQ dice roll. The first class up will be our drivers in KA100 Junior. Reminder, those drivers who finished 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Chris from SKUSA, if you'd like to come in and just explain the rules to our 4 contenders.
We can do that. All right, you guys, come on over here so you can hear me. So what we're going to do is the person that finished 10th is going to roll first. All of you guys are going to make one roll with both dice. All right? Whoever rolls the highest number, your weekend's not over. You get to start 41st tomorrow. Okay? So 10th place will go first. If you roll doubles, you have the option of a re-roll. But whatever you roll on your re-roll is your new number. So obviously there's an advantage to being the last guy to roll because you know what number you have to be. In the case that we have a tie at the end, the people that tied will make a single double dice roll to break that tie. Again, with the person that finished highest up going last. Okay?
Thank you, Chris. Drivers, are we clear? Caleb, I can see some very nervous faces in front of me.
Yeah, for sure. We'll start in 10th here with Ignacio Díaz. Ignacio, venís aquí desde Argentina a tomar parte de los SuperNationals. Dime cómo te dio este fin de semana y obviamente estás aquí en algo diferente, de verdad, que nunca has hecho.
Bueno, hola a todos. Bueno, un millón de gracias. La verdad que nuestra primera vez acá, una experiencia muy linda, muchos pilotos de todos los países. Así que nada, se nos dio la posibilidad, por suerte. Venimos funcionando bastante bien, así que nada, muy contento. Y bueno, vamos a tratar de entrar a la final. Así que agradecer a todos los que hicieron un esfuerzo para que estemos acá.
And again, he's obviously coming over here from Argentina. I'd like to give a thanks to everybody that made it possible for him to be out here. And he said the level this weekend has been very high, and he hopes he can get here on luck because he's getting it on merit. So we'll let him be the first one to roll the dice. Ignacio, puedes pasar, tomar los dados y que... ¿Estás nervioso? Es lo que te pregunta Chris.
Poquito.
A little bit.
Now, what we should do, I think, is hopefully that Ignacio will have understood Chris's instructions.
I briefed him here. So
okay,
again,
here we go.
So before we start, Chris, the dice have to hit the back of the back wall, or just has to roll? Just roll. Correct. Correct.
Okay, so they don't hit the back
Tira los dados.
A kiss of the dice.
Here we go. The number. That's a high number. That's 11.
11. Okay. Right. Ignacio, you come and stand over here. Right.
11 es el número que has tirado y es un número alto. ¿Cómo te sientes ahora después de haber tirado los dados?
La verdad que muy contento. Tenemos buenas posibilidades, así que nada, a la espera a ver cómo sigue el resto.
Gracias. Says, again, feeling very good now after throwing the dice, throwing an 11. Gabriel, we'll bring you next. Tell me about your weekend up to this point. It's been tough, to say the least, right? But you find yourself in this situation, dice roll. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good about it. I mean, obviously the person before rolled a really high number, so it makes me a little more nervous. But my weekend, it wasn't the best, like you said. We didn't know practice before it counted, so we didn't really do the best there. And then we didn't qualify that good either. And then in Heat 1, we did the best we could, but we kind of stayed where we were. Heat 2, we had a wreck, and then Heat 3, we just got some penalties. So not really the best run, but hoping I can make it into the final. So yeah.
Here we go. Wish you the best of luck. You'd roll a 12 or an 11 to send it into a playoff, if you will, Henry.
Yep. Okay. So I have to say that when Ignacio rolled that 11, there were three sort of the faces dropped amongst the other contenders. But this is Vegas. Hey, anything can happen. Let's go. Gabriel Balog for the Race Lab team on the Villeneuve kart. Okay. You can roll again. It's a double 1. Is that Snake Eyes? Yeah, that's Snake Eyes. So you can roll again, but this could be 11 or 12. Second time lucky. Here we go. It's a double 2. Unfortunately, Gabriel Balog, I'm very unfortunate.
No, he gets to go again. So
he gets to go again?
The rules here, Chris, if you roll the same number, you're able to re-roll or keep that number.
If you roll doubles, you have the option of re-rolling.
Okay.
With a higher number posted, you're obviously going to roll again.
Correct.
Right, so we can roll again. Third roll of the dice. If you roll a double 3, you're coming to the craps table with me tonight, Gabriel. That's insane. A double 3. Ignacio's now looking a little bit more nervous. Double 4.
Oh my goodness. I have never, in the 3 years of the dice roll, seen anything like this. That's a double 5, Gabriel.
Okay.
Nobody's ever done that before. I hope you realize that. That's a 10. Again, you have the option to re-roll to try and beat it.
Ignacio's looking a bit more nervous. When the first die landed on a 6, I thought there, Gabriel, hey, you have more dice rolls now in the history of this event than anybody else, and you've only done it once. That was 4 dice rolls unlucky, Gabriel Balog. So Ignacio Diaz, you are still, at the moment, our dice roll winner. Thank you, Gabriel. The best of luck. We'll move on. Wow. Mason Barry.
How are you feeling? You looked a little bit nervous, right, after Ignacio threw the 11. How are you feeling?
Feeling really scared that I'm not going to roll anything higher than an 11 right now. Like, terrified. So I'm just going to try.
What about this event brings that feeling out of you?
It's you're in Vegas and you're rolling dice, and it's just you're betting pretty much, and whether you're going to the final or you're not.
There you go. Wish you the best of luck, and we'll let you take the picture, Mason.
Well, Mason Barry has already gained 33 places and it's an 11. His luck is in still. It's a tie. It's a tie.
Step over here, Mason.
33 places gained in LCQ to make it into dice roll. I mean, we're going to take Gabriel Blog gambling with us later. No, we're not, ladies and gentlemen. But wow, okay, which means one of the drivers.
They're going to go into a playoff.
They're going to go to a playoff. We got one driver who's travelled further than virtually everybody else to be here. Riley Harrison.
Henry, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I mean, first of all, we need a quick Aussie into the camera.
Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi. It's been a long. When you got on the plane to travel, how many hours to get here?
I think it was like 15.
15-hour plane ride. Did you think that your SuperNats 28 would boil down to rolling 2 dice?
Definitely not.
Okay, Caleb, this is to either go into a 3-way playoff or to break Mason and Ignacio's hearts. Riley, the dice.
Chris. Here we go. And
it's not meant to be 5. Unlucky. Riley, thank you very much for coming. Riley, Gabriel, commiserations. Commiserations, guys. We've got a playoff, a roll-off. Now, who goes, Chris, who goes first? Is it the 10th place, the lowest finishing driver goes first?
The driver that finished 10th will go first. Same thing. You roll first, and a pair gives you the re-roll option.
But now we start from 0 again. They're not carrying that 11. This is completely fresh. Caleb, do you want to just make sure that Ignacio is clear on that?
Entonces, para que sepas, vas a rodar primero otra vez, como acabaste 10º, te toca primero y luego va a seguir él y las mismas reglas se aplican. Okay?
Okay.
There you go. He's been briefed, so getting ready to get going here. We're just waiting for last little bits of confirmation.
Sorry, I'm just getting a last bit of information here, but we're gonna carry on. So, Ignacio, you're up.
Go ahead. Dale.
Okay, it's a 4. Right. Now, Mason Barry, you look a little bit less nervous now than you did then, but hey, it's dice. It can happen. So, Chris, to beat 4th. This is the driver that almost didn't even make the LCQ.
He's in.
And he's rolled an 8. Mason Barry, welcome to SuperNats 28 main event.
Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Go win races. You have a chance to go win on Sunday.
And I guess as well, Mason, you have dice as well from Chris Egger. Sorry to cut you off there, Henry.
This year, that the winners are going to get a set of dice that are smaller than the big ones, but on one side somewhere. I will get you one. One of the dice is supposed to say, I got lucky. Oh.
Well, lucky certainly in thing, but just out of curiosity, where did you start the LCQ? What position were you in the LCQ this morning?
Dead last. 33.
From 33rd in LCQ to the main event. I believe, and I will check with some of the historians, that's probably one of the furthest back that anybody in the dice rolling era has ever made it into the main event.
I don't know actually.
Well, no, I'm pretty sure it is.
That's pretty crazy then.
What have you got to say to your team now? What are the team going to be feeling? Because again, there's not many of you drivers here from Go Win Races. How is that going to boost everyone?
I think I was the only one to make it into the final this weekend, so I think it's going to boost everybody's happy, and just I'm hoping that I can do really good tomorrow and maybe get a podium, hopefully.
Hopefully. Okay, congratulations. Well done. Okay, so Caleb?
Real quick here, I do have some breaking news. Eric Doan was the driver that was in provisionally.
Okay.
SKUSA's working on a workaround right now for what just happened. This hasn't happened in the history of the sport. There is one driver that has to roll. That it's Eric Doan. You were in provisionally. Again, a penalty came your way after the race. That put you out of it. So you're going to roll the dice now, and this is for you to get into the main event. So this is, again, we're still uncertain of who exactly, but you have to roll right now, and we're gonna get Chris to give you the dice here as well. Tell me about it. You were in, now you're out. You're rolling dice.
I don't know what's happening. Like I was over there at the Car Chaser booth getting the clearance shirts, and then back over here, and I was being yelled at to roll. So I guess I'm rolling the dice now.
Well, go ahead. We'll let Chris give you the dice, and again, we're gonna get further confirmation from SKUSA.
Rules for these guys. Here, you guys know what you're doing?
I know what I'm doing. I have to roll a specific number, right?
No.
You have to roll a high number. That's all you have to do. You have to roll a high number. If you roll doubles, then you are able to roll again. If it's high, you can keep it. Okay. If not, then you can go ahead.
Doubles, you have the option of rolling again.
Okay.
You don't have to, but if you roll a lower number, you're stuck with your re-roll number.
Okay.
Okay?
And then again,
what do I got to roll to get in?
The highest number, higher than anybody else.
Which is?
It was 11. It was 11, the number that everybody else rolled.
Okay, so here we go. He has rolled an 8.
So this is provisional. He could still be it. That's an 8, and we're going to get further confirmation. But that's placeholder right now if your penalty doesn't get overturned. Thank you, Eric.
You're welcome.
Okay, so Eric Doan is trying to work on overturning the penalty, but
Correct.
just in case he rolled an 8, and that wouldn't be good enough to get him in unless that penalty gets overturned. So again, sorry about the little bit of confusion. Obviously, this is a fluid situation. The race results are being, obviously, at the end of the race results, they've got to go through tech, then they've got to review any on-track incidents, and then, of course, if there's a penalty, the teams can try to overturn the penalty or appeal the penalty. So that's why I apologise if there's any confusion. Well, that was KA100 Junior, Caleb. Now it is time for KA Senior. Now, drivers who will roll off. I'm just trying to check to make sure that we've got Oliver Marak is here for sure. Morgan Porter is here. Is this Mr. Romero? It is Mr. Romero, whose first name is Mr. And also from Australia, Jackson Suslin. So, Chris, would you quickly once again recap the rules? Drivers, did you hear all the regulations earlier? Sorry. Drivers, senior drivers, come in. Senior, come in.
Boys,
right.
if you guys want to get closer,
okay.
get the rules.
Did you understand the rules here? Chris will now just take you through the rules once again, just for complete and utter clarity.
Okay, so everybody's going to get one roll of the dice, starting with the person that finished 7th.
10th.
Excuse me, 10th, then 9th, 8th, 7th. Highest number rolled with 2 dice, 1 roll, gets to start at the back of the main tomorrow. If you roll doubles, you have the option of a re-roll, but what you roll on your re-roll is what you get. So clearly there's an advantage to going last because you know what you have to beat. Okay? Does anybody have any questions?
And no, you're not allowed to have 3 dice. Morgan, behave yourself. Okay.
Check. Henry, we're going to take a quick pause here. So SKUSA is going to go back and try to make everything official. We'll be right back down here with the dice roll.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Motorsport is reinventing itself, and our mission is to accelerate this transformation so that it becomes even more efficient, cleaner, more spectacular, and more sustainable. Welcome to the next generation of motorsport. TotalEnergies and Peugeot co-developed the 9X8, an eco-responsible hybrid electric hypercar capable of outstanding performances.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Join the Norberg Karting Academy at all winter national karting events. Excellence, precision, legacy, the foundation of the Norberg Karting Academy. Founded by 10-time U.S. Pro Karting Champion Ryan Norberg, an innovator who transformed driver development and redefined the sport through education, technology, and mentorship. Today, his vision continues, a program designed for drivers of every level, delivering tailored plans, data-driven coaching, and opportunities for seat time at every stage of growth. Just as he experienced on his own path to the top, the Norberg Karting Academy goes beyond race day coaching to cultivate complete, confident drivers. Norberg Karting Academy, where dedication meets design and champions are built. Contact us at norbergkarting@gmail.com for more information.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Is Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart. Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Attention SuperKarts USA drivers. Be sure to order your complete photo package from On Track Promotions. All drivers receive a minimum of 40 photos from throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with instant access from our automated delivery system. Visit otp.ca right now to get instant access to your photos.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pit Box show with myself, Caleb Yeska, Henry Baudet, and Marian Kremers joining us here in the Pit Box. Marian, first of all, welcome onto the show. I know you've been busy racing in the morning, coaching in the afternoon, but how's the weekend been up to this point for you guys under RPG?
I would say it's been good. My weekend's been up and down. I've qualified worse than I should have, and that put me in the back with where all the crazy stuff goes down. So a couple penalties here and there, and it's been an uphill battle, but we made the main, so that's the main thing. We're in with a shot for tomorrow. The rest of the team's been doing well. A couple of teammates in front of me, a couple of starting behind me, and and the other classes as well were always up the front. So it's a good week overall.
I mean, you said about you didn't qualify great. I think you qualified about 30th, 38. That's interesting, because that puts you in a position that you're not used to being in terms of mid-pack racing. And now, obviously, you coach, you've been around the sport a long time, but how much of an eye-opener has it been for you actually having to race in that mid-pack situation, whereas normally it's fair to say that you're up near the front?
I mean, I'm used to the shifter racing where everybody knows everybody. We get a couple rookies in every year, but they get along with us, and they adjust quite quickly, I would say. These senior rookies, they come in and it's a bit of chaotic. I mean, gotta say, I got surprised a couple of times about how rude they are and how rough you have to race them, how rough they race you, and then it's been an eye opener for sure. But
cutthroat, I think.
Cutthroat.
Yeah. And so, Marian, moving on, coming into this weekend, you had never driven the Tony Kart or the OTK product single speed, and what was new to you? There was a lot of new things, right? You've obviously driven single speed whenever you were with PSO karting at Burrell Art. You did double duty in 2022, and you're back here this weekend for the first time ever driving in an OTK product that's single speed.
I gotta say, I was surprised how easily it was to get used to. I missed my front brakes a couple of times the first few sessions, but I kept it out of the barriers, and I gotta say, it's an easy car to drive. I think that's why it's so popular. But it got up to speed quite quickly. But racing these guys is a different story.
I think that it sounds strange that we talk about, to the layman, to people watching, kart chase and watching SuperNats for the first time, we go on about different chassis, and they look at a go-kart, or they look at a kart, they think, well, it's a different colour, but it all looks very, very similar. But speaking to Ryan Norberg, who's gone the other way, he's, after so many years, on an OTK product, he's now on a GFC. There are subtle differences that even the likes of yourself are just as, you get used to them very quickly. But these different types of go-kart, the different chassis manufacturers, there's difference in the way they're constructed, and there are slight differences in the way that the driver feels, aren't there?
Yeah, sure. Even though if you put them side by side, it's hard to tell the difference between a Bureau and an OTK and a KR or whatever it might be, other than color. There's subtle differences in shape and sizes of the tubing. There's differences in material that is just you can't see by eye, but you have to know what the different material is. And as a driver, you'll feel that quite quickly, and you get used to it. Like you said, it takes a little bit of time to get used to a different product when you're used to, for so many years, used to be using one different product. It takes a little bit of time, but I think in my case, the reason I got adjusted so quickly is because it was relatively new. I hadn't driven a Bureau single speed a couple of years either, so getting used to the single speed was more of a challenge than getting used to the Tony Kart, I would say.
And moving forward, let's talk a little bit about what we saw in the LCQs, right? Because, again, that was the first bit of rain racing action that we saw, and we had been expecting it to hit us at one point or another.
And here we go!
This year, were spectacular in the rain. Why don't you break down going around in the rain here at the SuperNationals?
I mean, it's a classic rain race. You see Jeremy Fletcher on the front. He's keeping the outside and making it work. That's something you can do in the rain. In the dry, you got to be careful you're just going to run out of room, especially in the LCQ. People are not going to leave you space, but in the rain, you can do those types of things.
Yeah, because looking at Caleb Gafara there, he went out on scrubbed wet tyres. He was one of only 2 drivers that went out on scrubbed wets. Now, the track that you're looking at there, as you can see, that was Travis Varney having a problem, but that's not completely wet, is it? That's not soaking wet, that's more greasy, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's not that much standing water. I don't see any puddles. So scrub set would have worked quite nicely here. I think Caleb was going very well, very strong early on, but he suffered a problem with the engine, I think, and he, I don't know if he retired or if he actually finished, but he was way in the back. So
yeah, he dropped down, I think, to about 14th or 15th.
Yeah.
You know, it's as a driver, as you're looking at there, the great battle of Matteo Papis, Stephen Isert. This is the last lap where Isert and Suslin had to come together. We haven't had the dice roll yet for this, but I mean, you know, Suslin, the Australian, just missing out on the road. Of course, Jeremy Fletcher, Chase Gassioli, top 2. As a driver, do you prefer it when it's greasy, or do most drivers prefer it when it's soaking wet because you know where you stand?
I don't know about other drivers, but I definitely prefer it when it's soaking wet. When it's greasy, I struggle a little bit more. I mean, these conditions, I think I would have still done well, but the more it dries up, the more of a problem I have. Until we can go onto slick tyres, then I feel at home again.
And I just went, at what point, you say you qualified 38th. At what point yesterday, or indeed this morning, did you finally think, oh, phew, I'm not in the LCQ? Was there a moment where you think, oh, actually, I've got to, you know, when did it finally sort of like you think to yourself, okay, I've calmed a little bit, I'm pretty safe?
I mean, I had that yesterday after the second heat. I got third, I thought, and I was happy with that. And I was like, okay, well, sweet, I'm good for tomorrow. As long as I just finish the race, I'll be fine. But unfortunately, I got a penalty for scrubbing my tires after the commitment cone, which was stupid by me. I mean, I should have known that rule was in place, but I didn't. I'm a shifter guy. We don't have that rule in shifters, so that's on me. I should have known better. And then that penalty put me all the way back to 17th, so I got nervous again about making the main or not. And then this morning I had a good heat, finished 9th on the road, and I was like, okay, sweet, I'm in. And then I see the guys walking over to the steward office, and I was like, oh, is that for me or is it for someone else? I was involved in a little bit of an accident in the first lap. I didn't think it was on me. I was gonna fight it for sure because I didn't think I have any blame in it, but I can see how people might have thought that it was on me, so I got a little bit nervous again until the official results finally were posted.
Because that's the incredible thing that we're talking about, you know, a driver, you know, a world champion, Marin Kremers, talking about how still, you know, we're worried about falling into the LCQ. It just goes to show the strength in depth of the fields that you get drivers of Marin's caliber, who had a nervous, waking up on Saturday morning, not confirmed of a place in the main event.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen Oliver Hodgson miss out on it. He's a great driver. He's very quick. He's pulled this event multiple times. I think has he won it in Rotax back in the day, or is he not?
No. This is the one event that Oliver was saying that has eluded him.
Same here.
Oh yes,
four times.
I was trying not to upset the man by mentioning that, but you brought it up yourself.
Yeah. I've always said once I win this event, I retire. So I guess I have to go another year next year.
Gotta keep going, right?
But I'm gonna do my best to retire this year.
Look, and ironically enough, I take you back. Your podium on the year was over at La Conca in WSK Supermasters. It was a second place as well, ironically. But just tell me about the year for you overseas, right? I know you guys struggled in the Europeans. WSK seemed to be the better one, and then Championship of the Future, you put it on pole in the rain. Just tell me about how your year has been overseas, and again the progression for you guys. I know it's been a struggle year almost, to say the least.
Yeah, it's definitely been a struggle. We started this year off with a podium, and everything seemed to be going great. But then we went back to the second race, and it was more like the year before where we just struggled for pace. Problem was the engine last year, and it still is this year. Luckily, we've got a collaboration with TM Kart engines now, and I'm sure the engines are going to be much better next year. Also because the new homologation of Vortex engine is coming out, so they should be much stronger for next year.
And again, just speaking a little about this weekend, right? When the news broke that you were racing in KA Senior, there was mixed reviews throughout the comments. ADT was happy to be back on the racetrack with you, I know, but there's mixed reviews, right? This weekend, are you feeling a little bit?
People were scared of you. Scared of you. That's what it was.
And again, to finish my question,
Is it almost bittersweet kind of being back at the SuperNationals and not in the shifter class, Marian?
I mean, it is a little bit, but I knew our material this year is not strong enough to win. It's going to be an uphill battle all week, and it's just frustrating when you have to race like that. Just how it was last year, it's just a struggle all week long, and we worked hard and we kept on working and we never gave up, but we never got close enough to be in the fight, and it's just a frustrating week like that. So I was looking forward to racing in KA and actually being able to battle these guys, and it's been fun this week. I mean, it's different, it's very aggressive and a little bit scary at times, but it's been good fun for every once in a while.
I think you obviously are referencing, equipment not being, at the level that you want it to be. I think that, again, for people who are watching kart chase or watching karting for some of the first times here, you're talking about the very, very highest level of go-karting in the world, the various different factory teams and the engine suppliers working hard together. It is like it's sort of like the Formula One in a sense, where every single element, driver, go-kart, motor, tyre, has to be perfect or at a level to allow the best drivers in the world, and I count you amongst them, to perform. Isn't that right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's one big puzzle piece that all have to fit together. I won the World Championship back in 2019, and then everything worked for me. I liked the track, the material I knew very well, the go-kart was very good, the engine was very good. I worked very well with the team, and it was just one big team effort where everything came together and it worked. And then, this year we've been struggling. The go-kart's good. I still feel like I'm able to compete very well, and I know the team is very good over there as well. So the only thing missing was a little bit of power that we were lacking. But like I said, luckily next year there's a new homologation of Vortex engines, and they should be much better.
And you say about a little bit of power. What's the sort of the testing program, or for a top level factory karter, if the power isn't quite there, what's the process in terms of testing, development? How involved are you in that, into getting the equipment from one level to the level that you want? What do you have to do to get it?
I was a little bit less involved than I would have liked to be, maybe, but I liked coming over here in the US, coaching the guys on the RPG. I was coaching it over in China as well this year. Going everywhere to coach and meet different people and different teams and help the brand.
But it's studying dyno, studying the
so the team. While I was doing that, the team was over in Italy on the dyno every day, trying to find new things, new pieces of material. I don't know. Can't go into details too much.
No, of course not.
They were working very hard every day to get the engine better, and my teammate was there my teammate Tommy Lieb was over at the factory a lot on the dyno with them and looking over everything. And then once we thought on the dyno we had some pieces that worked, we would go to the track and test, and we just put on different engines, swap engines between us and look at the data, go back over it again, seeing if we could find anything. But it's such a competitive sport that every time you find a tent, the other people have found that same tent. So you got to work very hard to catch up to people.
Why don't we move over, to a blast from the past for you, Marian. Supernats 26, you went head-to-head with AJ Myers fighting for, again, another second place, unfortunately there. But tell me about this race, this track, high speed, and I mean, just look at these battles, Marian.
Yeah, this was a heat race, I believe. Yeah, I was leading this heat, and I thought I've done the calculations in my head, and I thought I could finish second behind AJ and still start on the front row. But I messed up, and I actually ended up finishing second behind AJ, where I thought I was safe, but I actually lost the row, and I had to start fourth. And then that race, the final, I had contact with Emilian Denner at the start, lost a bunch of time and positions, and then tried to catch up to the lead pack, and Denny was just too fast for us, unfortunately, that year. Had I started in front of Denny, maybe I could have kept him behind me, but he was absolutely flying, and that track was fun. I mean, for a shifter guy, that track was so fast, that first corner, a little bit scary for sure, but it's cool.
98 miles an hour, I believe. I don't know what it is in kilometers.
Yeah, it's fast.
It's fast for sure. it's good to have you in here because I'm sure, I don't know how much of the racing you've seen of your competitors over in Europe and your ex-competitors here in the States going at it. What have you seen throughout the weekend? How is this track race? And again, Esteban Washington has been fast. The DQs, tell us what you've thought so far.
To say, unfortunately, I've not seen anything from Pro Shifter. I'm coaching the X30 Seniors under RPG, so I watched all of the X30 Senior Heats, and then I would go back to the tent and work with my guys to get them better. So I've been missing out on the shifter racing. I've seen you guys' post on social media, and it looks like a good battle, good racetrack for them. Senna and Speedway had a good battle. Unfortunately, they had some DQs I saw as well, which is a shame because that's going to put them further back into the main. But it should make things interesting. I mean, they will be working their way forward for sure.
So let's talk about Pro X30 then, that you have seen them, right? What are you telling your guys, and what are you going to tell them here? What did you tell them before you left them, right, to come up here?
I mean, I told them in the rain, just try different things. It's going to be a warm-up, so you only have 7 minutes, and just try different lines. Don't do the same thing twice because you won't learn from doing that. It might be the best line, but you never know if you don't explore. So I told them to do that. For the racing, I told them to be aggressive. You have to be aggressive because otherwise people are going to take advantage of you, but aggressive in the right ways. I mean, you can't just be punting people out of the way for no reason. You have to be aggressive with your moves, assertive, but yeah, not overly aggressive and just drive people off the track, of course.
Because I think it's worth mentioning, we talked about driver coaching, that the top drivers, you know, across the board here at SuperNats, the paid, the professional go-kart racers, you're not here just doing your sessions, going over your data, having a little sit down, you know, watching some of the racing, checking out VIP and stuff like that. You are looking at this, some of the highlights. You are working then with a slew of other drivers in the RPG tent as well, aren't you? We're looking at some of the Pro X30 drivers. So there's yourself, there's Ben Cooper, there's Gus Lawrence. You've probably got about 10, 12 drivers each that you're then coaching, talking through, going through their data. It's a busy day for you, isn't it?
No, for sure. In the morning session, I have to say, luckily the other coaches help me out and take some workload off of me. But in the afternoon, we lose Gus, of course, because Gus is driving himself.
Well, he's doing that thing there in the number 7 car.
Exactly, and he's doing the best he can and trying to help his teammates as well. But at the same time, he can't be going over data all day, all session long, or all hour long that is in between the two sessions because he's trying to improve himself in his own go-kart. So I have to say I'm very busy in the afternoons. With 16 drivers that we were looking after, split between only a couple of people, it's a tough time, but luckily the sessions are a bit more spread apart this time of weekend, and yeah, it's good fun.
And I know that I'll let Caleb. Caleb, I'm sure has got one last question. I know that you've got to go, but I have. When did you first come to the USA? What was your first season racing SKUSA?
I did my first SuperNats in 2016, when I was leading in Pro X30, and I put it in the wall by myself. And then after that, I came over for a couple of races here and there. My first full season was in 2022.
So so I would like to call that's the start of the kart chaser era of the SKUSA Pro Tour. In those 22 to 20 now, and you've been back and forth to Europe as well. What's the main difference that you've noticed in terms of American karting? How has that changed in the last 4 years?
I mean, American karting has grown. I think it's a lot bigger than it used to be. A lot more eyes on it for sure. Even the eyes in Europe, people in Europe are watching this event because it's just a cool event and everybody wants to be a part of it. I think you guys in Kart Chaser are doing an amazing thing for the sport. It's growing massively, and yeah, all props to Kart Chaser for that, because I know SKUSA and all the other promoters are working very hard to get a good business going and organize the best event for their customers. But in the end, I think Kart Chaser has really upped the level for the whole sport over in this side of the world.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And funny enough, it was funny to hear from Adrian Brendan earlier, because he obviously spent all year with us here, and he said when he went back to the World Championships, everybody called him an American. He's that American driver over there. When you came here for many years, we claimed you as an American driver. Now seeing Adrian, and more to follow, right? I'm sure in the future. What does that kind of mean to you, right? That everybody here in the U.S. has kind of brought you in that way?
I mean, I like that people think of me as an American. I mean, over in Europe, I don't really feel at home anymore. I do enjoy racing over there, don't get me wrong, but I like racing over here much more. I mean, it's just a more friendly atmosphere in the paddock. Everybody tries to get along, even though some people you might like more than other people, but in general, more people get along over here than over in Europe, I would say. So I really enjoy racing here.
Thank you. Well, Marian, to close things off, obviously, a big race coming your way. KA Senior, and you have the chance to, it's a lot of work, it must be said. You got a lot of work on your hands to do later on today.
P20 you're starting?
Yeah, P20.
So
but I went from P20 to P3 in one heat before I got the penalty, and that's only in 10 laps, so it's double the length for the final.
So now you know, right? No scrubbing tires, keeping your nose clean.
Yeah.
What can we expect out of Marian Kremers tomorrow on Super Sunday?
I'm going to do my best. I mean, I'll be aggressive, just like they're going to race me aggressively, I'm sure, and I'll do my best to go forward. I mean, we need some speed. We were quick this morning in warm-up, but we felt like we missed a little bit of speed in the heat, so hopefully we can figure it out overnight and be right up there in the final tomorrow.
And if the top step does come your way tomorrow, is that retirement from Marian Kremers, like you mentioned? Obviously.
No, he was lying. He was joking. He was joking. We need Marian. We need Marian over here.
I'll be back for sure, because I don't count this one as a real SuperNats win for me. I mean, I'm a pro driver racing KA Senior. Nothing against these guys that are racing it. They're very good. I mean, most of them are beating me right now, so I can't say too much. But in the end, I want to win a pro shifter main event.
Well, thank you very much, Marian, for your time. And we'll take a quick commercial break. Step aside. When we come back, more set to come your way.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You're gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. It makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart. Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Perico Pit Box. My name is Caleb Jeska, Henry Beaudet, and subbing in for Martin Kremers, our very own driver analyst. And I don't know, I lost the other word that I had there, Mike, but Mike Smith.
Driver analyst, beard wearer extraordinaire.
So many happens, they call him.
You
right?
know, only person here on the Perico panel who has fewer trips to the barbers than me. You know, generally. Mike, it's, you know, sorry. We are. Now that you've got yourself sorted out.
I think we're all sorted out.
Okay,
right?
I can hear you guys now, yeah.
Well, first, let's get started here, fellas. Yesterday was a wild day, for sure. Let's talk a little bit about the shifter classes. All the heat races there, obviously some stuff got mixed around, DQs put in place. I know we talked about the margins here, Henry, especially with those DQs in that class. Tell me about it.
I mean, yeah, I think there was, you know, Marion Kremers made a good point about he wasn't aware of a rule about scrubbing tyres after the commitment cone, and that's what got him a penalty. And he put his hands up and went, you know what, my bad. And okay, here's my job, I'll say it. The best teams in the world are here. Some of the best drivers are here. Some of those best teams, best mechanics, best drivers, didn't read the rules. The SKUSA specific rules, and it cost them. You know, rear width, you know, not having the, it was minuscule, 2, 3, 5 millimeters, but still, it's a black and white rule. And I've got to say, as harsh as it sounds, you've got to read the rules. They didn't, they got punished, and they could, you know, hey, they're bad, tough.
Yeah, and good on Mary for being like, you know what? I didn't know that. That's my bad. It is what it is. So, yeah, good on it for that. And to your point, it is the job of the competitor to know the series that they are running in, just, you know, bar none.
That was, again, what we saw. The heat races were also chaotic. We're going to take a look at all the action that transpired throughout them. A couple of notables as well throughout their. Quarantine Russo, heat race number 1. Pushing the gaps, pushing the margin just a little bit too close. This is X30. As we take a look back, we're going to get the shifters getting ready to go out. X30 is actually on track right now. I can hear just behind us. And then Quarantine Russo was one of the ones. Christian Bertuca had a great heat race number 1. That DQ came his way. He finds himself trying to work his way through the points as well. And here we go. This is the look at the heat races. Sentiment Wall Street, a great start for him. Victor Gustafsson was in that mix as well. Got himself third at the end of it all. But the action in this class, very, very packed, Henry.
Yeah, and it just goes to show here the very best, the best. And of course, Van Valstein waltzing away at the start. And of course, everybody knows the infractions that the various teams of drivers were excluded for yesterday. They were not performance-enhancing infractions. So please don't anyone think that Senna Van Valstein is only 3.5 seconds at the road because his kart was too wide. That's not the case at all. Here's Russo. Here we're about to see just how close to disaster you always are here at Las Vegas on a barrier track. One little, you know, smidgen of a clip of a barrier out of the race.
And again, you continue to look forward, right, to likes of Billy Musgrave were as well, right there in the mix. Gustafsson right there, Kyle Wick, Bertuca, and this is really the first battle that we saw. This is an incident. That was a penalty the way of Billy Musgrave after contact with Daniel Vasile, who will most likely find himself in the LCQ later on today after an electrical failure for him in heat race number 2.
Yes, you know, last year's champion Vasile is having an absolute shocker. it's been very red, white, and orange recently in Pro Shifter. But luckily, the Formula Ks, the Goodwood Kartway teams there, the IPK machines, adding a splash of green to the front running pack there. Trefilov, Denner, all having really good races.
And this is an absolutely stacked battle, right? Matteo Spurgio, European champion. Giuseppe Palumba, 2024 world champion. Marcus Kayak was here running up at the front this year. The same for Trefilov. Put it at the pole this year over at the World Championships, and they were fighting for everything out there. In the end, Matteo Spurgio was able to get it done, but look at this, side by side, seeing a lot of the same that we saw last year, right? Mike, we talked about this leading up to this event. Side by side into turn number 1, over-unders are imminent into this. Ellie Goldstein, another driver who unfortunately was DQ'd, Emilian Denner as well, we're all in the mix, and this is a stacked top 5. Mateus Morgado, we talked about him getting himself into the mix towards the end.
Yeah, as you can see, those moves, they can take these kind of way deep lines. And even though we were talking about the issues some of the drivers have with the getting the tires heated up and using the brakes and the stability, some of these guys making some pretty epic moves.
Yeah, and here you go, AJ Myers again. This was really when everything was going sunshine and rainbows for him. Gavin Bailiff, not so much. The spark plug boot completely came off. And again, Matteo Spurgio, a lot of what we've seen with the Sodi Kart team and Velocity Racing running away with it. The European champion was able to win heat race number 1 in his class. But he had to go up against the reigning world champion, his teammate, Senna Van Walstein. And they fought the entire way through this heat race, Henry.
And we were thinking, there's going to be some team orders, because by this point Van Walstein had that exclusion, so he needs to win out effectively to give himself half a chance. We're thinking, well, Spurgill's just going to let him go. Spurgill's just going to, sit the... Well, not at all. There was battling. Ellie Goldstein there, the only TB kart running in the shifter class up at the front. That's really impressive. Billy Musgrave, the reigning SKUSA Pro Tour champion on the all-American built factory kart. He's still showing that, of course, he's always going to be a contender. Senna Van Walstein thinking to himself, it's okay, my teammate's behind me. He's not going to challenge. Well, he did, and Van Walstein had to really defend as the race wore on. That's how close Spurgill got. But eventually, Van Walstein was able to right a few wrongs. That was probably the end of Daniel Vasilei's, SuperNats title defense before the start of the last race.
And here we go. This is the last heat race that we saw. And again, you saw the likes of Marcus Kayak, who was right there. A penalty went his way. But at the start of it all, Kyle Wick, Diego Ardiles, and a couple of more involved in an incident at the start. Quarantine Russo was right up at the front as well. And you look at moves like this. David Trefilov, unfortunately,
clipped the
barrier.
From
what I saw, clipped the barrier in a bent front end to end his heat race number 2 that little bit early. Marcus Kayak, though, his teammate, he was trying the moves on Quarantine Russo to the end, and he was able to get it done. Finally.
He was able to get it done, but this was the race. Now, obviously, there was a red flag in this race. We'll talk about Angel Reynoso is back. I think he's going back to the circuit. He is okay. He's not racing. He's under concussion protocol. But other than that, completely unharmed. And there is the standard annual SuperNats shot of AJ Myers having a heartbreaking DN off. The motor went pop. And again, Myers, another mountain to climb. Now, here was the red flag. This is also significant, the restarts, because so far Marcus Kayak had got away without any of the penalties. So far,
just a little bit too soon. Not inside of the start box quite yet, and again, he just ran away with the lead here, and the penalty came his way. I talked about it last night when you guys were in here in the panel show, gentlemen. And again, unfortunately, that was an irreversible penalty for Marcus Kayak.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, I mean, it wasn't a massive penalty. I think it was a 3-second penalty, but still, it's a penalty, and it's not ideal. Russo taking the win eventually, but of course, he's had a DNF. So we're looking back, Spurgill, Mateus Morgado, the list of pro shifter heavy hitters that haven't had a penalty, haven't had any sort of a penalty or a DNF or an accident. It's shrinking. It's shrinking race by race as Las Vegas continues to bite and bite hard.
Yeah, so as we can hear behind us, Pro Shifter is out on track. And Mike, again, we saw the day yesterday, right? Heat races 1 and 2. Heat race number 3 is on the docket, and for a lot of these drivers, they're not safe into the main event. And under conditions that I would say a lot of these European drivers are used to racing over in Europe, they were plagued with rain throughout the year various times, but in the States as well, not so much. Our American drivers haven't driven in the rain. Actually, I must be corrected. Speed Sports Racing Park practice day, they were in the rain, but this is the first view that we have of the shifter drivers in the rain. What can we expect today? Looks like, my apologies, still X30, but what can we expect today?
Before I came on here, it is supposed to pick up again. There's supposed to be a little bit more. But regardless, with it being wet and having to try something different with a shifter cart, front brakes, all the different things going on with that, it's a different story with those things to try to get the thing pointing in the right direction.
And I'm going to interject here really quickly, Henry. Another one for you, Mike. It's cold here, very, very cold. Temperature has dropped massively to what we've had throughout the week, and sadly I didn't add a different widget on my lock screen here, but it's dropped significantly. We're in the 50s, 60s. That's at least what it feels like. It's very windy. 65 degrees. Thank you for that. To those of you in production, 65 degrees currently. A lot colder than what we've had all weekend long, even in the nights. How long is it going to take for this track to dry off? And then again, the Europeans have been running tire PSIs that have been about 2 PSI lower than everybody else. What does that do for the tire PSI conversation and managing tires as well?
Well, and also what you're going to do tires-wise when you're talking about rain tires versus slicks are going to be two different stories. But kind of how long is it going to take for the track to come in, and where do you put the cart? Look, we're going to be running basically the standard line or a little bit off that line most of the time. What's going to happen is we don't have any sunlight, right? That's not happening, but there is a bit of a breeze. That's going to help us. So the breeze helps. Driving on the course helps. The wet tires help pull the water out. A couple of things to keep in mind, though. As it dries, the bulk of the place is going to be dry, but it's a parking lot. So all those cracks, all those little weepers, you drive over that, it starts to splash water onto it. If you touch a barrier, that water goes onto the track. So one of the things we will keep an eye on is even if the track starts to get better, some wet spots, either the weepers or a barrier hit, things like that. A lot of asterisks and a lot of wild cards out there.
Yeah, I think it's 65 degrees. It feels like 35 degrees. You're
Normal
right.
English morning for you, right?
Yeah, or as we like to call it in the UK, August. But yeah, you raised some very, very good points. Marin also brought up a very good point. The track there, we saw a glimpse of it during practice. It's not fully wet, it's greasy. Nobody likes the track when it's really greasy because, again, do you go on fresh wet tires? No, because it just chews through them. Do you go on intermediate tires? But then you've got to be careful. If I go too intermediate, there's not enough tread on them and I'm sliding around all over the place. However, it's going to be dry maybe on the racing line, but off the racing line it's not going to be dry at all. And then, of course, the weepers, the bits of paint, the tarmac that's been filled in. Somebody goes into barriers. These Tech Pro barriers, they retain a lot of water. When you hear the boom when someone hits them, that's because they're hollow and there's holes in them, and that gathers water. So it's going to be so tricky because what we've got on the docket this afternoon is 4 heat races. There's one set of heat races. So we've got 2 Pro X30 races, 2 Pro Shifter races, 2 Junior X30 races, and 1 Mini Swift race. Then you've got the LCQs. With weather coming in, track conditions for the Pro Shifter and Pro X30 Heat 3 will almost certainly be very different to the weather for the Pro X30 and the Pro Shifter LCQs. And that's before we get the fact that the daylight's going to go and it's going to be dark, which is going to get even colder.
Well, and one of the things you just pointed out about that is that when we talk about a track trying to dry, I mean, I have experience with this with the old Machismo 12-hour race we used to put on in December in California. Sometimes you get some weather. The problem is that when you're trying to see a track dry, once the sun goes down, it's going to be real hard to do that, right? So sun goes down, we might end up seeing that the wetness will stick around for a lot longer.
Look here, this is a very good shot of the asphalt down here as well. And you see it's not as wet as it was earlier already, gentlemen. It's a little bit different to what we saw, in the LCQs. So we're starting to see a lot of differences. But again, Pro Shifter is getting ready to hit the racetrack. It's time for Rob and Xander to pick it back up. But final thoughts as we close the show.
Hey, don't be surprised to be seeing everybody roll up there with both slicks and rains, right? They're going to be ready for everything just in case if this weather holds off. It's going to be interesting on grid.
Henry?
we're in for a very, very dramatic afternoon. I think the rain will mean that the racing is a little bit more spread out, but no less dramatic. And there are several. There's two groups of drivers. There's the group of drivers that had a bad day yesterday that are thinking, yes, it's wet. This is my chance. There's a group of drivers that had a better than expected day yesterday who are sitting there thinking, okay, we're about 20th in points here. This is good. We just need a nice calm way through. And then they're thinking, oh no, it's raining. So there's two different camps. There's the ones that are on the outside looking in, that are rubbing their hands with glee. And then there's the ones that, outperformed expectations yesterday that are now looking over their shoulders rather nervously.
If they like the wet. It doesn't matter one way or the other unless you like the wet. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, well, you really don't.
So, also, we talked a little bit about shifter. The last class, the last group of Pro X30s getting set to go out. We haven't really talked much about the X30 drivers yet. We talked a little bit with Marian, but there is drivers looking for the pole position here today in heat race number 3, and that means a lot here in Las Vegas. Again, it just puts you in the right direction. You're giving yourself a better hand going into Sunday. Mike, who's impressed you in Pro X30?
It's a long list, to be honest with you. There's a lot of drivers. I think they got a lot going for them. And I'll say real quick, though, in the wet conditions, I like Moya. I like how, with him being tall, he's going to have a little more side bite. I've already seen how he's able to manipulate the kart. So at least for Heat 3, I'm going to say Moya.
People are going to think that I'm, just talking about, but the British drivers.
Gus Lawrence.
Gus. Joe, if you're thinking about a low grip, cold, treacherous situation that's not full wet, that's just meh, then look no further than the British and to a lesser extent the European drivers. But this is like I said, this is, as we like to call it in the UK, this is August. It's going to lend itself to those hands. It's who can switch themselves on to creating the grip that's not out there within their driving. You're going to see people up on the wheel. You're going to see people really wrenching the wheel around to just generate any sort of grip. And I think the British drivers are going to do that better than anybody else. Sorry.
Well, we're going to find out later on today. To those of you that joined us here for the lunch Perico Pit Box show, my apologies. Thank you guys very much for watching, and we'll see you later on the broadcast, and we'll see you tonight with all the action.
I'm Jesse Bazanski. I'm Danya. And I'm Asher. We're practicing on our sims for our next race.
Point is 5-5. Still there. Car on your left.
All in all, we just love DRS. Helps us stay in the game in the correct mindset. Get fast, faster.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon sessions. SuperNats 28. Rob Howden alongside Mike Smith. Xander Clemens will be joining us certainly this afternoon as well. And as you can see, it is fully wet. We're not worrying at all about potential rain. It is here, and it is to a certain extent torrential. It's a steady rain, let's put it that way. And it really has challenged these drivers here as the pro shifter drivers onto the racetrack for the final practice session. The warm-up session, rather, if you will. Gone all the way through. Everybody's got a chance to get out here. And, Mike, we talked about this. An interesting deal. This is really probably the warm-up here, the most important warm-up of the entire weekend, simply for the fact that it's the first time you've taken onto the racetrack here in full wet conditions. So opportunity for drivers to really explore the space, figure out the racetrack where they can find grip.
Yeah, and in the show we had right before this, and I was saying, if the weather holds, the weather did not hold off at all. No, it came on, and it came on stronger. And to your point, we were talking about, this could be the most important session, especially for those drivers that need to find a little bit more. Because if you can figure things out in this warm-up session, now you're testing and tuning for the wet with something you haven't had to do the entire time. And actually, in the previous session, we were just talking about some drivers, you could tell they know how to drive in the wet. And if you need to go get something, this could be a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, listen, if you're a guy that's kind of on the outside looking in terms of being in the top 34 to transfer right in to the Super Sunday main event, and you have a little bit of wet weather prowess, you like racing in the rain, this could be an absolute stroke of luck for you. The opportunity to really, maybe have a leg up on a lot of the competition, because as we know, rain is the great equalizer. It doesn't really matter how much horsepower you have. You got to be able to put it down. And it's more about driver input than that power mill to the right side of you.
Yeah,
look at these drivers circulating around right now. Vasily up top here early on. Sam Dicker, Emilian Denner. Number of drivers working their way to the top here. Valentino Frisch. Josh Conker. But again, only the first couple laps for the drivers here in the Pro Shifter class and navigate their way around.
Yeah, of note in that previous session, fastest driver was Pedro Hiltbrand, but Nick Midick actually second quick, was quickest for the whole for much of that, and a Tau Kart driver. A lot of Tau Karts at the sharp end there. They're coming from the Northwest. They know how to tune in the wet.
Yeah, again, so you hate to just lean into the stereotype, but I know that Henry Beaudet was doing that in the Perico pit box and the panel show, as he was, of course, and rightly so, realizing that drivers that are out of that area of the world, England, UK, Wales, obviously used to driving in the rain a lot more than somebody, say, who lived in Las Vegas or Southern California, you name it. So the Pacific Northwest has a reputation for having its share of precipitation as well. So if you've been up there before, it's very green, it's very lush. But yeah, there's a lot of times you're going to be racing up there in the rain. So we do. Yeah, we often expect that people from the Pacific Northwest to be fast anytime rain racing becomes available.
Yeah, look at the top there. Rousseau, Catalyst, that's a Tau Kart program. Dicker, rounded in Bertuca, Goldstein, Longy, Vasile, Kayak, and now Spurgle to the top. So the Sodi, the Spurgle, wet or dry, doesn't matter. He's at the sharp end.
Well, we don't see...
And Bud Walstein, there it is.
Yeah, I was going to say, we don't see a whole lot of rain on the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour either, do we? A lot of times we've started in Florida or in Texas, or we haven't got a ton of rain over the last number of years. And in the SuperNationals for sure. Excuse me, David Cole reminded me that you got to go back to the Soggy Nats back in 2013 when we had a full-on wet weather race. Back in 2019, Wednesday and Thursday were wet, but the weekend was dry. We got a little sprinkle here or there last year, but for the most part, we have not had a Super Nats since 2013 that's been a full wet weekend. Now, granted, Super Sunday got dry in 2013, but man, the days leading up to it were cold and wet and nonstop. So that's why I kind of look at the top 10 and no Pro Tour racers in there at all. Rousseau, Spiergel, Van Walstein, Gustafson, Longy, Dicker, Reneden, Schroberg, Kajak, and Bertuca. Nothing but European drivers currently in the top 10 here. You got to go all the way down to Filip Niemkiewicz in the number 51, 15th. Further down, even Giuseppe Palumba, the world champion, down in 17th right now. Mateus Morgado's raced over here quite a bit. He's 18th. Charlie Stein's now up into 18th. What do you want me to keep going down? Billy Musgrave all the way in 36th. Yeah, 2 seconds off. And again, Southern California, you don't do a lot of racing in the rain. Let's be real. Back there as well, Hunter Pickett, Jacob Gulick, Gavin Bailiff. Conquers 32nd.
Yeah, Remo City there in 28th, though. That guy's got some seat time up there. Maybe just not get. Hey, you know what, though? Where are you at in the group? Maybe you didn't get. You can get balked by somebody pretty easily, etc. So, let's see what these guys can pull out here before
5 laps into it. Corentin Rousseau leading the way on time, 54.621 over Spurgel, Van Walstein, Schoberg, and Longy. There's the 41 there. Van Walstein, Van Walstein, reigning CIK FIA world champion. in the KZ category. Spurgel in front of him, the European KZ champion. Again, just look, you think about being out there. We've already, we saw the KA drivers out there in the wet. We saw X30 Junior earlier here. The bottom line is you're talking 50 horsepower and no grip. And this thing wants to swap ends so darn fast. If you're not lined up right, you're going to lose the back end of that cart so quick. So it's all about that right foot, right? The throttle modulation, being super quiet on the hands. So you got to make sure that you are ideal with your input.
Yeah, you got to get things stopped, or slowed down rather.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get to turn. You need a little bit of side bite so you don't go straight through the corner. And then, yeah, you need to be able to get the power down as much as you possibly can without having too much. And it's using that right foot, as you say, to get that whole program correct. Look at a bunch of starts going to happen here. A lot of starts to try to get ready to go.
Now, what's it like starting in the wet as well? So there's your unofficial results from this warm-up. The faster of the two groups of pro shifters. Corentin Rousseau for Catalyst Driver Development in the 6:21. Ricardo Longhi is going to pip him at the line last lap by. We were leaning into Rousseau, but Longhi does a 54.505. They go P1 on the Birol Art. Longhi, Rousseau, Van Walstein, Bertuca, and Spurgel. Per Patrick Janssen, Gustafsson, Solberg, Morgado, and then they're jumping up into the top 10 at the very end. Jay Irwin laying down a good lap there at the end of that one.
Yeah, and just for sake of comparison, 54.8 for Pedro Hiltbrand in the first warm-up, and Nick Midick there 55.0, and they had about a quarter second on the rest of the group, led by Speck.
So here we are, folks. We have wrapped up the warm-up for the afternoon categories. It's 2:10 scheduled start time for X30 Junior 255. So we're about 45 minutes off the schedule now, but we now roll ourselves in to 7 more heat races. Back-to-back X30 Juniors, then we'll go Mini Swift, then back-to-back Pro X30 and Pro Shifters rolling out on track. Heat race time. Then we'll have our break in the action and 3 LCQs to wrap up the day. X30 Junior, Pro X30, and last but not least, Pro Shifter, ready to drop the hammer to see who makes it through to Super Sunday. Field working its way out. Dean Hugenberg will start on the pole position alongside John Antonino, Travis Pettit, and Tristan Murphy on row number 2.
Eli Steinbrook, Marco Samet, that's row number 3, and Theo Salameo, Leonardo Saravalli in row number 4.
Hugh Grana and Braxton Reagan capping off your top 10 in this one. As again, a nice big field here in this category. Mateus Borkren and Ryan Gandor on row number 6. Max Ewell, Mateo Calderon on row 7.
Rolling out the rest of your top 20 here, Rob. We got William Vitor, who actually, I believe, was a 7:13. I could be wrong. I thought that was him I saw on the grid. A little bit of a late roll. Mateo Calderon, you just called out. There's going to be Nathan Golseth, then Cole Anderson, Kyle Drysdale, Eric Doan, already had an eventful morning, and Edward Kennedy rolling out. That's the top 20.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to check in whether, I'm sure Doan's still in the middle of a protest. I saw that on the screen when we were grabbing some lunch, that all of a sudden he's in, then he's brought over to roll the dice, and the dice roll, and that confusing for sure there. Looking forward to find out what the final results of that will be from the LCQ in KA100 Junior. But nonetheless, we are going back with the juniors again here. Hugendorn and Antonino on the front row, the 2 MPG Motorsports drivers on Kart Republics. And then Travis Pettit and Tristan Murphy for RPG and RPM respectively on row number 2. Always interesting to see what we're going to get at the start. Remember, first time down into turn number 1 at speed. Let's see how they feel when they roll into the corner. And all these drivers getting set to go. 30 strong in our X30 Junior category. 34 of them are going to go straight through to the Super Sunday main event. The rest will run in the LCQ this afternoon. See how they line up here now. Again, the wet weather, an opportunity to give a driver who potentially had some struggles in the 2 dry heats yesterday a chance to potentially bounce back. All these hands in the air right now. I think people try to make sure they're not the guy that's getting pushed. See Antonino having a good look over. Not a great start for him. He's going to go way around the outside and actually may come away cleanly. Not too bad on the start. Hugendorn doing a good job getting out of turn number 1. Way to the outside. Look at this big run around the outside for Antonino. Big run around. He might come away with the race lead, Mike.
That's freaking strong, man.
That's impressive.
I'll tell you, the actually around the outside of the start, safe spot to be, right? Everybody's normally trying to dive down to the inside. You can roll the outside like you did. You also put a lot of space between you and the other drivers.
Indeed. Gives himself lots of room on the outside there. Did that. So Antonino coming away with the lead. Did not get the best start coming off the line, but look at this. Again, such a great opportunity to make the overtake, but the outside still good and fast. If you get out there, get the plant. There's Tristan Murphy at the 7-11. Two-driver breakaway now. Antonino leads Hugendorf into second spot. I think is that Eli Steinbrook potentially up into the third spot? It is. Yeah, the Orsolon Racing driver goes to P3. Good start for Steinbrook, up a couple of spots. Travis Pettit slotting in. Look at the different lines to turn number one.
One of my favorite thing about rain racing, right, is you can try all kinds of stuff. And look, if you wanted to talk about like dirt racing, like slide jobs and stuff like that, running the cushion or running the bottom, this is the kind of rain racing right here is going to show you the same deal.
Get in there, try to hook a curb maybe, so you can't just drag yourself around.
Especially in the shifters, we'll see a lot of that.
7:29 to Travis Pettit. They're getting chased now by Theo Solomeo. That's fourth and fifth. P4 and P5 right there. They worked their way through 8 through 9. Get a good chance to see the lines being taken by the drivers here at X30 Junior. A couple of them getting down to the curb. Pettit's been using that curb in a couple of different corners. Solomeo's going to go to the inside. Thinking about the over-under there for Pettit, but not quite enough. Good pass for Solomeo. Diving to the bottom of the racetrack.
If you're watching at home and you're curious why the lines might change, what they're trying to do is get off where the rubber is. The rubber, actually, you'll see the oil in the rubber from on the track will bead. I will say this, without a lot of rubber being laid down in comparison to some other types of tire compounds we've seen in the past, it's not as bad. That's why you can still see a lot of drivers taking the more standard line, like this move right here, trying to hold on to the inside.
Coming into this race here, Travis Pettit leading the points for the heat races. Dean Hugendorf in second, Tristan Murphy third, Marco Salmon fourth, and Max Ewell fifth. You scroll down to the driver currently sitting in that 34th spot. That's Jackson Gibson. So we'll keep an eye on Gibson when his heat race comes out next. He's right there. A number of the drivers around include, you go 30 on back, Eric Doan, Nathan Goldseth, who needs to have a good run here. You've got Kyle Drysdale in 32nd, Jose Helfen 33rd. Driver who's gone around the number 742. There's your heat race points right there. Indeed, Travis Pettit, Hugendorf, and Murphy, 1, 2, 3 now. Looking further back, you see some of those guys maybe a little on the like a Cole Medeiros is going to have a good run. He's 38th coming in right now.
The 743 was Eric Doan. He was 30th in points coming around. That was the one who spun around. He was running 17th at the time.
Oh my goodness. Eric Doan having a rough one. Yeah, 30th coming in. Got to fight his way back forward now. It's all about. Right now, Jackson Gibson, last try to driver to transfer. There you go right there, kind of on the bubble spots there. Gibson, Kennedy, and Quiros as they run on track. And another group still to come out.
Yeah, that's a good point right there, Rob. This is what we have right now, but obviously the whole another group's going to be going. And right now, no one's touching the front two. Antonino, Hugendorf, remember, good finishes so far. So it's more about really learning for what they might have. Well, actually, they shouldn't be learning a whole lot. They just want to get to the end.
That's it. There's the two drivers from RPG there. Pettit running in fifth, Ryan Gandor in sixth spot. So they've got some room right now over Marco Salmon, who's in the middle of a fight here with Tristan Murphy. Murphy's going to send it down the inside. Salmon's got to correct on the entry to the corner. Big slider there to the bottom for Antonino trying to find some grip. Now you're trying to find some grip plus trying to run the defensive line. How do you low line in this kind of, lack of grip? And you saw him go to the bottom, just drifting way out to the outside of the racetrack. So the two MPG Motorsports drivers looking good right now. Hugendorf, little look to the inside. Last thing you'd want is contact. It would take you both out of this. Again, remember, 6 minutes plus 2 laps. So a clock knocks them down. Once we get to 6, 2 laps after that. So you should be looking somewhere or anywhere between an 8 and 10 lap race, I think, when we see the times that start coming out. You never know how many laps you're going to get depending on the condition of the racetrack. It starts to dry up, you go a bit quicker, you may get another lap. If that rain starts to intensify and the lap times start to increase, you may not run as many laps, obviously. Look at that run to the outside. What do you think about that, Mike? Big, wide line coming through, almost up against the wall there for Antonino.
Oh, I love that. Look at the braking, almost outbroken himself because it looked like Antonino decided he wanted to take the inside line, and It was the other option for Hugendorn. Almost have a connection in the braking zone. Great racing by both of them. And yeah, that outside line. You know what? Way back in the day at Cal Speed, I remember watching Eric Jackson do that right up next to the barriers, and just, you know, the bravery, like we talked about yesterday. A little bit of bravery, a little bit of courage, a lot of skill.
A little trust in your skill. I'm good. I can handle this. Hugendorn just throwing everything, though. He's going inside, outside on Antonino, both of them. Clobbering the curb in turn number 12. They're going to scoot through here for another one, too. 16 seconds still on the clock. So we're going to go 3 more laps. So we're going to go 9. They're going to put 6 in the books here, so it'll be 9 laps. Hugendorn finally, big move to the inside. Slider to the bottom. Here comes the over-under from Antonino. Much better drive on the bottom of the racetrack. Oh, I love this. Mike, you said it earlier. I love rain racing because just the amount of different lines you can take. You can pull a full slider, right? The old World of Outlaws dirt car slider where you slide past the guy, maybe pitch him to the top so he can't come back to the bottom. It's the lack of grip makes it so much fun. It puts so much onus on the driver.
It's a mental game.
Yeah.
Right? You are doing so much work mentally because physically you don't have the G's. You don't have any of those forces on you. It's about finesse. It's about thinking about it. And you know what? Making a split-second decision like we see so much in the dry, that last second, you don't really have that option here in the wet. You got to be thinking ahead a little bit.
When we're watching these two drivers right now, look a little bit further back to that driver right there. Eli Steinbrook was 3/10 quicker on the last lap. White flag. Okay, they didn't give them the extra lap. I wonder if we're going is it 6 + 1? Somebody had told, yesterday it was going to be 6 minutes plus 1. And then I heard somebody told me earlier 6 + 2. I think it's going to be 6 + 1.
I think you're right.
I'm going to confirm that.
I didn't see any 2-to-go sticks in the air. No popsicle sticks.
Let us jump on. Let's watch the battle. I was going to try to confirm that. But bottom line is, this is the last lap. Hugendorn's gone up front. He's been able to get by. Look at this. Back on the inside. Oh, a little pinch to the bottom. Antonino's going to get him going into turn number 8. John Antonino. Nice pass back. Oh, a little big run around the outside. Watch the over-under coming from Hugendorn. Does he get enough of it? He doesn't. He's going to try the outside. Now climb. Slider there. Antonino has a look over the shoulder. Covers again. Make sure there wasn't over-under. Goodness, that was a fantastic lap. Coming across the line. Very close. Antonino winning by 43 thousandths of a second.
Hugendorn almost pulled the tourney right there.
That was good stuff.
Yeah,
and everybody trying to find their way home in the final lap. You've worked well for 8 laps. Don't give it up on the final circuit, guys. Bring it home here.
Yeah,
wow.
we may not see any of those front runners again in the wet. I want to give a huge shout out to Antonino and Hugendorn and Steinbrook, who was closing in. But Antonino from the get-go, that around the outside maneuver, both turn 1, turn 4, that's what put him in the lead to hold on to it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. There's your official results. Heat A versus B, C versus D getting set to go. Antonino over Hugendorn, Steinbrook, Salameo, and Gandor. Pettit ended up in 6th spot. Tristan Murphy in 7th. Ewell 8th. Baglin 9th, up 14. Noah Baglin has been working his way forward consistently coming up through. Plus 12 for Max Castilla as well. A number of drivers leveraging their wet weather abilities to get themselves back forward. Noah Baglin, again, we talk about what he needs to do to get himself back up in 13th in points coming in. A strong run to the top 10. Good possibility is going to move him into the top 10 for the start of the main event tomorrow. And again, good run for Pettit as well. So, indeed, some absolutely fantastic racecraft out there, showing what you can get done in the wet. And Dave Land is standing by right now with our race winner.
Yeah, John Antonino, that was thrilling. Was it as it was to watch to drive in it?
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, I had a good battle with Dean there. I think he had a bit more pace than me there in the end. But yeah, I can ask for more. That was really fun, and yeah, I hope we have a little bit more rain racing because I feel like that's where racing comes out the best.
Yeah, I saw you guys experimenting with different lines. Where's the grip on this track right now?
Just anywhere where it usually would be, where you're off the racing line, like running the low line in the last corner. I feel like was a bit better because I would. Going into the tight hairpin, he would be right on my bumper usually, and then I'd look back coming out of the last corner and have a little bit of a gap to him. I think that whole section there is where I'm probably the best at, and then I think he's got me in like turn 4 and and then turn after that. But for the most part, yeah, that was really fun. And this Kart Republic was so fast today, even in the dry. I mean, in the KA and the X30. But yeah, MPG, Eric Jones, Chase Jones, Billy Vincent, my dad, and everybody else has got this car hooked up. So yeah.
You mentioned the dry weather, of course. Super Sunday, that's what really, that's when it's the paycheck window opens, right? So, in the dry, what kind of a chance do you have tomorrow?
Just putting my head down, figuring out the lines. I think I've been a little bit off in the dry, but I just need everything to work out my way. And I feel like I've been driving pretty well this weekend, and just need to put my head down and look forward and hope for the best.
That's a great attitude from John Antonino, the winner here in the wet.
I'll tell you, if John Antonino calls what we've seen so far a little off the game or a little bit off, I don't know. He has been right there. A little off, meaning maybe a couple hundredths of a second, a tenth of a second. He is right there. And if they're able to tune that thing up just a little bit, I think he is going to be very happy with what he is going to roll out with. We talked about the fact that there are drivers looking to stay in that top 34, Mike. We got another 30 ready to try to see if they can do what they can here in the wet weather to maybe save their Sunday here with a great run in the wet.
Yeah, and I mean, you got a lot of options. Again, we said in the pre-show there with the Perico pit box, it's you either like the wet or you don't. You know, and obviously he's like, that was a lot of fun, right? So he's having a good time. Well, if you're not a fan, then you're like, when is the checkered coming out? Because I don't like it. I'll tell you, I hate running in the rain because I hate getting wet. But besides that, it is some of the most fun I've ever had.
Well, if you prep yourself correctly with the right rain suit and the gloves and you name it, you're going to be all right. I absolutely love running in the wet. It's such a different discipline, I think. You obviously have to approach every corner a lot different. There was another little bit of insight there we got from, we talked about the fact of, will you be outside? Will you be inside? You're going to use the racing line. As John said, just like any time you're out in the wet, you're going to get away from the line. They're finding more grip away from the racing line. So that was some great insight there from John Antonino. A great run for him. Ashton Moon firing up as well. He'll start on the pole position in that 7:03. Ashton Moon and Royce Vega on the front row. The tale of two categories for Ashton Moon. Disastrous in KA100. He's in the middle of potentially being able to start up front in this category, the X30 Juniors. He's sixth in points coming in to see where he lines up. Ashton Moon on the pole alongside Royce Vega on row 1. Archie Owen and Luca Popescu will be on row 2.
Giamato Rousseau and Enzo Di Gennaro, row number 3. Max Weiland and Jackson Gibson, they're in row number 4. And then Hector Itiriaga and Benim Abernathy in row 5.
Yeah, Benim Abernathy has been so impressive throughout the weekend here, both KA and X30 Junior. Braden Wagner will start alongside Alexis Balageron on row number 6. Michael Magoy has been quick as well. Watch for him against Jensen Mashelki on row 7. Colt Schlotthauer and David Ybarra on row number 8.
Rounding out our top 20, Cole Medeiros and Nico Katowski. Then Javier Felipe Chaparro and Sebastian Rist.
There's the rest of that field. 29 drivers set to roll here. Porter, Helfand, Yaragu, and Sakano. Bradley not here. Irwin, Cantu, Murad, and Savage. Sarah Bradley withdrawing from the event yesterday. So that'll be, we expect 28 drivers in the field. And Jackson Porter is out already. What happened to Porter in the 722? That is tough. Where was he coming in? 11th. He was 11th in the points after 2 races, the 2 heat races. This is going to plummet him down.
Yeah, and Porter was going to start in the back, so he's been towards the back, I believe, wasn't he?
Where was he supposed to? We mentioned his name. Did we not just?
Yeah, I thought.
No, I too fast. They've already come around here the first time, so he's dropped that. I don't have the actual starting grid in front of me. I want to say just outside the top 20, I think. 21st or something like that.
So he's gotten on that 11th place out of merit, like working his way through, and so his mulligan coming here in the third one before even the green goes.
The drivers working their way out of the final corner. We'll get set to go with Woon and Vega on row 1. Owen and Popescu on row number 2. Into the tram lines. Again, up front is where you want to be. We have not yet mentioned the fact that you cannot see a thing when you get rolling with the spray and the dust and the smoke. It's very tough to see. Visibility minimal for the drivers if you're not on the front row. Woon looking to spool things up. Vega with his hand in the air. Woon's going to be on the inside. Can he get through cleanly? He'll climb the corners, and one driver going around a bit there. I think that was the 790 of Enzo Di Gennaro started the rotation coming through, and the chain reaction of that put him to the back. Big outside run for the 3. all the way around the outside for Ashton Moon, trusting in the process.
And how many of those kids watched that last race in San Antonio do that? Ashton Woon may have, because he just did it 3 times, if you will. Woon, your leader, and he's going to like that start.
Number of drivers involved in the incident over in turn number 1. Otherwise, the rest of the field working its way through here now. Let these drivers kind of settle things out. You see maybe being on the outside there. If you're against the wall, if you got enough room, you're going to hold that spot. Trusting in the outside process. There's the 740. Archie Owen getting his way up to P1 very quickly. Owen goes to the lead. Woon wants to come back. If anything, give me some open track so you don't cover me full of water on the visor just to improve the visibility. Both those drivers pulling away here now. Right behind them, Giamatteo Rousseau into the 3rd spot. 4th, Popescu. 5th, Balageron. Top 5 drivers pulling away, Mike. A 2nd, back to Michael McGoy in 6th.
Yeah, and then you got Weiland as well doing pretty well. And there's 46 of Rousseau making that move for P2. So Woon, short-lived lead here after a great start. He'll take it, though, so far. But it is Rousseau as well as Owen getting the job done. Another move just there. I believe that was Bayerjan making the move on Popescu.
There's a CRG of David Ybarra trying to work his way up here as well. He started a little bit further back. Owen, Woon, Rousseau, Popescu, Balageron. There's your top 5 coming across the line.
Big moment right there. It was actually a slide job by McGoy. He actually ran out of room and ran into the side of Popescu. They both continue. That's one of the tricky things about the wet stuff is you try to make that slide job. You got to either clear them or make sure you get it loaded up before you get contact.
That's exactly right, because you're kind of along for the ride once you've started that slide, right? You're controlling it, but you're waiting for the side bite to come back in. Eventually it's going to grab again, and that's when you start getting that forward motion again. So Owen, Rousseau, Woon, Balageron, and Popescu last time by. Big move up for Balageron, up 8. McGoy up 7. Ybarra up 7. He's now into the 9th position. Up 6 for Medeiros, up 7 for Chaparro, up 9 for Yaragu, up 10 for Indy Irwin. So a number of drivers taking advantage of that chaos at the opening corner, Mike, to gain a lot of spots here. And as we said, this could be a difference for the drivers here who are trying to work their way potentially into that top 34.
Yeah, and on screen right there, you did just see McGoy get the job done. So move McGoy up. That's going to make 8 spots he's now moved up. So McGoy's heading the right direction.
Remember, he was 8th in the points coming in. Has had to improve every time, Mike, as you said. He's up 8 right now. He started 13th. Started 13th in those races, and he comes in here sitting in 8th in points. That's solid right now. Him and Max Weiland, 8th and 9th in points. Looking to capitalize on a clean race here. Here's Weiland right there, going to work on Popescu. Big move to the bottom for the Magic Kart USA driver, and he is through comfortably. Nicely done.
You talked about trust and trusting the process and trusting your own skill. You got to be able to trust that go-kart. If you go through the corner and it just does not stick, or you go on the left foot, it doesn't slow down the way you want it to, the trust is gone. And it's really, really hard for not only to get around the courses. One driver having a hard time in 704 of Cantu. Cantu heading the wrong direction out of 7, but to finish that point, you have a hard time not only getting around the track, it's going to be almost impossible to go racing if you're just trying to get around the joint.
Couple of things about racing in the rain. When you lose it, you lose it. It's tough to get. It's almost impossible sometimes to get it back. Yeah, you can do it, get a bit of a slide. A lot of times it's either going to be a snap spin or you got that slow spin. All you can do is turn the wheel into it and hope that it'll bite. Oftentimes it doesn't. You're in that big spin just around. You got to make sure you keep yourself rolling at that point.
Yeah, as a driver coach, if we're running in the wet and we were on a proper circuit, a normal circuit, I'd be like, hey, keep it on the black stuff, right? Just keep it on the track. Basically what we're talking about, no mistakes. That's the same scenario here. Even though the mistakes will bite you way harder, it still comes down to keep it pointed in the right direction because there's going to be spin outs, there's going to be mistakes, and those are the easy positions to get.
I was just going to say, a lot of the time it's about don't be the guy that makes the mistakes. Yeah, you don't need to be the fastest driver on the racetrack or even top 10, but if you stay out of trouble, you run consistent lap times, oftentimes you're going to find yourself into the top 10 because of the mistakes of others. You look at the back there, good run here for Max Weiland. Right in front of him is Michael McGoy, who just went purple with the fast lap, 57.826 last time by. In fact, same lap times as Archie Owen, your leader, but a lap and a half ago, McGoy dropping that big lap. He is closing big time on this battle. Look at the sliders being thrown here between these two drivers. That's Balageron and Woon going at it. And I'll tell you, McGoy, more than happy to see that happen. He's running his racing line, and he's closing up lap after lap. Time winding down. Just over 30 seconds remaining before we get the one lap.
You can see the gap difference between our leader, and again, this goes back to the experience and being able to run in the wet. And you got 18, almost 19 seconds back to Canton. And granted, there was a spin there, but yeah, there's a huge difference in pace and being able to get around the joint. Some drivers doing 1 minute times. Even people who know what they're doing with the pass, you're going to lose so much time doing it. But a couple of big movers real quick. Give a shout out to them. You got Jose Murad up 12. Getting things done there. Those last-ditch efforts to try to keep themselves out of the LCQ.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Where is Murad actually on the sheet? Let me scroll down. I got a couple of seconds just to look here. I'm scrolling pretty deeply down. He's 46th right now in terms of points. So it may not be enough to move him where he needs to get to for the 14th position, but it could drastically move where he is going to start the LCQ. So again, yeah, maybe a great run in the wet is going to put you straight into the main, into the top 34, but it also could be the thing that puts you up front in a wet LCQ, knowing you already are pretty good in the wet.
Well, and that's just it, right? Wet LCQ. If you would like the wet, this is a gift.
Yeah,
this is a gift for being able to get in the show if maybe you were on the outside looking in. So big one from Murad right now.
I believe we're going to probably see a lap or two left here. We'll see whether or not we see the white flag when they come back around. Leaders coming out of here, back onto the front straightaway. There is indeed the white flag, and there's your leader, Archie Owen, in the 740. I believe, did Owen get a penalty in this category, or was it in the KA100? Let me scroll down where we see Owen. Yeah, he's all the way back at 51st. So if I'm not mistaken, I think he got a penalty. So 51, like a DQ. So 51 in the points, but going to throw down a victory here, that is massive for him. And even if he does have to go to the LCQ, like we've said, he has been so impressive here out front. Good possibility he's still going to be able to race his way in to the Super Sunday main event.
Case in point we just made, right? Yeah. The gift for Owen is the precipitation right now, because obviously he knows how to get around it. Awfully comfortable, not only making the pass, but the lead. It looks like to hold on for the win here as we got a couple corners left.
And he literally reeled in the leaders and went by them too, so they're that much pace out of Archie Owen. He's going to come out of the final corner. The checker flag will wait for him, and he will take that across the line. Archie Owen with the victory. Giammatteo Rousseau getting challenged, but he is clean across the line as well for second. Alexis Balageron up 9, 12th to third. Great run in the wet for the Canadian. Ashton Woon coming home in the 4 spot. Good for him as well. Michael McGoy 5th. Max Weiland 6th. Cole Medeiros up into 7th. Luke Popescu 8th. Javier Chaparro in 9th. And David Ybarra rounding out the top 10. Chaparro up 10. Ybarra up 6. Medeiros up 10. McGoy up 8. Balageron up 9. Further back, Jose Carlos Murad up 13. Indy Irwin up 10. A bunch of drivers making a ton of gains here in the wet heat race.
On the flip side here, a few drivers who had a hard time that we know are usually pretty quick in the dry. Jackson Gibson, 10. Braden Wagner down 12.
Wow.
And 15 down De Janeiro. Last one I'm going to mention here, Royce Vega as well.
How about Benham Abernathy, too? Remember, he started up front there. Hey, listen, we got a driver who knows how to get around in the wet here right now. He'll take that helmet off. Let's send it down to David Land.
I would say hundreds of Vegas-themed helmets here, but certainly your Vegas weekend's going a lot better after that. Kind of talk me through the wet weather racing.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping for rain because we struggled a little bit in the dry. Struggled a bit in the first 2 heats, so I had a disqualification and a 19th, so it was good to come away with the win in the last heat.
So presumably you will end up in the LCQ, and presumably it will still be wet, so you got to be feeling pretty confident about that.
Yeah, hopefully you can do well in the LCQ and see what we can do from there.
What did you learn about how this track in particular takes to the wet? Was there anything different, it being a parking lot track versus probably what you're used to, a permanent circuit?
Yeah, it's very different because there's much rubber laid down on the track. You can take a lot of dry lines in the wet, which makes it a lot easier to drive around, I think.
There you go. And I know somewhere around the grounds, Henry Beaudet is extremely Mike has something. Mike?
Yeah, David, I want to see if you could ask Archie. He just started towards the front, but we figure he may end up starting further back. Is it possible that he's got what it takes to go from the middle of the pack potentially up to the front?
Yeah, so our driver analyst Mike wants to know, you're probably going to be starting mid to back of the pack in the LCQ. can you make the moves to get to the front or at least into a transfer spot in the LCQ? Can you pass that many cars in that short of a time period?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit easier to pass in the wet because there's a lot of difference between skill levels. I think there's a big difference from fastest to slowest, and with that deficit, it's a lot easier to make up positions.
So that's something to watch later. Up to you boys in the booth, and we'll keep enjoying the Super Soaker Nats down here in the pits.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. Coming into that race, Archie Owen was 51st with points, with 49 points. I'll say this right now. That 49 points isn't going to be that bad because coming in, Kyle Drysdale had 36th at 32nd. Jackson Gibbs on the bubble had 37 points. So it's really only about a 14-point swing. There's a good possibility. I'm not saying that 100% he's going to be able to still be able to transfer straight in, but I think he's going to start in the top 10 at the very least in the LCQ for Archie Owen. There's a possibility. He may, depending on what happened to other drivers, as we know, further up in the order, he may end up being able to just sneak in to the top 34, but otherwise I think he's going to be closer to the front than back in the middle, for sure.
Obviously got the skill to get it done.
Yeah.
And I was curious if the strategy changes when you're a little bit more mid-pack or whatever. But, yeah, excellent run for Owen. And, yeah, I can't wait to see what happens in the LCQ.
You know, I think he said there's a lot of drivers that don't have a ton of wet weather experience. So if you have it, there's that kind of the delta between experience in the wet. Plus the fact that you take so many different racing lines. You can run the bottom race line. You can run all the way around the outside. It's not like a guy can low line and block you because you just roll around the outside in the wet. So I think coming from the back in the wet's easier than coming from back in the dry, personally.
Be interesting to see what happens. But before we move on to the next one, we are going to take one more commercial break. More after that break here on Kart Chaser.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Well, there you have it, folks. A really good look at the precipitation as it continues to fall here on Situation Saturday. Wet weather afternoon. Pushing these young drivers, young and old, in fact, to show us what they have in altered conditions. This is that reason why when you're heading out to the practice day somewhere and all of a sudden it's going to be wet, don't turn around, don't come home. You need to be out there driving, 100% for sure. Anytime you get a chance to drive in the wet, take full advantage of it. Maxwell Match are going to start in the pole position here for the drivers in the Mini Swift category. Jake Manalio on the outside. Macha for Parolin. Manalio for RPM. Santiago Orioli for MPG Motorsports on the inside of row 2. Mauro Nario and Bennett on the outside of row number 2.
Tanner Barsh on the CRG with Luca Besseril on the Parolin for row number 3. Kai Park and Lucas Tarango, row number 4. Then Ivor Spence and Zane Burgess round out the top 10.
Again, always an interesting opportunity for us to see who are the wet weather experts here, especially these younger categories. Liam Nakawati has been very impressive throughout the weekend. He's been moving forward in every race. Could be a challenger for the race win, to be honest. Nakawati starting on the inside of row number 6 alongside Alex Chandler. Outside of that row will be Colton Buck behind Chandler, row 7. Inside row 7, starting 13th, Luis Martinez.
Rounding out our top 20, Dominic Gaddis, Cameron Johnson. Then Holden Myers. I've actually seen Holden Myers run in the wet over there at Indiana. Pretty dang good, that kid.
So here we go, lining things up. You can see the visibility issues. Green flag flying. See if these kids can keep the cart straight, rolling through here. Further back, couple climbing over the top, one going around, but helped back straight by those coming through.
Look at the spray rub.
Yeah, so tough to see. Macha on the outside in the 174. Orioli diving to the bottom of the racetrack. I believe he may come away with the win. The lead rather, as we had a spinner coming through 4 and 5, lost the rear of the cart. 3 wide, everybody taking different lines over to turn number 6 and 7. Short shoot to 8. Orioli, your leader for the first time through.
A lot of hands going on there, a lot of wheel to try to get these little cadet drivers through the corner. You're in the mini category. Ooh, gonna run out of room quick.
It looked like Zane Burgess, I think, making a move to the inside. Man, look at these drivers hanging it out to dry there, too, coming through that corner. Love to see the drivers really working hard on that cart control. You see the visibility, how for the back they're really in the mist. They'll pop out every once in a while just to try to see where they are, try to see if they can't figure out where that braking zone is. And if you're in a lot of spray like that, you're looking for the visual cues on the right and left side using your peripherals to find out how far down the straightaway am I right now.
Yeah, look at that. If you're about 5th on back, you're just going to be kind of looking for the driver in front of you to give you a bit of a gauge, a bit of a speed shot there going in turn number 4. Cool shot.
Working away through the final round of heats for the drivers here in the afternoon categories. We'll go to Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. 4 more heat races to go for you after this. Then we'll cap today with 3 LCQs at that point when it's all said and done. We got penalties, we got protests. When everything's done, the fields will be set for the 28th running of Super Sunday. We'll see who comes away with the race winner tomorrow afternoon. These young drivers here in the Mini Swift category are working their way out of turn number 8 over to 9, 10, 11 to 12. This is the run out of 13. Put another lap in the books here. Remember, no lap count for the rain racing. 6 minutes plus a lap. So indeed, the 193 of Orioli continues to lead it. Macha runs second. Ivor Spence, very impressive. The Kiwi up 8 spots into the 6th position. Probably 6 spots. Started 9th. He's now 3rd. Tanner Barsh out of Texas in 4th. Besserell, Nario, Park, Pavan, Manalio, and Burgess. How about Asher Pavan up 10 spots up to 8. Started 18th. Asher up into the 8th spot. Great drive for Pavan.
Yeah, no LCQ for this group, right? So where you are finishing in these heat races, it's all about that starting position for the main and making sure you got the best spot. A couple other drivers having some big moves. Aston Wyatt, 17 spots up from 37th to 20th. Clayton Stiles up 16 spots as well. So there's a few drivers in here. Not only know how to get it done on the wet. You see that move right to the inside, the 151, I believe that was.
Barsh. Tanner Barsh on the CRG.
For P3, he made that move.
Yeah, he's up on the wheel in the wet here. I don't know that you get a ton of wet weather racing down in Texas, but man, he's looking good here now. Look at him run the outside there. Up just sawing on that wheel to make sure he's got control of it. Let's see if he's got the pace to potentially reel in the leaders. The way they're running right now, doing a little bit over-under, there's an opportunity.
Awesome to see these guys go around here. To see just kind of listening in there the last few corners. Just keep an eye on like the amount of wheel they have to try to manipulate the cart and just the amount of water here, right? We've had constant rain now for what, an hour or so about?
More than that, yeah.
So we've got a pretty good amount of water on the ground. And I'll tell you right now, Barsh is rolling, huh?
So we got a little more intel for Tanner Barsh. As those of you may know, the Kart Chaser has been streaming the Texas Sprint Racing Series, so they've been there. They've been watching what's going on. Tanner Barsh, I'm being told, in the first round of the series this year, he swept the category in a full wet weather weekend. So, indeed, very impressive for Tanner Barsh. And again, like you said, it's hard to teach this kart control. Again, it's hard to practice in it because you can't schedule a wet weather test. You got to wait for the rain, you got to go out. So the contact here behind these drivers running for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th are really shaking things up. Barsh has been the man on the move. Started 4th, he's up into 2nd. Let's see whether or not he's got the pace to indeed reel in Macha. And he was 4/10 faster than Macha on that last lap. He's only 4/10 back. He's right there.
Reel in, check. Yeah,
done. Got it. Is that what you wanted? Okay, I'm there. Now, how does he get by? Because we are essentially a minute to go. Wow, that driver there, further back, way wide. That was, I think, the 135 of Besserell, potentially wide there.
And one of the small plus sides is we are not. Ooh, look at this. Look at another outside roll, carry the speed on the exit, and it may be a side-by-side run, if not a drag race, all the way down to turn number 1. Barsh, outside preferred line, potentially coming into the corner. Crossover maneuver for 2.
How beautiful was that? Able to get back down to the inside. Macha was trying to hold him out there and did that little flick to get it into the corner. And he just checked back up and pulled in. A little roughed up a little bit there by Ivor Spence as well. So Barsh has been roughed up a little bit here, but really has handled it nicely. In turn 1, after the little flick there from Macha, able to just tuck back in, over, under, get the spot back.
Hey,
we're going to see the white flag this next time by, Mike. Sorry.
Don't look now. But watch for the number 145. We talked about him earlier.
Yes.
14 spots right now. He's going for a win.
Asher Pavan has got himself up to P4. He's now in that fight. I think he might even be the 3rd now, to be honest with you. Yeah, he's into P3. Asher Pavan up into the 3rd spot. Look at these guys. Look at that outside line. And we're starting to get a little bit of standing water in parts of the racetrack because it continues to come down.
Hey, how do you know if a driver's good in the wet? Well, they gained 15 spots. That's how you know.
Pavan into 3rd. Barsh still runs 4th. It's a 174 Macha on the outside. Last lap for the driver here in the NABS Creative Mini Swift category. Barsh looking back to the inside of Pavan. They'll get that big run down into 4, 5. Barsh to the bottom. Can't quite get it to stick down there. Behind them, Orioli, Besserell, Nario, Park. Kai Park up to 8th. Oliver Williamson up 11. He split the difference. 22nd to 11th. The Parolin drivers up front. All 3 top drivers on the Parolin. Barsh and the CRG chasing. There's Asher Pavan right there. The A on the side of that helmet. You can see it. Oh, he's going to make a move to the inside. Oh, nice move on Spence. He doesn't cover, though. Oh, he's going to try that bigger outside run he likes. Oh-ho! Asher Pavan goes to 2nd. Maxwell Macha with the win. He gets the victory. But I got to go driver the race to Asher Pavan, Mike. You picked it up early. He didn't cover the bottom, but just rolled the outside. How good was that?
Hey, he didn't cover the bottom because he's like, shut
I don't need the bottom.
16 positions gained for Pavan.
Man.
Aston Wyatt, the other driver I was talking about, up 21 to 16. Hey, Pavan came in 14th in points.
That's huge.
That's a good one. He's going to start inside the top 10 at least, I
how
think.
big is that for Asher Pavan? Maxwell Macha coming away with the win. He's been really comfortable up front. He's been kind of a dominant factor here. He ends up with the win over Pavan, Spence, Barsh, and Orioli. Besserell 6th, Nario 7th, Park 8th, Burgess 9th. Fast lap actually belonged to the driver coming home in 10th. Jaden Francisco up 9 spots. I said Williamson up 11. Marcelo Flores up 13, but Aston Wyatt, as Mike had pointed out, up 21 spots, 37th to 16th.
How about Clayton Stiles up 20 as well?
Why
right?
not?
He's going to throw all the love to these guys. Not going to see any more rain racing for those kids.
Hopefully.
I'm going to anti-jinx it as much as I can here.
Yeah,
We got a little bit of the rain racing love. I'll tell you somebody who I do know in the wet is pretty dang good. The one on your screen right now, Jake Drew. He's going to try to put on a show.
Let's throw it this way for you. Hopefully we got a chance to go down and talk to either Maxwell Macha, hopefully Asher Pavan, because he put on a show there. But only 4 more heat races still to go. Pro X30, Pro Shifter, all getting ready to go. 2 heat races for each to get things underway. All right, folks, the drive of the race there, at least from Mike and I's perspective, is Asher Pavan. He stands by with Caleb right now.
16 spots gained to get yourself up to 2nd. How was it out there?
So fun. It's very, very low visibility. One of the hardest conditions I've raced in. We had a really solid pace. I changed some things on the kart since the warm-up, and
it worked. The kart was excellent, and I think we were just really solid pace.
Tell me about making moves out there as well, right? Because it wasn't easy. You had to get creative to get out there, and the visibility as well. How are you adjusting to that?
I thought it got worse as the race went on, so just I actually would pull out on the straight so I could see into the corner, make sure no one crashed, and I'd pull back in to do my corner. So that's how I adjusted.
Well, sounds good. Thank you very much, Asher, and wish you best of luck tomorrow on Super Sunday. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I like it, man. That's a fantastic drive for Asher Pavon to get himself up and a little bit of insight into it, right? Hey, like we said, I pull it to the inside to make sure I can see into the corner. Lots of different places to pass, but maybe even more indicative of the fact he said it got worse throughout that race. Rain continues to fall. I mentioned potentially seeing a little bit of standing water in a couple of spots where maybe the spray was coming up a little more than it was before. This is going to be a challenge. We just set the young guys out there, the young guys and girls in the mini category. We're not worried about these drivers here. The pro drivers will be up next. Pro X30, Pro Shifter. They have had enough time in their career to get the job done. Here's Hannah Greenmeyer right there in the Rollison Performance Group machine. Great to have Hannah back with us here this weekend. Longtime tuner and Coach Mike Beanie there with her as well. She looked very good throughout the weekend. This driver as well, Jacopa Martinez, has been strong in that Kart Republic number 74. You mentioned Jake Drew. They'll be chasing him. He and Blake Nash, the two American drivers, on the front row for Pro X30 here. Hannah Greenmeyer and Caleb Gaffera on row number 2. Caleb most definitely looking for an opportunity to kind of bounce back from an unbelievably disappointing morning. We talked about the fact that the LCQ he dropped like a rock. Finding out later, broken reeds on that KA100 that dropped him back to near the tail of the field.
Yeah, sometimes SuperNats just seems to treat you wrong, and unfortunately for Caleb, it seems to be one of those weekends.
It's a fickle mistress for sure. Very tough. You never know what you're going to get coming to the SuperNats. You can do everything you want to get yourself into a place to potentially run for that elusive race win. But, man, sometimes it doesn't happen. Even a legend like Ryan Norberg, who has been here for so many years, won so many races, has so many championships. Jordan Musser, Pro Championships, Rotax Championships, race wins. You know, he doesn't even have a SuperNats win. Ryan finally got one after so many years of trying, and unbelievably hard to be able to get that done.
Yeah, the amount of talent we got getting ready to go out here. And look, we said it earlier about the body of work and stuff like that. And like if you get on the top step here or even the podium, you well earned it. Well, how about throwing in a little bit of rain racing at the same time? You literally need to be a complete driver to get things done here in 2025.
I love it. There's JT right there. Joe Turney will fire up the GoPro, get things underway here. Again, Joe Turney starting a little bit further back in the field, P9, in fact, inside of row number 5. Drew and Nash on row 1, Greenmeyer and Gaffera row 2, Martinez and Vanchev row 3, Moya and Hand row 4, Turney and Lewis Goff on row number 5. There's the field again. Great shots from down here. Ground level on the grid. Martinez there ready to pull away. And again, the visibility super low. Hey, listen, let's just put it into a little microcosm. What's it take to go fast in the wet, Mike?
Keep it pointed the right way for starters. But, hey, I'll tell you right now, I said it in the show before. It's like being able to manipulate the go-kart. And, I've already seen people be able to do it in the dry. And I talked about Ruben Moya and his height. Guys who are able to really manipulate the go-kart, that height actually allows you to help transfer the weight, right? Everything on a go-kart works on an X. That might be...
Is that an airbox?
It might be an airbox, or at least the airbox cover. We cover the airboxes, right, to try to keep as much of that water out of the airbox. So possibly somebody's going to be short-lived, I think, potentially.
Xander Clemens joining us back in the booth as well as the grid being presented there for you. Rob Howden alongside Mike Smith. Xander, it's going to be exciting. This was going to be good. 4 pro races for us to cap off the heat race action.
Oh, man. Can't wait to watch what is going to happen here in the heaviest rain that is expected to be today. We're right in the middle of the storm, the wave that is rolling through. Jake Drew, the shoe, hasn't had the best of luck from that top starting spot in the heat so far. And who knows what turn one's going to look like. It's changing every single lap, fellas, as they go through the rest of the leaderboard and the drivers that have had to work their way forward. How about Morgan Porter, right? We're still getting ready to get to that KA Senior dice roll. We haven't done that yet. He's on the list to have to roll the dice to get into that one, I believe. along with the driver on your screen who's having some issues right now. Ibrahim Dean, just behind the starting good graphic, slowing on the Orsilon Tony kart.
Could see maybe his airbox is the one we're talking about there as the only driver who seems to be slowing.
Yeah, I wonder if that was potentially it. Drivers doing the best they can to build heat into rain tires. Why not? I didn't know that was a thing.
Well, there you go. As the rest of the field goes through, again, don't forget how many All-Stars are buried in this field. Aaron Garcia Lopez, the Miami Warrior final champ, hasn't made a lot of noise, but mind you, again, he cracked the top 5 for a good bit of last year's main event. With the rain being the great equalizer, it might be the best opportunity for the back of the field to try and make up ground. And not to mention, of course, that last night in the the A versus C and B versus D heats, we had half the field, 3/4 of the field destroyed and stopped in turn number 1. Who knows what we're going to be in for, fellas? This is going to be wild.
It's probably been since 2013 since we've had racing like this, but back then it was in the, I think, high 40s, low 50s. 63 degrees here trackside now. And we talked about it when they came off the pit lane. Someone lost an airbox cover. We don't know who that is. We're going to find out. It could be Dean, but if it's anybody else, they're not going to be going for very, very much longer, I would expect. Field set, green flag flying, and we're underway. Elbows up, coming through turn number 1 for the first time. Look at the spray. You cannot see anything coming through turn number 3. And indeed, big wreck in the back. Driver's over. Massive wreck in the back. We've got a driver up and over in the turn number 3 section of the racetrack. Yeah, we're going red flag. Immediately red flag in turn number 3. A driver, I believe, came out of the cart, and everybody kept streaming through.
Wow. That was a big one. I mean, again, you called it, Rob, perfectly. Right out of turn 1, just a complete screen of spray. The back of the field had no idea where anybody else was. You were flying blind, and when the track got blocked like that as one driver got into the outside wall.
Yeah, and as you guys say, the visibility being so low at that point, red flag is a perfect call no matter what, just because you can't see to even avoid any kind of incident in front of you.
Yeah, we're waiting to get the actual call on which number that cart might have been. We think we know who it is. We're going to try to get an official confirmation. All right, being told the 26 involved, that would be Lillian Scarborough. The 83 as well, Morgan Porter.
Sebastian Frigole in the 12 as well. Ming Nanzhu in the 67. The 68 machine involved also.
That's Venegas.
Sebastian Venegas. A lot of drivers collected in the carnage outside of turn 2, and that's where this gets really complicated, right? Rob and Mike, you guys both know the rules as well. I'll let either one of you take the reins on explaining what a complete restart will look to be when you have an incident like this that sends it under red.
Yeah, opening corner would be a complete, full and complete restart. I believe they'll just restack them, put them all back in a position to go again. We did get a call in, guys, in the headsets here. Everybody okay? Now, we'll hope full confirmation on that, but that's coming from our production team. There's guys on the ground, boots on the ground. So ideally, everybody okay after what was a scary incident with the blind visibility coming through turn number 3.
For the drivers, again, the visibility wild for them coming out of turn number 1, and not a surprise at all. And to piggyback off the back, Rob, if they go with the drivers involved being due to the cause of the red, those would get put to the back. The lane would then move up. So while it would be a restart, if it's deemed more of a driver responsibility than, say, a condition responsibility or something outside of the driver's control, then those 5 or 6 numbers that we have would go to the rear. But in this case, I mean, this is monsoon conditions.
Yeah, and it'd be hard set to put it on anybody, right? Even the cameras trying to watch around for what's going on are going to have a hard time seeing through that spray as well.
Yeah, Mike, you saw coming out of turn number 1, everybody able to get through cleanly in 3 or 4 wide, so it's not like they're in line. So the spray just is, the entire racetrack was covered in spray. At one point when I look back, I think somebody got into the barriers on the inside, somebody on the outside, but definitely somebody on the inside, because those barriers went shot back to the inside. And at one point, we saw the bottom of a go-kart and the driver coming out as well. So that was tough for sure. It's going to happen that way sometimes when you get the visibility. You and I have raced in the rain. You don't see much. There's Dean Peterson there with the issue. They'll put him behind the wall.
Yeah, let's see. I believe we have a couple of angles of it. We'll take a look here of trying to piece what we can from our viewpoint, what went down. So the field obviously in the infield. Again, those just joining us right now, red flag conditions. Here's a look, Mike.
Yeah, there it is. They're going to be coming through the corner. Going to look further back, and to Rob's point, I believe we're going to see a barrier hit right there. It's actually just before it will be turn 3, and I think careening into the rest of the group. There's the flip that happens right there.
The driver was underneath the go-kart at that point. Yeah, it looks to me in that first look at it, guys, a driver got into the barrier on the inside. That rotated the kart around, and then, of course, that driver going all the way across the racetrack, somebody else probably climbed up and over top.
Yeah, and as we try to pick them out, too, from the replay, I was trying to see who it was that got into the inside wall. That was a great catch, Rob, on the live shot. If we look at it again, I think that may have been Austin Olds on the far inside of the circuit that clipped that inside wall. He's had a rough go of it. He was one of the last drivers to get back going in the complete log jam from last night's heat races. So that's, of course, completely shaken up the points coming into this session as well. We hadn't had the time to be able to put that on display for you. We'll be taking a break here in a moment, but at the same point as well in terms of where the drivers are coming into the final day of heat races. We've got 2 in the books, 1 to go. We know more or less who's in the danger zone and who's fighting in contention for pole across both Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. But when it comes to Pro X30 and the top 10 drivers of who had a good bit of momentum from Friday, the craziness of Fanatic Friday, as we called it, looking at that overall leaderboard, of course, ADT, phenomenal day for him. The Rocket Racing Company LN car driver led the way throughout a phenomenal qualifying performance and then a great run in both of his heats. He tops the provisional standings heading into tonight. Iacapo Martinez, he had a busy day, double duty. It's new for a lot of the European kids coming over here. One of Kart Republic's hot shots, second in the seedings right now. Alexander Vanchev, Blake Nash, Mika Lemisurier, top 5 on debut from Australia down under. And here's a great, check out this shot here, right on the edge. And look at the spray. This is what the drivers saw. And then right here, huge impact, left side, inside wall, outside wall, track blocked, right in the mid-teens.
Still couldn't pick out which driver actually went up and over at that point there. Hopefully we can see it. But, man, what a shot, though. Great place for that camera placement.
Yeah, you would only have to be able to know off the helmet for the first driver to tag the inside wall. See Austin Olds over there in the infield, so maybe it wasn't him that clipped the inside barrier, but a similar black, white, and red helmet is what it looked like to me on the left side. And it was indeed Lillian Scarborough, the young lady with the Rollison Performance Group, one of the rookies joining the Pro X30 field that was the one that went up and over. All drivers
on the podium here last year.
Yeah, that's right. And all drivers alert, up, okay.
Yes.
At this point, the holding pattern is piecing everything back together. We'll take a break. We'll get more intel. Dave, Caleb, and the rest of the crew will get us more from Boots on the Ground as well.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
As you can see, the weather hasn't changed, and right now you haven't missed anything with that quick break. The track's still cold, more to be cleaned up. But Caleb Vieska, David Land, they've been getting a whole lot of intel for us. And Caleb, we'll go down to you for a bit of an update.
Yeah, thank you guys. I just wanted to give you guys a bird's eye view, right? We're here on the racetrack now, and I want to show you guys the amount of rain that has come down here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. If you pan down to my feet right now, Haley, there's a lot of standing water here in turn number 1. This parking lot's almost on a downhill, so the water's coming down, and everything on the inside of here of the curb, there's, again, puddles. I really wish I would have brought a different pair of socks today. So I am, for the lack of better words, what the young kids are saying now, I'm cooked for the rest of the night. My feet are soaked. But yeah, this is just a little bit of a view of what's going down here in turn number 1. Just a lot of standing water right now, which I think is going back to the topic of visibility right now.
Yeah, so Caleb, we're just taking a look at what you got going on right there. And actually from being at Cal Speed and outside of a racetrack as well, all of these parking lots are all built to drain in a certain direction. And so all of that water is going to go one way, and then you see the curbs there that they had. So those curbs are going to be like, and all the barriers are going to be these little stoppages, right? And so they turn into these rivers, and sometimes that can turn into bigger areas of water all the way through.
Indeed, yeah. Again, we've been to Cal Speed before. When the rain all comes down, it all puddles down to the bottom part of the racetrack. But indeed, like you said, it's all designed perfectly. There's going to be the pitch in the parking lot that the drain's going to end up going somewhere, whether to a cistern or whatever it may be. We're blocking that. We're changing things up, so we may get that river across the track here and there. But the bottom line is there's a little bit of standing water. It doesn't seem like everywhere on the racetrack, but eventually it's going to puddle down in certain areas. So ideally, we'll cross our fingers. It'll slow down a little bit, but we'll see how it plays out at this point.
Yeah, and that's going to be part of the driver's job, right? It's to go out there and find out, going back to finding the lines that you want to take, et cetera. It's also where is there less water and that kind of stuff, too.
Fair enough.
I'll tell you as a driver right now, too, the restart program, it's one thing when you started out, okay, you've been sitting in your cart, it's dry, you're ready, okay, cool. Now you just got a little bit wet. Your feet are wet. You're like, oh, man.
These people got the right idea right here, right? Park on the side of the road. Got your heater going. It's cold.
Yeah.
I've got 3 layers on. I don't know about you guys. Rob, I see you've got at least 3.
I got 3 on.
The drivers have got basically their boots on, and that's it. So right now your feet are getting a little bit cold. You're like, let's get this thing going right now because I'd like to keep these feetsies warm.
Yeah, well, how about a huge testament to all the SuperKarts USA officials and our hard-working boots-on-the-ground crew. It's not just Caleb and David, but our entire camera operation production crew. They are out in the elements, way up in the air, and we'll show you what the conditions are for the various angles around the racetrack, because all of our hardworking team, they have been out there since basically 7:30 this morning trying to get angles during the warm-up sessions while we've been on the Perico pit box, a short lunch break, and then across the racetrack. Scissor lifts, scaffolding, down on the ground in the puddles as well. This place is soaked, and I just want to take a moment as well to not only shout out the SuperKarts USA officials. You've even got plenty of your photographers. I hope they're all charging fair rates and maybe getting a little bit of an extra tip on the workload this weekend. Of course, David Cole's down there. We've got our KC production team down there. There's a look at one of our camera ops as well. How about this is James Overbeck's sister, Grace.
Yes.
She's up there in the air as well, trying to get some decent angles, trying to stay dry, and it's no different across the board. We've got ponchos for them all.
Less wet.
Yeah, less wet. How about Willem down here? Last turn. He's in the ground. He's in the puddles. He's on the far side where it's draining all the way basically down to him. And this is the last turn shot. Yeah, he prepared.
He looks ready.
He's ready to go.
I'll tell you what is going to happen. Here we go as well.
How about Jerry right next to our Perico pit box down by turn number 1 up on the scissor lift. He's a little bit lower than where he normally is. Look at how high up he has to get for this cool shot down the front straightaway. Higher than the South Point Casino 400 billboard. Wow. When he takes that thing all the way up in the air. He's ratcheted, he's harnessed. OSHA approved, promise, want to make sure that we're good on that. And then, of course, how about the likes of Rocco and Hunter around the racetrack as well. They're trying everything they can to stay warm. Man. My goodness.
What a contrast to like a summer day in Houston or Newcastle Motorsports Park.
Oh,
right?
yeah. And not to mention, of course, Luis Diaz and Haley Donaldson, who's been on the Perico pit box. When you haven't seen her on air, they have been boots on the ground as the mobile camera ops as well. Even one of our panel producers, along with Michael Paderto, who's the one pushing the keys and making everything look good on the Perico Pit Box show. He's been helping out as well. But, yeah, this is just monsoon conditions. It's insane for the race teams, insane for the drivers, but beyond that, the unsung heroes, the ones that are bringing you all these angles and the ones that are keeping everybody safe out on the racetrack, want to give a big shout out to them.
And what do they all have in common this evening? A long, hot shower when they get back to the hotel room, because you know that they are not just cold, you're talking frozen to the bone here. So shout out to the whole KC crew hanging in here for a long day at the racetrack. About to get a little bit longer, actually, with another delay here.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit more before we get going. Everybody was amped up, waiting for the final few heats to roll, and then, of course, last chance qualifiers. Dice rolls still, and in between all of that, debriefing what we can, and there's, just like yesterday, a lot to unpack from today in a much different way, a lot of different talking points, right? But starting to get that clearer picture of what Super Sunday will look like, and we're hoping to get an idea of who is going to be leading that Pro X30 field to green shortly. Now, David Land, again, also, as mentioned, a part of the crew, out in the elements, wet and wild and all. Dave, what do you have for us?
So I have a bit of a question here for everybody, because I'm looking at the forecast like I think a lot of people are, and we're kind of realizing that this rain is not going to stop essentially the rest of the night. So, let's assume that the track conditions are not going to get any better. Is there a point where we say, hey, let's all come back Sunday? And if so, what are the contingency plans if that is the case?
Wow. That's a really good question, Dave. Mike, I'm going to let you take that one first.
Well, let me throw it in. Like I talked about the fact when it comes to the SuperNats, it's different. Tomorrow's day is normally locked in, right? Warm up. There's not a lot of time to play with tomorrow. But, Mike, the bottom line is that we haven't had a rain program like this since 2013. Sunday was fine. We ran through it. That's the toughest part about this, Sander.
Yeah, well, so just getting a bit of intel actually from Haley right next to us saying, no, what we're doing is they've got brooms and sweepers out on the racetrack to push the puddles off to the side continuously. So how about an extra bit of workload on an extra long day, on an extra soggy day for all the officials down on the ground right here from Willemstad in the final turn, continuing to push the water. Because here's another thing, Mike, as you know from Cal Speed, granted your curbs were a little more flush with the asphalt and a whole lot lower. But on any given regular circuit, they'll cut divots in it. I remember back to that original U.S. Pro Kart Series debut, Rob, back when Trackhouse Motorplex was first hosting majors and they had a monsoon weekend and hadn't cut slits yet for the curbs to drain out. Now, of course, that's a track with banking, right? But in this case, still, like you said, Mike, about the lot meant to drain in certain areas, if it puddles inside of a curb, they're just flush concrete. We haven't put divots in those yet.
Yeah, and that's really about where the potential rivers are and stuff like that are out there. But you could see every single time we switch to a different camera, you could see the water on the ground right there. You can see the sheen from the lights that are out there. And what it really comes down to is the amount of water there is and the spray that's coming up, right? So I think what we just saw on that last deal is everybody, to your point earlier, Xander, about trying to go 4 or 5 wide, whatever. Or, hey, the interview we had from the junior winner, like, trying to go wide, trying to find some other spots to try to go find some room. And, when you're that wide, you can see a little bit, but then everybody else behind you, now there's nowhere to go. Yeah. And at the start's always going to be the worst, right? The start's always going to be the worst because you've got that many people in a close proximity. So the question is going to come down to, and it always does with rain racing, visibility.
Yeah, indeed. Track condition, visibility first and foremost. You want to make sure safety is primary, obviously, first and foremost. But, hey, listen, we're here to go racing as well. Visibility is never going to be good in the wet. That's something you're always going to deal with. The more standing water you have, the larger the spray, the more dense the spray as well. The more rain that you can get there, the larger the issue is going to be.
Yeah, a question might be, I don't know if this has ever happened, but we've seen it before in other motorsports where they go single file start instead of double. Yes. So I'm not sure if that's a thing here in the karting. I don't know that I haven't seen that one before.
No, I haven't either. I've seen it in dirt oval kart racing, right. So it's not totally alien to go-kart racing altogether. They'll try to start a race double file. If that can't go, eventually they'll go to single file. Some series just go single file, period. But they'll normally try to at least do a double file start initially. There's a look at Finnegan Bailiff, another one of the casualties from the incident. You can see the broken left rear bumper on the number 49 amongst probably other damage from the crash. Scarborough is still getting checked out by the on-site medical team. So far, again, so good. We'll hope to have an update soon. There's someone from the really bent up rear bumper bolt. But it was another great angle at the seat as well, right? One of the first things you do is you don't want to be sitting in a lake either, Mike. You drill a hole in the bottom of the seat to let the water drain out.
You learn that real quick, rain racing.
Yeah, you do.
You
Oh, yeah.
only do that once where you don't have the hole in it.
And on top of that, too,
And I used the puddle because I was first. You spun. I was going to slap you, and there was a camera behind you. I was going to slap you. You got slapped. We had a main curse or what? Oh, look! No! No rain suit, though. Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Well, I see Aaron's competitors were making fun of him. I don't talk to you here really. I know you don't have a rain suit, and I know your competitors are making fun of you. How are you feeling out here right now in these conditions?
Well, I'm hoping for taking a rain suit now. I'm super wet, so yeah. I'm just waiting for the race. Yeah, super wet.
And tell me, how was it out there? I know the start was hectic. Tell me about it.
Well, we don't see anything. There is a lot of spray. There is aquaplaning in the straight, so yeah. It's normal that this happened now, so we need to wait to see what happened.
Thank you, Aaron, and hope you stay warm as best as you can. Thank you.
So just got a bit more of an update as well, folks. No different than last night with the scary moment involving Angel Reynoso and Macy Williams with the crash on the front straightaway. As it's picture time here, we changed over Megan Austin Olds. But the drivers from yesterday that were transported, both were okay. Got word as well from SuperKarts USA. And in this case here with Lillian Scarborough, she will be transported to an off-site medical facility per concussion protocol. But awake alert, and wanted to let everybody know she is okay. But that's just standard procedure at this point for any kind of up and over helmet impact of any kind. In the case of last night, Angel Reynoso, barrier to the helmet. In this case, Lillian up and over asphalt, unfortunately, to helmet. But at least, the drivers seem to be in good enough spirits, as wet as they may be. Mark Aaron Garcia Lopez is another one of our friends from across the pond that did not pack a rain suit.
Well, let's just say this right now. We go back to that 2013 race. It's like 60-something degrees right now. I'm seeing like 62 degrees. It was low 40s when we ran in 2013. So they can complain about being cold, but it is not as cold as it was back then.
Back then we were at the Rio. So you only had to trudge in your wet socks and everything about
inside.
a couple hundred feet and get
true.
inside.
But it was still darn cold outside,
True.
I guarantee you, man.
I was talking to Caden McQueen just a little bit earlier before we got rolling, and I was like, hey, it's not too bad out here. He's like, oh, you kidding me? I thought it was going to be nice like a couple weeks ago. I was like, a couple weeks ago? That's rare, buddy. This is more. This is still pretty nice right now.
Well, he's from Henry's neck of the woods. This is normal.
It's a Saturday morning.
Yeah, this is just another day across the pond in the UK. Just another bit of racing for him. I don't
know what's going on there.
Oh, this is trying not to cancel out with math numbers when you're adding. You have the 2 in one hand. If he put the 2 on his one hand, now he's 3, and then you know what? Let's get back to racing. Caleb, take it away.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm sitting here with Ash. Blake, we haven't talked to you yet this weekend, but you have had, actually, I stand corrected because Dave talked to you. I haven't talked to you yet this weekend. How are you doing? How's X30 been for you so far?
Yeah, pace in the dry in X30 has been very good. Qualified second overall, off of a lap that I think was just okay. I think I had a little bit more in it. First heat went all right. I fell back a couple spots, but we made some gearing changes for the second heat, and we were able to get the win after Burnett got a penalty. But yeah, these conditions for Heat 3 are pretty tricky. The visibility is really low. I'm starting off pole, and even at the front of the field, it's pretty blurry and pretty hard to see. So yeah, I'm kind of just waiting on their decisions and what they're going to do. And if we go racing, then hopefully I can just stay in the top 10 and get a decent finish. If not, then I think we have 2 good points finishes to bank off of.
And just give me a little bit of an insight, right? As do make whenever conditions change have this weekend?
For the rain, obviously there's not one magical setup that you can do. Obviously you want to load as much grip as you can into the go-kart, so things like changing caster, softer axles, going up on the sprocket, that's kind of what you do. For the dry, we had kind of one baseline setup that we started with and didn't really change too much. We just massaged it after we found that we were pretty fast. But yeah, these conditions in the rain are tricky. It's more about the driver and their choice of line.
Well, thank you there, Blake. David?
On here with Finn Bailiff, one of the many drivers involved in that pileup on lap 1. Finn, just kind of talk me through what you saw or maybe didn't see going into that Schmazel.
Yeah, you pretty much couldn't see anything. We went through 1, and you could kind of see, and then going through that fast little kink in the straightaway there, it really no visibility. You would just couldn't even see the barriers at all, and I think there was just a big pileup. I avoided most of it, and then I don't think the people behind me saw, and I just got smashed into, bent some stuff up, and wasn't able to finish.
Of course, this is the biggest kart race in this country. I mean, to have your final heat race end this way, I mean, how disappointing is that?
Yeah, it's very disappointing. We've been struggling all week, but yeah, this one really hurts it.
And so, I mean, I guess I'd ask you, I mean, you didn't get too much time in these conditions, but when it's this rainy, I mean, what can you even do as a driver, and how difficult is this waiting game?
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. I don't know how they could send it back out, just because I think the lights all were glaring weird on the water, and it's just no visibility at all, so it's just really bad.
So that's a first-hand account of what's been going on out there. Finn Bailiff, we're glad to see he's okay after that massive pile up there on lap 1.
So got another update as well to kind of follow up. Neil Strickland just came by to let us know they're just sorting the grid out, and then once the grid is sorted of where everyone's going to start with everything re-racked, we're going back racing. So at the end of the day, this is the SuperNats. This is karting's biggest stage. This is the pro categories coming up. It's no different than, honestly, Mike, I feel like a throwback to last year, too. We talk about the rain all the time when we think of the rain SuperNats, the one year where it really came down about as good as this, if not a whole lot more, like Rob was mentioning, and it was cold. But last year, Friday night, the second round of heat races on Friday had just a light drizzle, a little shower just to slicken the racetrack off right before the pro shifters, I believe, were going on the racetrack. Might have been the pro X30s. No, it was the pro X30s and the pro shifters for their final heat races on the evening. So kind of a throwback to that. The last two classes are getting the craziest conditions to go out to, but they are getting the grids ready. So we're almost about back hot again.
Yeah, exactly that. And all they're trying to do is get around the joint and make sure they can get through. I think it's a scenario where as long as you can try to get through the first couple of corners, we're going to be in pretty good shape. But I think we got another interview here lined up with Caleb. Caleb, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, thank you there, Mike. I'm just getting word again, and the drivers just got the news as well that we are going racing. Matt Ackley is here meeting with them with the starting grid. And again, we're going to go back and listen in as soon as this is over. But it looks like we are going racing here. And the first thing Joe Turney said to me was, "What? Are you serious? We're going to go in and listen in."
And you can pull into the scales. Yo, this is like a Nicky Lauda at the North.
This is so dangerous.
I am only moving. No way.
There's going to be another red ball.
I'm saying I need that. Joe knows the reference. Yo, I'm and he said, I am the only one who left it on. Hey, you know what? I remember my mom didn't watch it again. Es como rezando el himno.
Well, as you can see, we've got wet racetrack, wet drivers. We're hopefully going to be having them back under power soon enough, albeit conditions are going to put them to the absolute test with all that. So there's still more to re-rack. We'll have them in their seats hopefully really soon and ready to go. Final 4 heat races, last chance qualifiers, SuperNationals 28. Back on the other side of this break.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Kart Zone is officially open. We're America's first true karting dealership, built by racers, for racers. From your first chassis to managing a full team, our experts guide you every step of the way. At Kart Zone, you'll find top-tier products from your most trusted brands. We believe in performance without compromise. Your karting journey starts here. Visit kartzonena.com.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts.
Stations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana. PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Motorsport is reinventing itself, and our mission is to accelerate this transformation so that it becomes even more efficient, cleaner, more spectacular, and more sustainable. Welcome to the next generation of motorsport. TotalEnergies and Peugeot co-developed the 9X8, an eco-responsible hybrid electric hypercar capable of outstanding performances.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Join the Norberg Karting Academy at all winter national karting events. Excellence, precision, legacy, the foundation of the Norberg Karting Academy. Founded by 10-time U.S. Pro Karting Champion Ryan Norberg, an innovator who transformed driver development and redefined the sport through education, technology, and mentorship. Today, His vision continues, a program designed for drivers of every level, delivering tailored plans, data-driven coaching, and opportunities for seat time at every stage of growth. Just as he experienced on his own path to the top, the Norberg Karting Academy goes beyond race day coaching to cultivate complete, confident drivers. Norberg Karting Academy, where dedication meets design and champions are built. Contact us at norbergkarting@gmail.com for more information.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
Attention SuperKarts USA drivers. Be sure to order your complete photo package from On Track Promotions. All drivers receive a minimum of 40 photos from throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with instant access from our automated delivery system. Visit otp.ca right now to get instant access to your photos.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on.
What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Hi, I'm Yusuf Bazanski. I'm Danya. And I'm Asher. We're practicing on our sims for our next race.
Still there. Car on your left.
All in all, we just love DRS. Helps us stay in the game in the correct mindset. Get fast, faster.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing? Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Come on, man.
Lights are on. It's going to be wet racing at night when we do get back going with Pro X30 and then Pro Shifter. But the track continues to get some, a little more water added onto what already had quite a bit from SuperNats 28. And there was a bit of cleanup as well with the grid. You can see as well how much is puddling on the inside of those curbs. This is a great shot of the inside of the last turn. And again, this is one of those where with the grading of the parking lot, it's actually probably a good thing that we don't have slits cut on them. It's holding the water from going down to the apex of the racetrack. You can see the streams are more on corner exit and corner entry, but the center apex actually pretty dry. Curbs are acting as a good levee. Nonetheless, while the rain continues to pour here, we want to keep you entertained. We want to keep giving you guys all the insights and intel, and we've got a whole lot that we've already aired through the weekend. But in case you've missed us a little bit, first and foremost, let's give you an overhead look of the track altogether, right? That Las Vegas Motor Speedway. This track very similar to what we had last year with a couple of quick tweaks. First of all, that major straightaway, the start zone all the way at the far end of it down by turn number 1. Turn 2 and 3, flat out kinks on the way out, and then that first major passing zone beyond the start area, turn number 4. And what's interesting about that, with those two corners, turns 4 and 5 being identical to last year, they do a great job of making it really tricky to defend your position or make a pass and not get crossed over. Seen plenty of crossovers throughout the entirety of this event. After turn number 5, turn 6 is the first of the changes from last year's iteration. A softer bend on that right-hander, and then what's changed a bit at turn 7 is the center apex of kind of a long sweeping right-hander sets up a slight, but still a bit of the corner on the exit, and no different than turns 4 and 5. Tough to get a pass done or defensive move done without having a driver be able to cross you over in that run to turn number 8. That corner, turn 8, fast as can be. 4th gear in the Pro Shifters and Master Shifters all the way up and through the chute through turn number 9, and a big wide swing out to a first gear corner at turn number 10. And turns 11 and 12, much racier than last year as well. Turn 11 got softened, while turns 9 and 10 kind of got sharpened into that really 150-degree corner at turn number 10. And, of course, turn 13, we've seen a ton of side-by-side and 3-wide finishes, even some around the outside moves that have stuck that set you up down that 1,000-foot major straightaway. But from Las Vegas Motor Speedway here with the Kart Class official track preview. 13 corners, a fast layout, a few changes from 2024. And as we talked a bit earlier in the broadcast, I think a little bit racier for the shifters, but maybe a bit more open for the single speeds. And yet we've got still 2 single speed categories to go in completely different conditions than what they raced in yesterday afternoon and evening. We're under the lights, though, for them. And then again, X30 Junior is still going to have a session after this. They're working on tallying their points and overall merge right now with their final heat races in the books. They're going to be going into the LCQ action to cap off the evening. The first of 3 divisions to run last chance qualifiers: Junior X30, Pro X30, and Pro Shifter. But again, Pro X30, Pro Shifter, there's plenty of drivers above and below the cut line that we don't know who is where. And Mike, as we take a look at the inside here of turn number 13, the final turn on the racetrack, man, that's a lot of water build up on the inside of the curbs.
No, exactly that. It's a scenario where they're going to hold some of that water back, and they're going to create rivers. I mean, again, it's a parking lot, so it was designed to hold cars, all right? And so the drainage and stuff like that's built that way, and the water goes one direction. And then these things right here make new and different challenges for our drivers. And once we do get going, which I do think is the direction we are headed, it's going to be up to those guys to negotiate as best they possibly can.
Great look at our Kart Class official track preview. And, well, we weren't, again, many of our, I won't even say any specific group of drivers, whether they're American, North American, South American, European, Australian, all around the world coming to Las Vegas, the desert, anticipated any kind of conditions like this. But earlier in the weekend, Caleb Viesca was able to roam the pits of a good bit and be able to get us some information and intel of what it's like to try and take a big run at getting glory or achieving glory on karting's biggest stage. And we've covered that at length on the Perico Pit Box. Mike, of your experience so far through the first couple of days here of SuperNationals 28, what has been some of the interesting tidbits that have stuck with you from team owners, drivers, mechanics, and all the like?
It's trying to overcome adversity, whether it be in a small way or in a big way. As you see drivers actually getting lined up right now, or I should say karts rather, as they do grid everybody up. You see the number 5 of Blake Nash, his ride, and the number 56 from Jake Drew, again going back to the front. But yeah, it's adversity, whether that be, in the small aspect of just who you're racing with at the time, or the larger one because of some kind of, whether it be a tech issue or a crash, or coming to grips with the track. I mean, so many times Rob and I have talked about in these previous deals with you as well about the storylines and the different ways of, every single driver's got their own story all the way through, and there's been plenty of up and down, Rob, with all the different drivers we have. You're near 500 entries, 400 plus drivers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think one of the key things has been this rain day here that really has kind of threw a wrinkle into it, right? We've talked about the fact we haven't had a full, really rain weekend since the super cold 2013 edition. We've had some wet weather here, a couple of Wednesday, Thursday back in 19, and a little bit of rain here and there. But this really changed things for a lot of drivers. There were a lot of guys who are very good in the wet that were like, okay, hold on. I got a chance maybe this afternoon to change my fortune on this weekend if it all works out for me. So, indeed, there's been a lot of storylines, everybody with a different one coming in. And I think a lot of the guys in the Pro X30 and Pro Shifter category were kind of chomping at the bit to get some wet weather racing and to potentially move themselves up the order for Sunday.
Yeah, certainly the ones who are in the further back, like if you were trying to leap yourself up into the program, this is in a situation where you could do that. I mean, we already seen that with some of the other categories, Xander, where drivers who maybe would be below the cut line or maybe didn't have as good of a starting position as maybe they thought they could because of a tough qualifying. Again, qualifying setting the grid for all of your heat races. They could see stuff like this and be like, oh, here's my chance. We saw several drivers actually already make that happen.
I think, guys, one of the things about this particular night here, again, we didn't, as I recall, race that much into the night in 2013. One of the things is that when it's raining with the lights, that's one of the key problems. We talked to a couple of the drivers, and David Cole, I chatted with him briefly. He was down talking to the drivers in the infield, and they say that with the spray that was coming up, add the lights in there, it was almost reflecting that light back into their faces with that much mist and spray. The opacity was so thick that you couldn't see, and even if you were fifth or sixth, you couldn't even see the guys in front of you.
Yeah, it's like when you're driving in the fog and you turn your brights on, right? That's not going to quite get the job done.
Yeah.
You need the fog, you need something different. So it's that same kind of idea where, and it'll change, it'll flow in different ways with the light hitting it.
One thing, it looks like they might be taking a page out of your book here, Mike. We've got the front row lined up single file in the infield short shoot of turns 7 and 8. But a great point there about that, Rob, that there wasn't necessarily a ton of racing under the lights at the Rio in 2013. Yeah. And nothing compares, or I shouldn't say this, nothing compares this year to last year when we had night racing with a little bit of wet weather. So this is way different than the little misting we had. We remember, Rob, we were debating whether or not they were going to run them at all. They had slicks. They were ready to go off the grid. And then we went out on racing, and it was already, by the time we had debated back and forth whether or not to do it, track was almost dry. It only took them probably the first X30 heat, and then by the time the shifters went, it was pretty grippy again.
Yeah, it was a slick challenge is what it was. We didn't have to worry about big sprays and a lot of standing water and things like that. It was just a challenging surface, which that's always been my favorite. I'm okay
with that, yeah.
I used to love that greasy feel. That's actually one of my favorite. If I'm going to run in the, quote, rain, that's like the best of both worlds. I get to run slicks, it's slick out, but I don't get wet. It's perfect.
Yeah, indeed. They are lining the karts up, so that is a good sign, at least, getting the karts into position where they want to be. I don't want Mike to hurt his shoulder patting himself on his back, but yeah, they potentially might be doing what you thought about, doing a single file start, but I don't know whether that's going to happen or not. But the bottom line is at least we're taking steps forward to potentially going back at it, but it doesn't look to me like the rain has subsided at all. So we saw Heat having that static shot of all that water developing inside, kind of pooling up inside one of the apex curbs that have been laid here by SuperKarts USA. So I don't know that we're any closer to getting things rolling, to be honest with you.
Well, let's be honest. It's easiest to line up go-karts in a single file too. So I mean, they're probably setting stuff up single file because
Glad
easier
you're looking
doing
at the reality right
now.
now.
Dude, it's not me. I don't get credit. Come on, get out of here.
Let's take a look at where we are with the heat points coming in. First of all, the fight for pole. We kind of touched on it a little bit. ADT looking pretty right now at the top of the leaderboard, but only by 1.09. So the decimal points there, that's the tiebreakers from qualifying. 2 heats in the books. Alessandro DiTullio, after all of that, again, the heat point structure as well. 0 points for a win, so it's basically a 1-point bonus. Everything after that is the position that you finished in. Whether that's second, it's 2, 3 is third is 3, fourth, 4, etc. So, DiTullio, Icopa Martinez, Alexander Vanchev, your top 3, all neck and neck in the fight for pole for Super Sunday. Blake Nash, as we talked to, he's had a great week. I mean, he's been strong from the get-go, fellas. Who else sticks out to you of our top 10 in the provisional standings heading into the third and final round?
I think right away, any of these top 7 could actually walk with pole. Because, I mean, only 4 points really difference between Alessandro and Joe there. I think anyone in the top 7 could potentially walk away with pole, depending on what happens right here.
I was really, really impressed with Lee Mazurier yesterday, Mika, because he was right up there fighting, elbows up against guys he's never raced with before. I don't know what he's like in the wet, so I don't know how that's going to change things. We know Joe Turney's probably going to be pretty fast in the wet, but I'm with you. I think that those guys in the top 7, only 7 points away, all it takes is getting shuffled to the back of a elite group, especially once things get a little exciting. That said, DiTullio, Martinez, and Vanchev, all 3 of those drivers have been very good. Vanchev impresses me actually being P3, that rookie driver, Xander. What do you think about him? You've watched him all year long as really the top junior driver in North American karting. Look what he's doing here in his debut. Amazing stuff.
It's so tough, ultimately, to try and, gauge how good a junior driver is going to jump up to the pro categories, right? With Alexander Vanchev, I saw his dominance this year, and he looked like he could be good. I don't know if I would have pegged him to be in the fight for pole and only 1 point away, essentially, from it in going into heat number 3. But, yeah, he's been methodical. He's been quiet, calm, collected. Been very impressed with his performance so far. And then really quickly, before we get away from the top 10, we'll show you the cut line as well. This is the last bit we'll show you for Pro X30, and then we're going to get ready. Here. Actually, we'll stay on our top 10. We'll come back with more information. Let's take a quick break. Drivers ready to their go-karts. We're almost back.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back to SuperNationals 28. You can see karts underway and rolling here. I'm Mike Smith and joined in the booth here with Henry. Bodette, we actually have both Xander and Rob heading through a meeting right now. One looks like Jake Drew's going to lead the field into the pit lane, Henry Bodette.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for having me temporarily here while Rob Howden and Xander Clements called away to a meeting. We had engines fired and then a brief flurry of activity. And, there is a very bent front end on the number 46 machine. And we're gonna wait to see what's happened. So, what I and Mike can tell you is that there is currently a meeting going on. But there's currently a meeting going on between obviously the organisers, the team, and some of the teams, as to discuss how we are going to progress with the meeting. And we are going to be giving you some information as quickly as we can.
All right, folks. Henry and Mike did a great job of covering for a moment. Rob and I got pulled in. Quick little powwow. As you can see, the carts are in the scale line. So SuperKarts USA was doing everything they could to try and, as always, get the SuperNats in, get everybody their laps, and race. All the team owners, Gary Carlton, Alex Speed, Franz from PSL Karting.
Mike Rollison, Sean Bailiff.
Every single team owner up there. Greg Bell with Leading Edge Motorsports was up there. There were so many faces, and we were over there still out of breath running back. But all the teams came to SuperKarts USA and said, look, from a safety perspective, we would like you guys to try and call an audible here and find a way to get our heats in tomorrow. So what the status now is SuperKarts USA said, okay, you know what? You guys are right. We're doing this together. We're putting on a race. We're all involved in it. We want everyone to go home safe, which has thankfully been the case so far, even with some of the scariest incidents that we've had over the weekend, including those last night. So this does conclude the on-track activity today. Tomorrow morning, they will shorten the warm-ups to just about 2 laps and an out lap or so, just enough for all the support or I shouldn't even say all the support categories. Everybody else, everybody else to be able to get a warm-up in and make sure their carts are good. Pro X30 and Pro Shifter will run a slightly modified heat schedule, maybe a tick shorter for their third and final heats. Then X30 Junior still has an LCQ to run, Pro X30 an LCQ to run, Pro Shifter an LCQ to run. then opening ceremonies, then main event. So Super Sunday is going to be really super tomorrow, but they're making adjustments to the timetable.
Yeah, everybody's going to have to change things around, obviously the teams as well, but the first primary was safety. As Andrew said, the teams all came in. It was the team owners that came to Tom Kutcher, Neil Strickland, the whole crew, Alexis, to say, listen, we have to focus on safety. It's just not going to get any better out there. That's the biggest thing. We don't see the rain stopping for a while. We see how much standing water there is right now. Xander, that's the biggest thing. Safety is number one. And to see everybody kind of come together and come to Tom and Alexis and say, this is what we want to do, that's the teamwork you want to see in a paddock.
Yeah, and Gary Carlton said, hey, man, Xander, listen, list all of our names. Put my name on it. Do not let them drag SuperKarts USA or SKUSA the mud. This is us. This is all of us caring about our drivers, our people, our equipment, obviously, going out there, and everyone else involved, right? So what that means is an early end of the day. Hopefully everybody can head home and get out of the nasty weather as shown on the radar on the bottom right corner of your screen. Like you said, Rob, it's not going to stop anytime soon. It's going to eventually stop overnight. We'll get the warm-ups in still with enough couple of laps for all classes to make sure the brakes work, your kart's okay, and all that. But they will lose a couple of practice laps. You know what? That's what Super Sunday is all about, is just putting all your week together and getting after it, not having extra. So.
And at least give the drivers an opportunity, to clear the cobwebs out of your head. That's that morning warm-up's a chance just to kind of get out there, get a feel for the track again, get yourself in race mode, right? So you don't need a lot of laps to be able to do that. Just make sure you get back behind the wheel, you get refocused. There's a lot to be done, and of course, SKUSA's Tony Leone is going to have to work a little bit of magic on the schedule to put it together for Super Sunday. Of course, you guys are going to have to do some work as well, changing around what was an already predetermined broadcast schedule. All the stuff you guys had put together is going to have to morph a little bit, but it's going to be a team effort that started, like you said, with the teams coming together and coming to SKUSA to ask for a change in Saturday's action.
And that is a really, really cool testament to the entire industry, all saying, you know what, we want to put on the best show, the safest show, and the best racing possible. And so that's what we're going to do. So unfortunately, folks, this does end our coverage for the night. But this does mean tomorrow is going to be an extended bit of coverage of the entirety of the day. The Perico Pit Box will be back. The racing will be back. For now, we're going to get our camera operators who have weathered the elements while we have had all this going on and done an amazing job all day long. So for those of you tuning in to SKUSA SuperNationals 28, don't worry. The weekend's not done. Unfortunately, tonight is. But we've got a lot of racing on tap still to go tomorrow.
Yeah, Super Sunday's coming. Looking forward to it.
See you guys then.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.